like it's individuals who have to contact. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like 7,000 pounds. Yeah, but you can
Exactly.
shoot it.
And
Like a lot of people.
what isn't good about some of those is
Empty Uzis
it's very
on the
easy
side
to
of the
lose your account,
truck.
especially with the Chinese ones.
It's pretty nuts.
That is great.
And
Well, that's just for fun.
there's
It's
another
for
thing
fun.
about some of
That's
these
how crazy
too,
they do this.
where you have to know a user on the platform in order to be able to join.
It's also
You know what I mean?
error-proof.
Like,
But it made
I have one of them. I
me
think it's
think, like, if I
WeChat
had,
actually.
a
Have you ever
two-blade,
used WeChat?
so this is, it cuts better, gets more penetration, and then if I had a sleeve over the
I
collar,
used it,
over the end of it,
I want to say like in
protective,
2020 or
sort
2021.
of, and then a heavier
And
arrow.
An outsert with
Yeah,
arrow.
an outsert,
The
heavy
issue
arrow.
arose with
And I
it
was thinking if
where
I had my 90-pound
it wasn't a big issue, but in order to register for it, you had to know someone who was on the platform.
Bouncing both
So,
sides good.
I fortunately knew someone who was in a platform who had
It's pretty
a lot of
thick.
Chinese contacts, and I was able to get on it.
You try it.
And I
Yeah.
used it, but it
You're,
was just
are you
like,
still a two-blade
it
guy
was
now?
just
I
like-
am, yeah.
Yeah, you're all in
what do
on
you
that.
call
my
it?
hands,
And you think you
It was just like,
prefer penetration
What's that?
over like a big
Now-
cut?
I do, yeah. But it's because
there are,
where I try to
I mean, I'm on
edge
33
toward the
different
shoulder
platforms,
more, like the
everything from
shoulder
caffeine
blades there
to
protect
Billy
the
Billy
vitals.
to
So
DY
if you
to
accidentally hit that,
Truvo, Provo to, I mean, I'm on so many of these that
With
I have a hard time believing that
That's the real debate.
the reason why
Mechanicals.
I haven't gone viral or anything like
Yeah,
that is
and I
because,
feel like
you
it's
know,
like
it's not, I'm not bigger in
better to
another
make a
country.
good shot.
If it's gonna happen,
So
I feel like it's gonna happen
It
with an English
usually makes
speaker,
a bad shot sometimes,
and
but they do
some-
the fact that it's cutting larger. Because you have to stay away from the shoulder, or depending on the angle, like a quarter away shot.
yeah, no, that's definitely true.
I've had failures with mechanical ones, so I just stay away from
What mechanicals have you tried in the past?
them. A lot of different ones.
So this is another thing, like Cam shoots the
I
craziest
understand.
mechanical. He
There
shoots
is someone who does something,
I haven't.
I understand, there is something
I
similar.
like the grip reap.
This Russian
Dude,
guy
it's
does exactly what I do,
Catapult.
Yeah.
This
but
thing, it's like this big.
there's a
Like,
huge
it
difference.
opens a ton.
Every 12 hours, I stop my streams and I restart them.
It's
and
crazy to see how fast they
that
go down, because you
is
open
a
up such
benefit for
hole
me,
in them, and, he shoots
because
back.
then it archives my footage, but it's a disadvantage as well,
Energy, and then this big
because
surface of four.
that means I lose all my viewers.
Pretty gnarly.
Exactly.
Yeah, you see them open.
And so there's a guy who
Yeah,
literally does
there's a lot
exactly
going
what
on,
I do.
right? And if
He's
you
been
do
doing
the
it for
shot,
as long as I've been doing it,
or
but
there's a lot
none of it is archived. So it's just like one long stream, which is cool. As I've described it previously, he's someone who gives the world a view, like a portal into their life, which is cool. I do the same, but I do it for future generations. I really could care less about people who are watching right now. No offense. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just,
Where's this come from Texas?
Yeah,
Probably dug out like a sand bottom.
could be. Why would
I
you think that
have
they
and I
would
do
be
every day
fishing
on
just
with
it?
Yeah,
with my
just
fulfilling.
seen a lot.
It's not. The other day, I had 33 people in the stream. I was singing karaoke, and I went from 33 people to
Were they attaching strings to the end of their
when I
arrows?
started doing Jewish prayers.
Fish with
No, I
arrows?
don't think so.
Oh, really?
And there's not too many. They have an interest.
Didn't Ranella
There's
do
an
that?
interest.
He went to
But the other
Guyana,
people,
Yes,
right?
It went from
Yeah.
33
Yeah,
to
you
2.
probably.
And the 2 people who stayed asked me to play
Hero.
to do karaoke, which I understand. I mean, it's not that exciting. There's no magic that goes off. I do light candles on camera. I say blessings on camera, and I don fulfilling on camera.
Mm,
and then half those people just grab the arrows and fish on it.
That makes
I
sense.
think a lot easier to just grab and fish.
So this would be, you think it'd just be too big for deer?
Yeah, I think so.
So
You see a lot of the hunting like big game homes are probably half the size.
I get that, and that's of interest certainly to some people.
Depends on
The
where I'm at.
I
I
mean,
see a lot of them
a huge
city.
the issues in which I run. I have no I have very little consistency on what account I'm going to use.
My guess is,
And that's because I
very
have
good for very
done my best to make myself
so you probably used like a
uncancelable, so I have a lot of accounts. Look, when I started, everything was really, really organized. I had one account, and I was like, you know, when people would chat, I would talk to them, all this other shit, like any streamer does. But what I ended up finding was that my accounts would get banned. For what reason?
Yeah, it's kind of.
I mean, you can definitely use it.
Copyrighted material usually was the big one.
It's kind of
And
amazing that
when you're living your life 24/7, you want to watch some things that are copyrighted. I mean, that's a lot of shit. And so I
was
would
in place down.
exactly. So I would lose my accounts because of that. All right. So then what did I do? So I had followers who would watch me, and they, you know, and I had accounts with. The account that I had with the most amount of followers had 2,000 followers, and then I had another account with 1,000 followers. So it's like I had some people when I would go online, you know, they would follow me. But then what would happen? I would lose the account. I'd come in to start my stream one day, and it would say, this footage can't be shown because it has copyrighted material, and you receive a copyright strike for it. So I was like, fuck, okay, so I can't use that account for 90 days. So what do? I create another account and start streaming on that one. Well, all the people who are used to me streaming every single day don't see me for exactly. And there's not a, I mean, I hate to say it, but YouTube has really fucked itself when it comes to going viral and all that other shit. Why? They got rid. Do you remember Google Plus? G Plus, which no one used, but it was like their version of Facebook.
The bones of some kind of whale.
It was a joke to everybody. Like no one really used it. However, people would definitely use it now because if you're on YouTube, like you watch me on YouTube, I have no way to communicate anything to you as a viewer unless I type to you in my chat. Meaning I can't follow you. Wait, can I follow you as a user? I can't. The big thing is I can't send you a direct message.
There was this thing that I could see. It's near where I'm in Marina, but outside Marina.
There's an ocean.
That's right. That's right.
Wow. So
I know, and it's like, what? Who is like?
Okay,
who
so
created this?
This whale. Where does it say they found it? They found it in Egypt.
Exactly, and you're unable to completely. And it's like, who created this? Honestly, this terrible system. That's it. That's the key, and that's what Twitter's trying to do. If somebody can combine those two, they're going to rule the world. And it's unfortunate. Like what you're saying is such an obvious thing. It's so fucking obvious. And it makes me realize that I think, you know, the movers and shakers of the world don't want that type of communication yet. That's true. I read this theory. I don't know how true it is, but I like to read theories because if not, you hear the same fucking shit all the time from the mainstream. And it's like, it doesn't become entertaining. When you hear something that it's like, oh, that's really interesting. I hadn't thought of it that way. It's really enlightening to me. Even if you don't believe it, it's just different. It's just a new take on something. So this opinion I heard or I read, and it might have been on a podcast. I can't say it was on on the internet, but it was somewhere, was that there's a big plan for, like, when social media first started, they could have just said, and honestly, Facebook was doing this. I joined Facebook the first year that it was available, which was 2004, and I was a personal friend on Facebook of Mark Zuckerberg within that year. What do I mean by that? I just went to his profile when he was an absolute nobody. I mean, he wasn't a billionaire yet, and he was just a random person on Facebook, and I friended him, and he friended me back. And so we used to be able to see each other's, like, private shit. Then what happened? They created an option on Facebook to be, they created an option on Facebook to have celebrity pages. And when they created celebrity pages, Zuckerberg dropped his personal one and just went to a celebrity page. So, but what I'm saying is I've been able to see Facebook from its beginning. I remember when Facebook, you couldn't upload pictures except for your one profile picture. There were no pictures, and there was no video, there was no advertisements, none of the bullshit that it is now. And it was a wonderful, wonderful website. It was like the best website. Facebook back in the day, when it wasn't filled with like Facebook Marketplace and all this other bullshit that no one cares about, it was really nice. I'm not saying Facebook Marketplace isn't cool. So Facebook had this like they would launch a new part of their platform maybe like once every 3 months. So they would say like at the time, not everybody could be on Facebook. You had to be at certain universities at the time, and then it eventually went to like all colleges and then high schools, and like they opened it up. But it was a very closed system, and one of the things that you could do was update your Facebook status. And Facebook status became like a Twitter, basically. When you had something to say to someone, you would just put it in your Facebook status, or you wanted to tell the world you're pissed off or whatever. You put it in your Facebook status, and it was the equivalent of a tweet. Well, I read that basically the powers that be knew that social media was going to be really big, and there were several ways to go about it. They could have one social media website that does everything. And eventually they knew that's what it was going to be. But instead of doing that, they could slow communication, specifically, basically, between people if they broke up the different platforms into different abilities. So like what? Do you remember a platform called Vine, V-I-N-E? Okay, so Vine was a really popular... V-I-N-E? Yeah, you remember Vine? Excellent. I think it allowed you to do like 7-second videos or something like that. Do you remember this? Oh, maybe it was 5 seconds, maybe it was 10 seconds, but you're right, it was really short. You remember this? Excellent. So what I read was like, look, Facebook could have launched that, but they didn't want Facebook to be the only player in the game. Why? Because then everybody's going to buy Facebook stock, everybody's going to follow Facebook, and that's fine. But like, why sell one stock when you can sell 5 stocks when you've got different platforms that you can use? So Facebook was going to be the one to manage people's social lives. Then you were going to have little video sites that would pop up. So of course you had YouTube. Okay, that was a little different, and Google bought it. But you had Vine that was like 5 to 7 seconds. All right, they were going to allow Vine to be really big for like 3 years, and then they were going to go to something else. So then Snapchat came out, and Snapchat would allow you to do like 10-second videos. So you went from like 5 or 7 seconds to 10 seconds, which over the course of someone's social media life, that's a huge difference, to be able to put more content in there and all that other shit. So their idea with Snapchat, if you know anything about Snapchat, it's like basically an arm of a wing of the CIA, and it was created to get facial data on individuals, particularly young people. And so when Snapchat came out, I mean, if you know anything about Snapchat, it's really a secretive place. There's a reason why they use the ghost. I mean, they want you to think that your shit isn't being saved when like that was just not realistic. And they basically bought an entire... Oh, yeah, definitely. And they basically, they bought an entire city in Southern California. They bought Venice, which is a little beach city, but it's a really popular place. And they basically secretly bought, I don't want to say 50% of the commercial real estate there, but a lot of it. To the point where I've seen the CEO of Snapchat's house. It was right down the street. Right, it wasn't a street; it's a boardwalk. There's a shul, a synagogue on in Venice called Shul on the Beach, and so I would sometimes go to that shul, and I would walk past this this house, and somebody told me that house is where one of the houses of the guy who owns Snapchat. Anyway, I started to learn like Snapchat it's like really, really secretive. All right, then what happened? then another 3 years go by, and then Instagram, though while Instagram has been popular the whole time, then they start getting into the video more and more. So they start allowing you to do like 15-second clips initially. Something small, it wasn't huge, but then that expanded. So we went from 5 seconds to 10 seconds, and then 15 seconds. Then you get into exactly, and they start to expand. So then Instagram allows you to do 30 seconds, then a minute, then 3 minutes, and then TikTok comes about. Oh, well, hold on. Instagram does allow you to do up to 4 hours now. But then Instagram or TikTok comes along, and TikTok says, hey, now you can do up to 10-minute videos and all this other shit. And so basically, when one company could have done all of this technology and launched it all, Facebook could have done this pretty easily. Somebody told Facebook, stay in your lane when it comes to social media. You just get all the data on individuals and right. And I'm of the belief, and this just won't happen, but I feel as if the corporatocracy should be liable criminally for the things that they do. And they're just not. Exactly. And they're not, and that's never going to happen. But what I would say, and this wouldn't necessarily be great for the economy, but I think it would be great for the morality of the citizenry, which would be if you have someone, whatever, at the top of the, if you have someone who is doing something illegally, I've learned this, a fine is, what's the saying? A fine is only a punishment to the poor, meaning if the punishment for any crime is just a fine, then that crime does not apply to the rich. Does that make sense? Excellent. Exactly, but a rich person can. So what I'm saying is, like, if the fine for speeding is $1,000 or $10,000, whatever it is, but that's the only fine there is, there's no jail time, there's nothing like that, then a rich person can speed all they want and then, just pay the fines, when a poor person cannot. Well, in the same way, when it comes to a business, if the fine of, like, let's say insider trading, or I don't know, being a monopoly, if the punishment is only a fine, well, then it's in the company's best interest to do whatever the illegal action is and pay the fine later. It's basically but it never is. And that's the thing that they've learned. All these fines come in with legislation, and the legislation's always old, and then there's interest, or there's inflation that comes up. So a lot of these fines are like $2,000, $250,000, even $2.5 million is nothing to a Fortune 500 company. And so we've got we may have I think it was called Cambridge Analytics with Facebook. And basically Facebook was spying on everybody using Cambridge Analytics. The way that it should have been, there you go. So basically Facebook was able to steal all these people's data, yours included, and then pay you like a little bit of money for it. And only after a whole bunch of lawsuits. And they still made out, they're the biggest social media company that there is. And because of that, they basically had to say, look, we can pay out pardon me? Exactly. So it's in their best interest. And the way that should be treated is, if you did something like that, your CEO, your board of directors, they should go to jail, and they should close down the company. And they won't do that because the influence of stock, and the stockholders will never let that happen. But that's what should happen if you're running an illegal organization and you get caught doing something illegal. Then that's what would happen to normal people, and it doesn't happen that way. And that's why we have this. Exactly. So it's an unfortunate situation where we lie, but that's what's up. Anyway, that all was discussing why I don't post in different languages. And it's not to say that I don't. I used to post in Hebrew, and when you just look at the amount of Hebrew speakers that there are in the world, it's pretty minuscule in comparison. Right, and of that 2%, less than 5% of us speak Hebrew fluently. If you ask an American Jew on the street right now, 90% of them don't know any Hebrew. I mean, it's just, well, but you have to understand, 90% of Jews are either Reform, conservative, or something aside from Orthodox, and many times they're not using Hebrew primarily like it is in the Orthodox world. So, exactly, and even Israel does it incorrectly. What do I mean by that? Technically, Hebrew is only it's a religious language, and it should only be spoken within synagogue. What do you speak outside of synagogue? It should be Yiddish. That's why Yiddish was developed. Basically, it was a Germanic Hebrew hybrid. Exactly, that allowed people to be able to speak outside of synagogue, yet not necessarily speak in the common tongue of the populace. Well, Israel didn't do that. They just went straight for Hebrew, and that's cool. But ideally, when Mashiach comes, Mashiach's going to tell everybody you got to speak Yiddish, and Hebrew is only to be. You know, when I was a kid, I used to, we're always waiting for Mashiach, and I used to just not think it was going to happen in my lifetime. In fact, I was just like, it was like, I don't know, time travel. It was like, okay, yeah, that's going to happen, but it's going to take a really, really long time. And then, I would talk to rabbis, and they would be like, no, I mean, we've got the red heifers, and all we have to do is rebuild the Beit Mikdash. Basically, there's not that much that we have to do. We just need the right leader to do it. And then there was the discussion that Mashiach is alive and human and has been born already. And it's like, wow. When you start hearing that, it's like, maybe this might happen during my lifetime. And I really think that it will. Well, there are some people, and then there's the whole, where the discussion gets blurred between the Jewish Messiah and the return of the Nazarene, basically, and for Christianity, the return of their. Exactly. They don't make sense to combine them, meaning they're polar opposites. It's not necessary. Well, that's how many see it, and I can say that I agree with you that there's definitely confusion there, particularly amongst evangelical Christians who want to say that this is going to be the same person. I'm waiting for him, and here's the thing. I think personally, and people will freak out about this, but I'll just say it. I don't think it's that big a deal. Mashiach is not that big a deal. And what do I mean? Mashiach is not a deity. Mashiach is a human. Mashiach comes from human parents. Now, Mashiach's going to be Mashiach is going to usher in a different world, meaning a world of Torah study, and a world, hopefully, of world peace, and a world of major expansion of Israel and changing of the government to some extent. Okay, when that happens, that's a big deal. I'm not denying that. But what I am saying is that he's not a superhero. Exactly. Exactly. And I've asked about that. How, I think I asked this specifically, or I heard someone ask this question, and it was, so there's the theory that we're all going to know who Mashiach is when it occurs. How will we know that? Everyone on earth will just realize it. And the way that I was explain this, which I don't necessarily agree with it, but it could be. Well, I should say there was this. There, I think the answer was something like it. It could be that there's this huge public announcement from Israel that this is really special, et cetera, et cetera. But moreover, or perhaps it could be something that there's like a voice that just comes into your brain and everybody just knows it. Basically, it's like telepathic and everyone's just aware of it. Now, I read about this, it's called like voice of God weapons. And this is definitely a thing. Like it's possible to communicate a message to people without using sound. And that could be a thing too. That's true. So and you know, that's 50 years ago. Well, I could see that type of weaponry is very advanced, and it could be used in this. I'm not saying that it couldn't, but I am someone, from what I would always ask, because I'd ask a lot of questions about Mashiach. Mashiach is going to be fully human, and anybody could be Mashiach so long as they have the proper lineage and righteousness. And when I say anyone, what do I mean by that? Well, traditionally, Mashiach's going to have some characteristics like being a man and being a Cohen and some other things like that. Okay, but realistically, it's not like as a young Jew, we were told and we've been told that with the right lineage and the right righteousness, it could be anybody. And so we shouldn't expect this person to be like supernatural. And they're going to be very talented. They're going to be very smart. It could be any Jew who meets the right requirements. And that's true. And if it is, I think I would be up to the challenge. And if it's not, which the far majority of chances that it isn't, I will do whatever the person wants me to do to be a good Jew. You know what I mean? And that's kind of a thing. I mean, yeah, I would say that is not a bad thing to say, because that means that you would want to keep, you know, family relations, and you'd want to be a righteous individual, and that's what all Jews should be wanting to do. So that's why I'm saying that, like, it's not that big of a deal. And for everyone on earth to know who Mashiach is at once, that's certainly a possibility. And I'm excited for it to happen. I honestly, well, it's supposed to be one individual. Like there are certainly interpretations of that. Look, here's what I've always said, because I've been asked, especially over the course of the last 3 years, am I Mashiach? And the way that I answer that is, I want my grandchild to be Mashiach. And what does that mean? I've even written to rabbis about this. What do I have to do to make my grandchild? I have gotten from certain families, I've gotten familial, the family trees, and I have asked rabbis, like basically the Baal Shem Tov, like this rabbi from 300 years ago who was very influential in the Hasidic world, basically studied Hasidism. I know that he has descendants, and I wanted to get in with one of the daughters of the descendants, and wanted to know, is it possible if this person and I mated, if our child could be Mashiach? And then I thought about it, and I thought, you know what? That's a lot of pressure to put on somebody if your child is Mashiach. And it was this like theory that I had. It's like almost like a riddle. Who's Mashiach? Who's Mashiach? Basically, if you say, I think that my grandchild is going to be Mashiach, and you tell your son that they think their grandson is going to be Mashiach, well, you keep kind of pushing it along so that you never admit that you're Mashiach, but people will just eventually follow you as a leader, because it would be like, well, I'm not Mashiach, I hope my grandchild's Mashiach. And then you have a child. That child then says, I hope my grandchild's Mashiach. Well, then when they have a child, they keep saying, I hope my grandchild's going to be Mashiach. I hope my grandchild's going to be Mashiach. And then, like, what does that do to people? Well, you never admit that you're Mashiach or that your family's Mashiach or anything like that, which is kind of like a humbling experience. But then also, you never have the pressure of being Mashiach. There's a huge amount of pressure to be the person who's going to be the savior of the world. Exactly. So I thought, you know what? Exactly. So what's the way to do it? You say, I want my grandson to be Mashiach. And then when you reproduce, you tell your child, I want you to be Mashiach, or I want your grandson to be Mashiach, so that there's never the pressure on you. Exactly. 100%. And yet you never put the pressure on them. And eventually, given enough time, it'll almost be a joke within the religion. Like, yeah, nobody says who the messianic bloodline is, but there's this one family that always says that it's, going to be their grandson or whatever it may be. And that allows you to avoid a lot of that pressure. I've thought about the question, look, I can meet some of the requirements of Mashiach, but it really depends how strict you're going to be on some things. Like what? Like Mashiach is supposed to be essentially have like flawless skin. Well, does anyone have flawless skin? No. So it depends on how strict the Temple Institute wants to be with a Kohen. It's like exactly to avoid it, yeah. And so and I think you're always going to have that in society. And so I would say personally, the best thing to do is just be patient. And that's what we've been doing now for more than 2,000 years. And we'll just continue to do so. Oh, I know what I wanted to say. I misspoke, almost 2,000 years. It'll be 2,000 years technically. Well, I don't want to say that. I'm actually someone who is an advocate for what's called the phantom time hypothesis. Have you ever heard of this? Yes. Not well known. Absolutely. So basically, it's not the year 2024, and it's not the year perhaps 5784 within Judaism. It's more likely around the year 1776. Now, I know people are like, oh, the founding of like the United States and the founding of all these groups is 1776. Okay, but what do I mean by that? There's a hypothesis, and I honestly think it's true. Well, I shouldn't say that. I think that, because I don't know if any hypothesis is true, but I think that it's something that should be investigated more. It's by a German professor, phantom time hypothesis. Now, it's one of these things where if you read it, and you read it on like Wikipedia, like I can tell you, and I'm excited to tell this to people. Kids, people say like, when I was a kid, there was something called, and this still exists, but you know what cryptozoology is? It's like the study of like Bigfoot, and it's a study of animals that are not recognized by it's the study of animals that are not recognized by mainstream biology. So what are these? Like the Bigfoot, like the chupacabra, like Loch Ness monster. Okay, so do those things exist? I don't fucking know. But I can tell you this: when I was a kid, there were other animals that were on that list, and what were they? The giant squid, and the what's known as like the water bear, the hold on a second. What the fuck do you call this thing? Okay, so what I'm saying is that okay, so there you go too. This is more not something that was extinct, though that's something that certainly can be discussed. And I guess comes up when you discuss like organisms like the Loch Ness monster and shit like that. But what I'm trying to say is that this was an organism that existed that people said never existed. And I'm saying that 25 years ago, when you would look up information on the giant squid, they said that it was that no one had ever seen one. Exactly. And you would get like the Kraken, exactly. And it was only until the early 21st century, in the year like 2008 or something like that, where a Japanese fishing vessel or something got one of these things on camera. And then they also found a body washed up on shore too. So it was like, oh shit, this stuff is fucking real. And they had to change all of the exactly. Exactly. And so what I'm trying to tell people is that look, even in my lifetime, people who when you would talk about giant squid 30 years ago, they'd be like, you're dumb. You're a theorist, you're espousing bunk, you are someone who we can't trust, all these things. And then it's like, no, this is real shit. It's a phrase that is used to dismiss people. It's as simple as that. And to dismiss any alternative thinking and alternative discussions. And the phrase was created shortly after the Kennedy assassination, and the powers that be realized that this phrase worked really, really good, really, really well when you were trying to dismiss anything that you didn't want. So basically, you could just use that phrase as a dismissive, and really it's difficult to come back from that. So they had these things. Do you know what a tardigrade is? Okay, so it's called a water bear as well. Yeah, no, water buffalo is different. A water bear. This is an animal. Do you see what I'm showing you? Exactly. So that was one of these theories 20 years ago, where there was like this microscopic organism that existed that couldn't be killed and all this other shit. And when you used to talk about tardigrades, people would just call you foolish and dumb. And like, that's exactly. And so what I can tell you is that as someone who has been able to see life over nearly 40 years and the changes that have come, some things that at one point in my life were dismissed as being bunk or foolish are now mainstream biology. So in comparison, exactly. And then they'll have bumper stickers for tardigrades and all kinds of other shit. They'll become tardigrade fans, and it's just basically whatever the mainstream wants them to do, they're going to do. Well, I can tell you in my lifetime, there have been animals that people, or processes that people would call you dumb. If I talked about de-extinction 20 years ago, people would be like, that's fake. And they wouldn't know that the Pyrenean ibex was brought back from extinction already, that we've done it. So basically, there was an extinct animal, the Pyrenean ibex, like a deer between Spain and France, that was hunted to extinction. And we were able to use its DNA to recreate it viably. Yeah, that's absolutely right. We're trying it with the mammoth, the saber-toothed tiger, and the woolly rhino. Yes, and so the way that they're doing the woolly mammoth, which is the way they're doing it with the woolly mammoth is they took woolly mammoth DNA from like a glacier or something, and then exactly, and then inserted it into an elephant, and they see what happens. And exactly. Like, dinosaur? I don't know if I've ever seen a picture of it, but I've seen some things that disturb me a little bit like that.
There's definitely some biological engineering involved in that. It's actually pretty interesting to me because you're able to pick out genes and turn on chromosomes that were turned off before. And just like the human, we're actually like conceived with the tail in the embryonic stage. I think like, or past the embryonic stage, I think like 3 months or something like that. We have a fucking reptilian tail. And
right,
like obviously
our coccyx.
turned that off after a certain point, we kind of grew into it.
Right. All right. So, now this is funny because before, when you would type into Wikipedia this thing about phantom time, it would come up phantom time hypothesis. Now, when you type it in, it comes up as one of those theories. But I'm just going to read it to you, and you tell me what you think. The phantom time, and I call it a hypothesis because I don't understand why you have to throw in all this fucking complicated. Why you have to label it as this. I understand why. It's basically this. It's as simple as this. Somebody, I mean, the CIA obviously or somewhere was like, look, anytime anybody says anything that we don't like, we're just going to call it one of these theories. Anything, and that's it. So if you say that if it's alternative health, it's one of these theories. If it's alternative history, it's one of these theories. Exactly. 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 So the phantom time theory is was first asserted by this German professor in 1991. It hypothesizes that Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and possibly Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII worked together to fabricate the Anno Domini dating system retroactively in order to place them at the special year of 1000 and to rewrite history to legitimize Otto's claim to the Holy Roman Empire. This person believed that this was achieved through the alteration, misrepresentation, and forgery of documentary and physical evidence. According to this scenario, the entire Carolingian period, including the figure of Charlemagne, is a fabrication with a phantom time of 297 years added to the early Middle Ages. Well, what is interesting about this, and if you look at it, I can tell you from a Jewish perspective, one of the projects that I'm fascinated by rabbis, and this was more than 5 years ago, but I went and I did my best to compile the largest single document of rabbinical biographies in history. And I was able to do it. It's like 3,300 pages. And it is, it's like, how was I able to do this? I just went to fucking Wikipedia and copied all of the rabbinical biographies and put them in one document. And then there were some questions that I had in it, like, what was the most common Hebrew name of all these guys? And like, you know, what's the most common, like, I just want to know commonalities. And I studied it and looked at it in a timeline of like, at least when Wikipedia had it. And between the years like 700 and 800 of the Common Era, there's only like one rabbi that is known, like at least as a public figure. And between 800 and 900, there are like three. And between 900 and 1,000, there are like four. So in total of this like 300 years of supposed history, there are like seven rabbis that are known. When the previous centuries, there were like 40 known, and the following there were like 70 or 80 known. It like basically, exactly, it basically dips in a very strange way. And the reason why is given is because like anti-Semitism during the early medieval period and yada yada yada. And I'm just like, wait, hold on a second. You didn't have this right after like the fall of the temple. You didn't have this like when we were essentially being mass genocided. I mean, you didn't have this huge drop off in rabbis. In fact, the rabbis were really pretty well known. And then there's this period of 300 years, at least within Jewish history, rabbinically, that is questionable. Now, there's another question within Jewish history. We have our own missing time and in our calendar, and it's not super well known, but it's about 300 years. Now, they're not in the exact same time, but the missing years of the Jewish calendar are a chronological discrepancy between rabbinic chronologists for the destruction of the first temple in 423 before the Common Era, or 403 before the Common Era. And the modern secular dating. Well, what I'm saying is that our calendar is off. Somebody's calendar is off, whether it's a secular calendar. Yeah. Now, they're not the same 300 years, but it's off by 300 years, allegedly. Okay, so what does that mean? What I'm trying to say is, and if you look at architecture, this is the big one that people say. If you look at architecture from the fall of the temple to, let's say, the Renaissance, there isn't like 300 extra years of architectural development. A lot of the architecture went from like Roman style to medieval style, but there wasn't like a Dark Ages style. Like that's why they call them the Dark Ages, because there's not a lot known about them. There wasn't a lot written during them, but there's also the idea, perhaps, that these could have been years that were just fabricated. And so what would that mean for today? That we're not really 2024 years since basically those Roman times, but it's more closer to 1700, something like that. Does that make sense? If it's true.
What does that really mean in knowledge-wise? I mean, it doesn't really add or subtract anything. It's just we are what we are. We can't do anything about it anyway.
Well, it would definitely cause a lot of people to do more investigation on previous histories, particularly of the Frankish period, like Charlemagne and Holy Roman Empire and all of that shit. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I'm just saying that it's an interesting theory that our time may be off and that it may not be as accurate as we may think it is. So for us to be like, everything has to be a certain way, it's like not necessarily true. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that when I'm reading to you that this phantom time hypothesis in 2024 is on Wikipedia and it is like basically thrown out as bunk, that could have been the same as the giant squid, or it could have been the same as the tardigrade.
For sure. Maybe they don't want to make more people aware of it, that's all.
It could be that too. Well, imagine somebody like comes up with this theory or develops this where, it would change everything about society. What do you do then? Do we change the time? Do we change the clocks? Or do we change the calendar? Exactly. And then do we really trust it? How do we know that it's off by 300 years and not 250 years? So instead, they're just like, yeah, that's all bunk. Don't listen to that theory and move on to the next thing. But I'm just saying that there are things that I have certainly read. I mean, if you ever read old history books, it's like, it's unbelievable that, I mean, because we know the answers that basically, because like if you read a history book from like the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, it's like a completely different world than what we
My dad was a janitor at Oswego High School in Illinois, and they got rid of a bunch of old library books from the 1970s, and even then, it was just like a complete different understanding than the books they have today.
Exactly.
Like topographic, speaking, geography.
Yes.
It was just very strange.
One of my favorite things, I'm in some Reddit subreddits, geography, and one of the big ones that they ask is they have people who come in with old globes and ask what date this globe was made, because a lot of times it doesn't say, but you can tell what date it's made by what countries are being displayed, and it's just absolutely fascinating. Like if you look at the uh, the evolution of the globe over the course of like 100 years, and all the different, like how some countries were called one thing, and some countries look like something, whatever, and it's much the same as what you're saying with your father. Basically, the maps were all different, the language that they used was different, and yet this is still English, but it's like even just how they refer to people, or even how they refer to historical events, like it's unbelievable to me. This always bothered me, and I understand why now, but like when I would be in school, I would want to, like, and we'd study history, we would only get up to like World War II, and then we wouldn't study it anymore. And I always wondered why that was. And that was pretty universal, like in the United States. You study up until World War II and maybe Korea, and maybe a little bit of the Civil Rights era, or maybe a little Vietnam, something, but like you don't get into like the Cold War, you don't get into that. And I mean, maybe like there might be 1 or 2 days about it, but it's not like they don't talk about it that much. And the reason, exactly. And I always wondered why this was, why they were so comfortable talking about like, exactly. And basically they've had the opportunity enough years to manipulate the curriculum the further back in history that they're teaching. So you can say that, the Revolutionary War was for this certain purpose, and very few people are going to disagree with you on that. But if you say the Iraq War was because of this, you're going to get 50% of your students who their parents either agreed with it or didn't at a certain point, and you're going to cause issues. When the Revolutionary War or the War of 1812 or something like that, no one has real hardcore feelings on that kind of a. Well, that's what we do. That's what school is. Right. And now it's like I would say. There you go. That's a perfect one that I didn't even like raise. Like if you would have read Wikipedia 20 years ago and you looked up like what is a man or what is a woman, it would have given you like a biological answer. But now it's going to completely change. There's a saying. There was a phrase by William Colby, who was a director of Central Intelligence, and he
Like, I think it's something like you touched on before. It's more like a degradation type deal.
he wrote something along the lines of this is a similar quote. It's something like this. We will know that our disinformation campaign is complete when everything that the American public knows is false. So what does that mean? There is like an active disinformation campaign to lie to the American public. And
Yeah, fucking Russia spends billions on that every year just to try to, fuck with our society.
yeah, I'm not somebody.
Protests, people are actively, openly marching against their own country in support of rapists, murderers, and kidnappers. And they believe that's actually good.
It's so hard to find stuff on Google nowadays.
It's all about how you look things up. I found it. It's definitely the wording and how you word it.
Yeah, but I mean, it didn't used to be that way. You didn't used to have to word things a certain way. It would show you the most.
It's like you have to ask it indirectly to find a direct question.
Exactly. And okay, so perfect example. I looked up this multiple times. I typed in William Colby, we know our disinformation American people is a lie. I typed that into Google and I can't find my fucking result. I type it into Dogpile and which is just like an old fucking, an old search engine that hasn't been manipulated, and it comes up right away. The spread of disinformation, how we respond. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. I almost nailed that fucking quote word for word. Yeah, man. So, like, when you start to say, and nobody has the power. What is this person saying? Sorry. When somebody says something to me, and what do you call it? I gotta see it. Why have multiple streams open? It's a great question, Kyle Abbott. I'm going to be uncancelable. I want people to be able to watch me from any angle they wish. So, and like, no one has the ability. Anybody with a fucking brain would say, look, I want to talk to the director of Central Intelligence about this quote. Why the fuck would you have one of your predecessors say this, that you want everything to be a lie? They're never going to take a fucking, they're never going to take an interview with any person who's going to, be tough on them. I mean,
Well, the thing is, our society is comprised of many different cultures and many different races around the world. So it's kind of like we're working for us, but yet against us at the same time.
why would the director of our covert operations basically say that there is a program right now ongoing to lie, to ensure everything that the American public knows is a lie? Like,
I think it's exactly why I just told you is because our society is comprised of every single nation's people, and that's what America is. But the thing is, if we leak true information out, it doesn't just stay in America; it goes around the fucking world.
I,
So if people lie, everyone else is gonna believe the lie. It's pretty much the sense that I did behind that.
I get that. I get what you're saying, but then you're not working for the people. And
I suppose it's more like a sheep and wolf scenario.
exactly. And it goes back to Kennedy's quote that he wanted to shatter the agency into 1,000 pieces. That it's not working for the interests of the American public. And nor was it ever.
And you kind of want to expose like the higher ups and upper echelon, like people with your last name.
That's actually true. Well, I used to get really pissed off about it, and I was at a Shabbat, and I was sitting next to a lawyer, and he and I were talking. He and I would become really good friends, but it was he's like 80 years old at this time, and I remember the first thing. His name is Michael, and this is mine. And when we introduced ourselves to each other, whatever, I remember saying, "Oh, you got a great name." And he says, so do you. And we started to talk about some of this shit. And I said to him something along the lines of, this stuff really used to piss me off. That there was a small contingent of people who held all the power in society. Why wouldn't that piss me off? Because I'm not in it. And that makes me mad. And exactly. But that's an honest answer. And it just, I was able to tell him, it used to, I used to say we need to overthrow the people at the top because we need peace and love from everybody, yada, yada, yada. But I started to learn about simulations, basically. And I know anything can be manipulated to reflect anything. I get that. But basically, if you were to run the Earth as a simulation, meaning like calculate it 10,000 years into the future, if you run a simulation 1,000 times, every single time, 1,000 times, if you run the Earth as a simulation, a small group of people will consolidate power over the large group of people. Every single time. Whether they're Jews, whether they're Muslims, whether they're Christians, whether they're Scientologists, whether they're people with brown hair or blue eyes or dark skin, whatever. So as I studied this, I learned that it never works out. If you run a simulation 1,000 times, it never runs out where it's like 50-50, where it's like equitable to the people. It just doesn't. Basically, because of well, it bothered me to know that we have these families at the top, Carnegies, Astors, Rockefellers, Rothschilds, Van Dunes, Vanderbilts, Warburgs, these guys. And that it was bothersome to me until I realized that if we ran the scenario again, it would be Smith and Jones and Baker and Brown. It would just be different last names. It's the same fucking thing, different last names. So I looked into this and I was like, well, wait, what happens? What if this is just being told to me that these simulations would happen the way that, like what if they really don't? So I started doing more research on this, particularly like at the turn of the 1900s, so the end of the end of the 19th century and the start of the 20th century. And one of the things that I learned was that the power of the labor union. And basically, if you have any simulation go long enough, you either have one of two things that occurs, so long as like the civilization continues. The civilization can end due to weather or meteors, whatever the fuck it could be. But if you allow the civilization to continue, one of two things happens. You either get a small group of people at the top who run the businesses, or you get a small group of people at the top who run the unions. And it could have happened the other way, where instead of corporations, exactly. Either way, you can have a small group of people making decisions for the larger group. And if you take a situation like we have in the corporatocracy, with very rich, powerful people at the top, it would be the same thing, but it would be like the unionocracy, where it would be the heads of the unions who got all the same. No, it's very dangerous. And it's very dangerous. What I'm trying to say though is that if I'm someone who would be like, look, if the corporations are too strong, we need stronger unions. Or if the unions are too strong, we need stronger corporations. And there should be this balance. What I'm saying is that it's impossible, given enough time, to achieve that balance. Either the power of the corporations will sway the society into a corporatocracy, or the power of the labor unions will eventually sway everyone into a unionocracy. And it will not be... Yes, And I thought that that would continue, but it doesn't. Eventually, it goes to one side and it stays. So, no, it doesn't. It doesn't, unless it's artificially manipulated. That's what I thought happened. Is that exactly what you're saying? That there's this ebb and flow, that there's a balance. You'd have really strong corporations, and then all of a sudden the unions would get stronger, and then you'd have really strong unions and weak corporations. Then the corporation would come back, and it doesn't work that way. Or at least the way that it works is that you may have this battle between the two, between the unions and the corporation, but eventually, and that's a point too. There's no doubt about that. And I mean, if you look at like the power of the labor union at the turn of the 20th century versus now, I mean, I've seen statistics, but it's an incredibly drastic reduction in people who are members of unions. And I'm not saying unions are always a good thing by any means. I'm saying that you need a counter to the corporation, and usually that's going to be done through a union. However, even unions can get bad. That's true too. Even unions can get bad though, where it's the same people who are at the head of the corporation get to be the head of the union, and they consolidate power. So what am I trying to say? So what am I trying to say? I used to get really pissed that there were people at the top who were manipulating things. We shared a name, we shared a bloodline, and I'm not getting any of this. Fuck yeah, I'm really pissed off about it. And so what have I done? I have placed myself in a position where I have what is arguably the most valuable resource on earth, and that's data. I'm not saying that. I'm saying The Economist magazine says that. And if you're like, well, what the fuck does that matter? I'm telling you that its editor is Lynn Forrester de Rothschild, who was the wife of Edmund de Rothschild until his death. Like, this is directly related to the power at the top. And they're saying that data is Earth's most valuable resource. And so why not create as much of it as possible? Exactly. So what do I think may actually happen someday? I think this is a pipe dream, but I think I'll be able to take over all those fucking people that I just said based on data alone, because I'll have so much power. How will I have so much power? Look, if I'm on YouTube and Instagram and Facebook all simultaneously streaming all over and everybody knows about me, I can basically say whatever the fuck I want. And yeah, YouTube can come in and say, you know, like, I mean, I'm pretty well defended against a lot of fucking attacks. If somebody wants to say, oh, you're just like a masculine prick, I'm gonna be like, dude, according to the state of California, I've been non-binary and I'm legally a woman. Legally. I have paperwork that says I'm a woman in the state of California. So, like, they're not going to be able to get me on, like, the transgender issue by any means. If anything, I'm going to be like, hey, you're anti-trans because you haven't fucking transitioned to being a woman. You know, I mean, like, I can throw shit back at people so badly. And if somebody wants to come to me and say, you know, whatever, like, you I don't know. I'm basically saying to the world, come at me with any fucking argument you want. I'm very well defended against it, and I just want to have the conversations with you. But basically, like, let me, if I were to say something like, look, I honestly think this. Given enough time, Israel is going. I kind of, in my own way, agree with you, especially the way that I see people argue on the internet. When I was a kid, and I think it. Yeah, exactly. When I was a kid, you know, I had to deal with, I think every kid, and I'm sure you did too in school, you have to deal with, I don't want to say bullies, but like just trash talkers. You know what I mean? Like people who just talk shit. And around the year 2008, they started to call these people like, well, they call them bullies, but like bullying became really, really bad. But like you could fucking bully people and it's just smack talk in a lot of ways. When I was a kid, there's just a lot of fucking smack talk that was being used. And then all of a sudden it got into this like mentality. You can't bully people. You can't do all this other shit. And what I'm trying to say is like people are fucking weak now. And I see that. So then when I go about and I'm like, hey, F you, go pound sand to people on the internet, they're like not used to that. It's like shit. That's how people fucking used to talk. If you're giving somebody shit, you give them right back. If you're in Brooklyn, you give them that shit right back. If you're in Cabrini Green, you give people that shit right back. If you're in Skid Row, you give people that shit right back. Whatever it is, you don't take shit. And like people today, they take shit, and I'm somebody who doesn't, and so exactly. Exactly. And I know that there's a huge segment of the population out there that still doesn't take shit, and they're going to look to me as a leader. Like, finally, somebody's out there to fucking stand up for us. And so, like, here's an example, not to get into a Middle East question so much, just because, and I can talk about that all fucking day, but I'm going to use one where I'm a little more neutral, and that's the Ukraine-Russia discussion. So they give me the magic wand. Rabbi, how do we solve this? And I will seriously say, look, I have no money, but I think at that point I would, let's just say I have a little bit of money. I will fly to Kiev or Moscow, and we're going to sit down with Zelensky and Putin, and we're going to fucking talk it out, man to man, eye to eye. And we're not going to leave the room until we have an understanding. So what would it be? I would say, look, we're going to take a map out, and we're going to draw a fucking line. And we're going to agree on that line. And then once we agree on it, that's going to be the line indefinitely. Now, I'm not saying that it can't change. Things change. I certainly understand that. But that means no more shooting guns. That means no more shooting guns. That means no more taking hostages. You send your people back to their country, and you send your people back to their country. And no more shooting guns. The answer to any question that any of these leaders has to have, like for me, is this. Is somebody going to get hurt over it? And if the answer is yes, then don't do it. And so at least
Unfortunately, I think war needs to go hand in hand.
they do.
You can't have one without the other. It's kind of like evil and good. You can't have one without an understanding of the other, and having an understanding of the other means there is another.
Well, I started to learn about allegedly like what alien civilizations do at a certain point, and it only makes sense. There aren't any alien civilizations, like even postulated, that haven't taken over their own planet before going out and taking over other planets. What do I mean by that? You never have like one planet with civilization A on it and civilization B on it, and civilization A is able to live in harmony with civilization B, and civilization A can go out and take over other planets. They don't do that. They say, look, we're going to take over our home planet first and unify everyone and then move out. So in the same way, I see the same thing happening to Earth, that eventually there will be one world government, and that will essentially be the catalyst. Well, and that's Operation, and that's Operation Bluebeam, or Project Bluebeam. I'm sorry, that's Project Bluebeam. Do you know what Project Bluebeam is? Okay, so that's what's been planned, and I think we'll have Project Bluebeam before the year 2033. I think it will happen very soon. What the timeline is, and the way I get this timeline is from Dr. I forget her first name, but her last name is Rosin, Rosin. And she worked for Werner von Braun, if you know who that is. He was like the father of the Nazi rocket system. Exactly. And then he came and became the head of like the American program through Operation Paperclip. Excellent. So this woman worked for him, and he said, this is how the future is going to go. We're going to have so they've just gotten done with a world war. We're going to have another world war, and it's going to be fought against terrorists are going to be the enemy for World War III. Then he said what's going to happen is terrorists for a false flag asteroid impacting Earth. So there'll be this huge fear, and I think this is going to happen in the year 2026. And these, well, there's the one that I know is supposed to be 2026 or something, and it's supposed to be around February 14th, something like that. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Hold on. So all they have to say is that our calculations were wrong and this thing's going to hit us in 2026. And every fucking person on Earth is immediately super scared and super willing to give up all their rights and their tax money to. Well, they could say something like this. We don't want to panic anyone, but we have to raise. We don't want to panic anyone, but we have to raise everyone's taxes 10% and put that money towards a scientific fund so that we can somehow create a laser or something to either divert or explode this this meteor or whatever. Okay, that's fine. That was just one of the things that's supposed to happen. And then the big thing is Project Blue Beam. And then that's supposed to happen by the year 2033, supposedly. I don't know if my dates are exactly right on this. Not by the year 2033. I think actually in the year 2033. And then what happens? That will unite the world under a world government. And the way that I've heard that it's supposed to work is that whether it's true or not, I'm just telling you what I've heard. And so what is it? They're moving everyone. Well, there was Agenda 21 that became Agenda 2030 or whatever. And they want to move everybody into these 15-minute cities. And so everybody's going to be within like a population hub. And anyone who is outside of that population hub, apparently, this is the theory, is they're going to torch their fucking property. What does that mean? Either using arson, or they're using a laser, or using missiles. They are going to get rid of everyone who's in a rural community. And what they can say in the year 2033, so what would happen? They put projectors all over the sky, and they make it look like we're really getting an alien invasion. So all the people are willing to give up all their rights for whatever is necessary. And they're not paying attention to what's going on in the rural areas. And the people in the rural areas. It very well could be. Seattle did this using augmented reality in the year 2020. And it is to this day, if you type in, here, I'll just show it to you. It's a really good augmented reality. Okay, so Seattle, 2020 New Year's, and they do this, I think it's like, they did this augmented reality, here it is, the Space Needle, December 31st, 2021. So it's, I guess, this was during the pandemic, and so nobody could be down there. And you know what the Space Needle is in Seattle, right? All right, so do you see it on my screen? There's like a countdown, and then there are fireworks. Do you see this? Okay. No, this is using augmented reality, but it is so realistic that you can't really tell the difference. It fooled me, meaning this is all being done with, yeah, exactly. It's like digitization, but you can't tell. Like, look at it, fucking, like, if they showed this on TV and they said, I mean, they have it. You're gonna see they have an alien spaceship that comes over it. Look at it. It's got the fucking chromosome of like a human on it, or the double helix. So what they do is, so if I saw this on TV, I'm like, holy shit, aliens are here, or something's going on. I mean, obviously, I don't know what's going on, but it's like, what I'm saying this basically here is predictive programming. Do you see what's going on the screen with the Space Needle? All they have to do is do that same shit over the major cities of the United States or even the world, and everyone on Earth is going to be like, "Oh, it's game over." Like, look at they make the Space Needle like turn into a butterfly. If they're able to do that, they can easily make it look like they've got, alien technology or whatever. So what did they do? So they fucking put that over every major city, and everybody, is really worried about what's going on. Look, there's always been the argument. Well, and I've heard this many times. I mean, it's the argument. What was the head of the National Rifle Association, who was also Go for it.
I gotta cut this short though, because I got
Charlton Heston.
my brother going because he's going crazy and shit like that.
All right.
I'll talk to you later.
Excellent. I'm going to end on this. There is a type of technology that I've learned of that can detect where any firearm is in a house. So we'll leave it at that. All right. Excellent. Excellent. We'll continue. Beautiful. Absolutely. Take care, man. Bye. What up, GB? How are you, baby? Dog, do you know about my robots?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. They're fucking making a huge difference. Okay, you know about my strategy on Kick?
Yeah.
Excellent. I think it's going really, really well, and here's why. I started it like 2 or 3 weeks, more like 2 weeks ago, full time, and every single day I get people who come into my stream who say, like, quit botting me or quit sending your bots to me and Kick or whatever. So it tells me that it's working, but it's so fucking funny. If I go into Kick and mention my name, Rabbi Rothschild, it's an automatic ban. The moderators have been spammed so much on Kick that it's not even funny. I mean, like, it's funny to me, but it's not funny to them because I don't realize it. But like, I was talking to a guy yesterday, and I was playing it off like I wasn't who I am, and I was like, I just went in there with like a random username. And I'm like, hey, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? And they're like, yeah, that person sucks. I'm like, oh, can you tell me about them? They're like, yeah, they come into every single person's stream on Kick and just spam. I blocked this person over 70 times myself, and I don't know how they're able to create so many accounts, and I don't know what Kick's going to do, and blah, 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 blah. So I know, like, they have this pretty big creator. His name is Shakti G. He is, he's from Singapore, but I think he's Indian. And I was spamming him yesterday, I think, or 2 days ago. And he's like, I was spamming him, and then I spammed him with my like normal account. And he's like, wait, are you the real Rabbi Rothschild? I'm like, yep. And he's like, oh my word, I feel like I have a celebrity in my channel. He's like, I can't believe that it's really you. How are you able to create? He's like, you have to tell me all your secrets. How are you able to spam me? Like, he's like every 5 minutes you have a new account that comes in here and spams me. And he's like, I don't know how you're able to do it. It's become like a joke. But there are other people on there who they used to hate when I would spam them. Like, I'd go into their fucking room, I'd spam them, and they block me. But it got to the point where it became funny to them. So now whenever I go in there and spam them, they do a little celebration. It's like, humans are funny that way, where, we get annoyed with something enough that we start to like it. And so what did I do? Well, I have to say, and I mean this, and I think do you know who Old Man with Coin is? What an amazing individual. I mean, I don't know him really well, but I know that he's a man of his word, that he has a high level of integrity, he's a very intelligent person, and it's because of him that I was able to take my spamming to the next level. So I was able to get some other computers, and I'm able to have these things work autonomously. Now, what's really funny about it is this. I have people who are coming into my, like there was this guy yesterday. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. I don't know when. It might be a couple of weeks. It might be a couple. I don't think it'll be months though. Honestly, it's every day I get this like random rush of people into my YouTube. It could be 30 people. It could be 5 people. Whatever it is. But what will happen is I'll be spamming someone on Kick, and they'll be like, "This fucking rabbi comes in all the time and spams me. What the fuck do they want?" And they'll go into my YouTube and see what I'm doing, and then all their viewers will take a look and see what I'm doing too. So it's this amazing effect where, they're giving me a lot of attention for free, which is wonderful. So exactly. So I've been able to make friends with some of the people who have joined me from there. So there's this one guy I met. Yes, he called me yesterday. It was wild. I was talking to someone from Australia, and then another person from Australia came in, and they're like, "Hey, how do we contact you?" And I gave him a cell phone number, and he calls me, and we FaceTime. And I'm like, "So what's up?" He's like, "I've been watching you now for more than 2 years." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "I watch you all the time," and he knew all this stuff about me, which is cool. I mean, I have my life out there, so I understand. But like, he knew when I was interviewed for podcasts. He knew, like, he's been watching me for a long time. So he's like, "Look, I'm a super fan. I think you're amazing." And the weird thing is, but not weird, but he's been a lurker the whole time. He hasn't said anything to me, so I didn't even know he really existed. And the other thing is, YouTube is very inaccurate for the amount of people that they say are watching your video. Like, I could have 5 people watching it right now, and it'll say 0. It's not a good system. I don't know why they say that. But, so I talked to him, and he knew all about me, and it was like, wow. I mean, it's just kind of surreal that you have somebody watching you for 2 years, and you never talk to them, but they know all about you. They know your eating habits. They know your personality, all this other stuff. So I talked to him again today, and I got into a discussion with him, like, GB, why the hell am I not viral? That's a great question. I have so much content. Why? It's a multifaceted. There are multiple reasons. The first one is I don't use the same YouTube account every single time I stream. And it's like, well, why wouldn't you be consistent with that? Here's why. I get these accounts banned all the time for copyrighted material, or someone doesn't like what I said, or whatever. So I have some accounts that have 2,000 or 1,000 followers on it, or subscribers on YouTube, and I'll lose the account, and then all those people are like, well, what the hell happened to Rabbi? And they don't know how to find me necessarily. So that's one reason. Another reason, I use so many different devices that I get a lot of feedback from the microphones. So if you watch one of my YouTube streams, it's just like this high-pitched feedback from a cell phone, or a microphone, I should say, that can cause issues. So that's another big one. What are other reasons? Sometimes people aren't just that interested in what you're doing, whatever it may be. Oh, and then another one that I learned yesterday, but I always knew, is that I'm shadow banned on YouTube. What does that mean? They don't show my content purposefully. I had this guy come in yesterday to my chat. His name's Danny Cohen. And he said, Rabbi, you need to know that you're shadow banned. Like, we can't always see what you do. Now, there are ways to find me, but if you're just a random individual, it's very difficult to find me. So are those the reasons why you're not viral? There are other reasons too, but those are some big ones. So what do these robots allow me to do? Communicate to people anything I want to them. And in a way, I would say it's just absolutely devastating, because at this point, there aren't that many ways for it to be defended. Like, I can tell you that the Kick administration team, I heard them in an interview with another creator, and the other creator said, how do I stop this spammer from always coming into my chat and spamming me? And the people at Kick who were in the interview said, we are well aware of this technique. They're using different email addresses and different VPNs, and there's not a whole lot we can do about it at this point. The best we can do is to advise you that not just with this person, but any person who is annoying to you on the platform, to just block them. But the guy's like, I understand what you're saying, Kick, and that works under normal conditions, but this is abnormal. This person has hundreds of accounts. So if I go in there and I block him, he just comes back with another one. What do you want me to do? And they're like, again, the best thing that we can advise you is just to block them. So I heard from the power core at Kick that there's not a lot they can do to stop me. So then what else have I done? Well, these robots they're not just amazing, but they're they are. I mean, people wouldn't know about me on Kick at all without them. And now you ask anybody on Kick, I would say of the top 100 streamers on Kick who are just chatting, or like the in real life people, 98 of them know who I am. I don't even think that. I think 100 of 100 would know who I am. Because if I haven't been able to spam them for whatever reason, one reason or another, they know other influencers, and they're all talking about me. This one guy told me every person on Kick knows about you, or every influencer on Kick knows about you. I can't believe you're a real person. So here's what happens. I'm going to show you the full thing. Okay. So someone at Kick didn't like what I was doing, and they terminated my account. And what does it say? Error 403. Your account has been temporarily suspended. Please check your email for information. Well, I could give a shit about them suspending my account. And the other thing that's hilarious to me is that they use the word temporarily. So it's like, to me, it's like not even a big deal. It's like, okay, temporarily suspended. I could get all these accounts back if I wanted. Who gives a shit though? So now what am I going to do? I come over to this program that I programmed, and I'm going to hit the play button, and you're going to see this thing. It's more about quality than it is quantity, because I have 3 of these bots going at any given time. So if one of them isn't going, the other 2 are. So I'd rather have the account programmed correctly so that it works. So what is it doing right now? Basically, you're going to see a pink pointer here, and this pink pointer will do what I need it to do around. But it does all the clicking that I need. It's automatic. So then what is it going to do? It goes over here to a temporary email address service. And even this is fucking amazing that I was able to program this. You're going to see something in a second. You know when you have to do a CAPTCHA or a human verification? I have this thing programmed to do the human verification for me. Now, it's like, how the fuck does it do that? It doesn't do a CAPTCHA. It's not smart enough to do that. But it can do a human, where it has to click something, and it's going to do it in a second. So what's it doing? Exactly. Oh yeah, have you seen that? Excellent. So it's going to do a Cloudflare right now. There it is, Cloudflare, click.com, verify you're a human, and it recognizes this shape, and it just pressed it, and it moved on. And it knows what to do, and it also knows how to click here on the accept button to get the cookies. So it's going to do that too. So it accepts the cookies, and it goes to sign up. And then it's going to come over here and it's going to paste what it just got. It's just a random email address. I always put the same birth date in. It's the founding date of the nation of Israel. And it's just consistent for me. And then it's going to put the year in, May 14, 1948. And it's funny. Yeah, it did. It's funny that Kick, it almost doesn't allow people who are that old to join its platform. It's kind of funny. I think it goes back to 1945. Not that a lot of 75-year-old people are going to be wanting to do this, but nevertheless. All right. So then I type in, or I don't type in. It automatically types for me. What's it type in? Rabbi Rothschild, YouTube or YT live, because I want people to know that it's you got to press the live thing. But even me using the name Rabbi Rothschild YouTube live, if somebody doesn't allow me to spam them because they block me, it still allows me to follow them, and they're still getting the impression, hey, this person is another Rabbi Rothschild. So it's it just continues. So now what is it doing? It's automatically typing in the password for me, and then it's going to automatically press the sign up button for me. Now, it'd be nice if that's all it had to do, but it has to now get an OTP, a one-time password. So now it's got to come. It's fucking really smart to be able to do the Cloudflare thing and the one-time password thing. So what's it doing now? It's gonna come over here, it's gonna refresh this shit, and it's going to get the one-time password where I need it. It goes over here, it's gonna click the email that came in. The one-time password is there, and it's going to scroll down, and it's gonna double-click on the one-time password, and it's gonna copy it. Now, you can imagine, like, I've had to do some alterations and adaptations of this thing, because it's, if you don't click it perfectly or the timing's not right, you gotta do it again. So this is all kind of like the finished product, but what it's doing now is it's copying the number, and it just pastes it in. Now it's gonna accept the terms of service, which sometimes I have to use a new VPN, but now it's in. Now what do? I log it out. It's like, Rabbi, why would you log it out? You just logged it in. Here's why. Kik has this glitch. I don't know what it is, but sometimes when you create a new account, it keeps it logged in. Other times, it automatically logs you out. So I just assume that it's automatically going to log me out, and I just log it in every single time again. That way I know it's going to work every single time, or generally. So what's it doing now? It just refreshes that email address. So it's the same email address, but it refreshes the account. And I actually have to use that account to log it in. We refresh. We're going to see that this now has the opportunity to copy the address. We're going to put the address in. Notice, like, my hand's here. I'm not doing any of the clicking. And this isn't the coolest part. Creating an account is cool. It's very cool. But the spamming, that's the fucking coolest part. And it's all synchronized, so that it's not like I have to use one piece of software to create the account and another piece of software to be able to spam. This is all I have to do is press one button, and it's going to create the account and spam all in one. I mean, I'm not saying it's like a revolutionary technology, but the way that I'm using it is pretty revolutionary. So then it comes over here. Exactly. You're exactly right. Yeah, it does that, and it doesn't always work too. If you're using like a bunch of different VPNs, sometimes, like, if you want to know what happens when it doesn't work, that little box never comes up. So you have nothing to click and you can't proceed. So now what is it doing? Well, it just logged me in, so I'm in the account. Now what is it doing? So there are different categories for people to stream. There's like gamers, and there's in real life, and just chatting. And I like the just chatting one because it's real people who have their camera on their face, and so I can see their reaction, and I know they're watching their chats. So what it's going to do now is come over to the biggest, it organizes it by the people with the most amount of people in their chat, and then it's going to open up the person's stream in a new tab, and then it does some really cool things right at the beginning. It follows the person, so you're going to watch it. It knows where that little follow box is, and you're going to see the little pink thing on it. It's about to press it, and it just pressed it. And then it comes over here, and there's like all kinds of shit that they put in the way to make this really difficult for someone, but I just have the thing programmed correctly so that it knows how to get around all that shit. And what do I have it say? It's really kind of raunchy what I have it say. Just one moment. Let's see if it'll put it. It says, exactly. World famous pussy eater, Rabbi Rothschild takes karaoke requests live on YouTube 24/7, 365 for world peace. Type Rabbi Rothschild and viral rabbi into any search engine. Please share to be a trillionaire. So it says that, and then I also have Rabbi Rothschild, head of Rothschild family, streaming live 24/7 for world peace. Type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live, share to be a trillionaire. Okay, so what is that? So now what is it going to do? It's going to close, and then it's going to go to the next person. And that's all I needed to do. It just fucking goes down the line, and it'll do this for hours. And it will tell every single person on here what I'm doing. And it's so funny to hear these people complain about me. And oh yeah, and he's just one of them. And he's the first person I ever saw to do this. But I've got to say, it's at least been a couple hundred people who I've heard, oh, this asshole's back. And the big thing that people just say to me is, fuck you, Rabbi. I just go into their fucking chat. Fuck you, Rabbi. That's all I fucking hear from these people, which is hilarious to me because at least they know who I am. I could really give a shit if they hate me because you know what? I have the personality and I'm the character to just be able to turn to anyone after being able to have a couple conversations with them. To be like, hey, I'm not doing this because I hate you. It's not specific to you. I want people to stop war in the world. And basically everyone's on board for that. And then they find out who I am and what I'm doing, and then they become a fan. And so what is this thing doing? It's just gonna fucking continue to do what I got it doing. And then if you look over here, I've got another device that's doing the same shit. And then over here, this device, it's like, well, why isn't this one working? It got banned, and when it gets banned, I sometimes have to just change the IP address. And so I like to use countries that have very good privacy laws. So Germany is a good one, Estonia is a good one. And why do I do that? Well, I'm not doing anything that's like bad, but it just makes it more and more difficult for people to be able to like ban your accounts. So then it's gonna restart. You don't necessarily have to watch it do it again, but it just does the same thing. What I'm trying to say is that this fucking thing, I just have to press one button, and not only does it create an account, which is a lot of work for most people, but it spams, which is by far the most amount of work. I was doing this with just accounts that were spamming, and I was creating all the accounts manually, and that's okay. But it's a lot of work to create, 100 accounts manually. I mean, it takes time. So now that I got this fucking system down so well that it's just a one button push, the admin team at Kick has been freaking out because it's like, think about it. This is their day, and I can tell you, I'm getting so good to know when these people like are clocking in for work and stuff. So what happens? It'll be like 8 o'clock in the morning, and so I'll spam all night and like not have too much of an issue. But then their admin team will come in, or one of their admin teams, and they'll be like, I'll go in and I'll create, I'll get all my accounts banned at once. And so I'm like, oh, okay, somebody just got to work and they're going at me. So then I'll create 3 more accounts, and then those accounts will immediately get terminated. But here's the thing, all I have to do is press one fucking button, and then it's going to do everything that I need it to do again. And after like this little dance that the admin team and I do of like 3 or 4 times of this, I hate to say it, but they get tired of banning me, and they have other shit that they have to do in their job, and they forget about me. So then they allow me like 2 or 3 or 4 hours of spamming until the next group of people comes in, and they're like, oh, this asshole again, and then all my accounts will get banned. And then I'll come in and just press the button on every single one of them, and then I'll be back in business. And that's how this has been working. And I gotta say, I've never seen. Well, I had software that was doing this in a similar way on Twitter. Did you ever see my Twitter bot? Excellent. But it wasn't. It wasn't as good as this one, and here's why. Twitter made it so that, well, they have a CAPTCHA system, and you really don't realize how important a CAPTCHA system is until you are like a hacker, basically. Like it can fuck with you so badly. Now there are ways to get around it. The best way to do it, there are companies in like China and India where you have to pay like half a cent for every CAPTCHA that they'll do for you, and they'll have humans on the other end do it for you. But like, usually I don't have the ability to do that. I'm someone who I just have to do the CAPTCHAs myself. Now, Twitter was getting to the point when I was automating the creation of accounts that when I'd have to do a CAPTCHA, I had to do 20 in a row, 20 fucking CAPTCHAs in a row, and they were really difficult CAPTCHAs too. And when you have to do 20 in a row, that can take you like 5 or 10 minutes. To the point where it was like not worth it to me to make accounts using the computer. So what did I do? I had some old tablets that had Twitter on it, and the old tablets aren't advanced enough to get the new kind of software to do new CAPTCHAs. So they have the old CAPTCHA system, which is really fucking easy to do. It's just like picking two shapes that are the same or some shit like that. And you only had to do 1 or 3 of them. So I was able to make shit tons of Twitter accounts very quickly and then do all that spamming. Well, why don't I continue to do that?
Well, I learned that basically everyone on Twitter who needed to know about me knew about me, and it's not a platform for what I do. It's not a video platform. It's a text platform, really. So I took the same strategy to video platforms. Now, why don't I do this on YouTube? Because they'll ban my accounts. Why don't I do it on Twitch? I could. I could have either done it on Twitch or on Kick, and I chose Kick because it is newer and has less, what I felt probably less security than Twitch. I mean, Twitch is owned by Amazon. Eventually, they're going to probably figure out what I'm doing. But like Kick, maybe not. Who knows? So I've just been spamming on Kick, and I'm telling you, GB, normally if you look at my YouTube and you say, I wonder how many people on Rabbi's 7 channels, how many people typed to him? How many people said something to him over the course of a given day? The answer to that is usually 0 over 7 channels. Now, does that mean that no one's watching me? No, I got this couple people apparently who are huge fans of mine. They just never say anything. So I do have some people like that. Additionally, sometimes the communications don't always come through. Why is that? Because I use different software, and sometimes the chat doesn't always come through. So that can be a disadvantage as well. But I can tell you that when I start these bots up and they're doing their thing, I will get maybe one person an hour say something to me about it, which is, not great, but it's huge to me when you're getting no people usually. And what I'm also able to do is, tell them what I do. And here's the cool thing that they're doing. Since all the people who I'm spamming are on Kick, a lot of them are creators already, and they put me in contact with bigger creators. So there was this guy yesterday, the guy from Australia, a different guy from Australia. He and I were talking, and he's like, here's what he did. So when people see that I spam, a lot of people hate it, but some people think it's funny, and they'll come to my chat and they'll ask me to spam other creators. Hey, can you spam this friend of mine? And can you say this in the chat? It'll really piss them off. Like, sure. So I'll go in there and I'll fucking say it. But like, what in the fuck? How does Rabbi Rothschild know about this inside joke that I have with my friend? Like, how the fuck do they know this? So, whatever reason, they'll figure out what I'm doing or whatever. And I'm starting to find that these like the guy yesterday, he came to my chat and he was like, hey, can you spam one of my friends? And I was like, sure. So I spam his friend, and then he's like, hey, will you spam or my friend wants to talk to you. He's a big creator. And so I'll get into their Discord and I'll be able to talk to them. And then when they see that I'm a real person and, like I'm not just a robot, then they're willing to have like long conversations with me, et cetera, et cetera. And that's good because these conversations are being spread to their community. People are finding out about it. And so long story short, I'm excited at the potential of these robots.
Have you tried TikTok at
Oh
all?
yeah, definitely. I have over 1,069 TikTok accounts, and I have, so I live streamed about one entire year of my life on TikTok like 2 years ago, and I've done it since too, so I don't think I haven't. Here are some issues with TikTok. Well, what the issue that I ran into was I would get my account suspended for unknown reasons. It's like, why are you getting it suspended for unknown reasons? I'm going to just be honest with you. A lot of people don't like rabbis in the world. And so when they see that name, they'll just fucking report me for whatever reason. Just because they don't. And that's their own prerogative. That's fine. So I would get random suspensions because of that. Like, literally, I would put the camera in my house and not even have the microphone on, and I would get suspended for hate speech. And it's like, you couldn't even hear what I was doing. So I can tell that people just would go in there and report me and I'd lose my account. Okay, fine. What else would happen with TikTok? They don't like when you play copyrighted material. Okay, what else would happen with it? You have to have 1,000 followers to be able to live stream. Well, that wasn't an issue of mine. I had some accounts with 10,000 followers, some with 3,000 followers. That wasn't my issue. But what would happen, normally people who are live streamers, or not like, they're like live streaming for like 2 or 3 hours and they're done. You know what I mean? I'm doing it for 24 fucking hours. And that's a long time for people to be watching. And it's also a lot of time for people to be able to report you. So normally when you're only have like reporting, when somebody reports you for like 3 hours as a normal creator, I have 24 hours of people can report me. So that became an issue. Some other things became an issue with TikTok as well. TikTok used to allow you to start streaming and stream for as long as you wanted, up until like 24 hours or something. Now, once an hour, they have like a human verification check that you have to do. So that became really annoying to me because every hour I was having to fucking go to the device and do a CAPTCHA. And it's like, if you only have one device and that's your whole life, that's fine. But if you've got 30 devices, now you have to do that on TikTok 6 times every hour, and it takes you a minute to do it. It gets to be a pain in the ass. So what else has happened? I have had one thing on TikTok go viral. Sort of. It has over 100,000 views, has 140,000 views. But how were you able to do that? It was just a random scenario. I was in my bed and I was watching a TikTok person who was a television anchor. And so the way, at least in the United States, they're starting to make these television anchors work is, you know how they read the teleprompter and then they go to commercial break? Well, normally when they go to commercial break, they just drink coffee and talk amongst the set. But what the companies are starting to say is, look, that's dead time. We want you to be on social media and start talking to people on social media. And then when we come back from commercial, you just keep reading the teleprompter. And then we go back to commercial and you start talking to the social media. That's how we want you to do it. And so it's like this big trend that in the mornings, a lot of people who are television anchors are on there and they do like Ask Me Anything. So this random chick's in there and she's taking questions like, what kind of car do you drive and where's your favorite place to vacation? Okay. So I typed to her, do you wipe with your right or your left hand? And she saw that I wrote that, but she read it as right, not wipe. She thought I said right. So she said, oh, right hand, I'm right-handed. And I looked and I caught myself like, did she just answer my question that she wiped with her right hand? And she goes, oh, shoot, I thought that said right, not wipe. Forget I said that. And I had this all on video, and at least my reaction of it. And so, excellent. So that has 140,000 people who have seen it. And I didn't promote that. I don't know how it got so popular, but somehow, some way it did. And exactly. But here's the weird thing: is I have exact copies of that video that have like 4 people who have seen it. Like, what the fuck? Why would one have 140,000 views and the other one have 4? When it's you're right. It's the algorithm. So what have I done? At least with TikTok. TikTok also they were very, very late to the game to allow you to stream using your computer. Like they have a studio. They have something called TikTok Studio, and you can use your computer. GB, to be honest with you, long story. Why don't you stream on TikTok? Very few people ever come in. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't get a ton of people. What happened? When I would first stream on TikTok, I would get hundreds of people. But then I would get these random bans for whatever reason. Like I just told you, copyright infringement or hate speech, whatever. And my IP address was shadow banned. So now, the most amount of people I ever had in TikTok at once, I had like 3,000 people at once. I had built something that was really, really neat. Do you know what like a lazy Susan is? It's like a spinning circular wheel. Okay, so I had one of those, but it was motorized, and I put 4 cameras on it in each direction, and so it would spin in 360 degrees, and you could watch it spinning on YouTube. Does that make sense? Like basically, okay. So a bunch of people were watching this and thought it was really, really cool, et cetera, et cetera. And then I remember watching it, being like, "Oh my god, I never had this many people on my social media before."
this is really cool. This is like, it's gonna happen. I'm gonna start to get famous from this. And then for some reason I got a suspension. I forget what it was. I mean, it was something like stupid, like copyrighted material or something. And then ever since then, I think they shadow banned my IP. I've used VPNs. So then what happened? So I changed VPNs, I changed internet, I changed everything. And when I first start up my accounts with that, it works really well. I'll get like 200 people in there. It's cool. And then what happens? Somebody makes a complaint, and then you get zero. They also have some issues. TikTok is just too strict, I would say. Okay, if you want to use their creator studio, meaning you want to be able to stream your computer, they have all of these rules that you have to follow. Like what? You have to have 1,000 followers, or you have to have 1,000 followers, or like 3,000 followers actually, if you want to stream a video game. What else? The big one that I run into is when you stream using that. You can't have any suspensions within 30 days. So if you get one of those suspensions, you can't use that fucking account for 30 days, basically. And so when it's like, well, Rabbi, don't get suspended so much. I'm going to be honest with you, GB. I don't say anything. Like, literally, I've got the thing muted. I don't know what I'm doing. I think it's just like, I don't want to say their settings are too strict, but I went for an entire year appealing all of my TikTok bans, and it was weird. It was like 50% of the time I would win my appeal. So it's like, wait a second, TikTok, you already know that like 50% of the time when someone's reporting someone, it's wrong. Like, that's a really high rate of termination or suspension for an individual. Nevertheless, the two things that really bothered me about TikTok, well, I gotta say this too. TikTok also has I'm all about archiving. So I don't really care about live streaming. And for a long time, when you would stream on TikTok, it would not allow you to save it on your grid or whatever, on your social media, unless you downloaded it and re-uploaded it. Okay, so on Instagram, here's what happens. I go live, and at the end of going live, it says, do you want to keep your video? And I say yes, and it puts it on my grid. Great. Unfortunately, TikTok is not that easy. What TikTok says is, at the end, do you want to download your video? It's like, okay, yeah. So then you have to download it, and then you have to upload it. Now, these are like 4-hour videos, and they're long videos. That's a lot of data. And you have to understand that when you're streaming like as much as I do, I don't have the time or the bandwidth to download everything and re-upload it all. I need it just to stream and save. So, and Instagram allows me to do that when TikTok does not. Now, TikTok has changed, and I'm not saying that the newest version of TikTok doesn't allow that, but at least last time I checked, it didn't. So, what are my disadvantages on TikTok? Well, if you can see, let me see if I can show you on my screen. I've got this. I know you're getting feedback. Just one moment. Can you see I got this overlay on a cell phone? They're like little buttons. Okay. Well, what that is just like I got the computers were being run by robots. I've got these little auto clickers on my phones that do the same thing, except instead of spamming people, they upload the video to Instagram. So I have years of my life, years literally, on multiple devices that have been recorded 24/7 because I'm able to use these robots or these auto clickers to automatically upload for me and then start up a new video. Unfortunately, TikTok does not have that ability. The way that I have to do it on TikTok is, number one, it has to get around the "are you still there" like captcha check after an hour, and then additionally, I would have to have it all download and all upload. So, long story to your very short questions, I do stream a little bit on TikTok, but not as much as I once did for the aforementioned reasons.
I almost do a TikTok night, like dedicated rabbi night 1 hour.
Now that's something we could definitely do, and I think that would be much more popular. because then it's like a combined group effort at the attention you're going to get. So I could have, like, I have accounts like that are available now, like 3,000 people. So I've got that one that I could do. And then other people could bring in theirs. And then it's a combination. So before, when we would only have my audience of like 3,000 people to be able to use, you know, you get 4 or 5 people in there and they're a lot more. I'm in agreement on that. Here's exactly, but here's something that ends up happening that can cause issues. I don't mean it happens every time, but it used to. You'll be in a chat, you'll be in like a group. Okay, I think before you could have one other person in the chat with you, and I think you could have like, or last time I checked, you could have like 3. I think you have 6 now or something like that. They're starting to branch it off. Okay, but if it's something like this. If you're in a discussion and someone else gets that discussion stream suspended, it reflects on your account. So what do I mean by that? You were just a guest, basically. Nevertheless, because you were considered a guest in there, you get the brunt of it as well. Discord had something like this too. It's really unfortunate. Discord, you know what Discord is, right? Exactly. And I understand. So you can join all the Discords you want. Great. So you're in the Discord, and I don't know. I mean, this hasn't happened to me, fortunately, but I read about it happening. So you're in Discord, and let's say we're in a Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new Discord, and we've got, I don't know, 100 people in it. Great. And let's say you start doing other things with your life, and you don't participate in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Discord anymore. You're still a member of it, but you just don't participate in it just because it's not really active, or maybe you're into other cryptocurrencies, whatever it may be. It's your own prerogative. But you don't want to leave it. It's there. Okay, well, guess what happens? Somebody comes into that Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new Discord, and let's just say they make a joke. They put a meme of, I don't know, an old man having sex with an old woman. Okay? Well, now that Discord is considered like a pornographic Discord. And every single person who is involved in that Discord, even if you didn't post it, even if you had only joined it once and never said anything, and you know, whatever, now you have some kind of mark against your account. And according to Geneva Convention, that's illegal. It's called like combined punishment or something like that. But you're not allowed to like punish people as a group, or you're not supposed to, at least in wartime. But yet, nevertheless, these tech companies are allowed to. So I am in Discord. I'm live in Discord right now. Do you know who Aiden Ross is? Oh, okay. I'm like the last person on earth who I think knows who this motherfucker is. But I've been live in his Discord for like a week now. And what do I mean by live? Yeah. So what I do is I find people who are big influencers who have Discords that are active. And I'll go into the person's Discord, and sometimes I talk to them, which is cool. And you know what? I mean, you know how I am. I can talk about a lot of different subjects, and you know, for whatever reason, sometimes people like me, sometimes they don't. Well, what happens? If you say something in there that someone doesn't like, a moderator, they can ban you. So what happened the other day? It was like a week ago. I was in Aiden Ross's Telegram or fucking Discord, and somebody was like, "Rabbi, we want to talk to you." And I was like, "Okay, what's going on?" They're like, "Are you live streaming us right now?" And I'm like, "You can see that I'm muted and deafened, so no, I don't have my computer shown right now. I am live streaming myself." And somebody else hears that and says, "Hey, you are self-promoting. You're gonna get a suspension for this." And I'm like, wait, somebody came to me and asked me what I'm doing, and all I did was answer their question. I didn't say follow me on Facebook and all that other shit. I didn't do that. But now you want to give me and there's no appeal, or actually there is an appeal process, but there's no appeal at that point. It's not like you can argue. So, boom. I get a 3-day suspension. I get suspended, period. I appeal it, and they change it to 3 days. What up, baby? How are you? What'd you say, man?
Maybe it's iPod one, maybe 10 videos I've got.
Oh, dude, we're going to the top. I live here, baby. This is what I do. Where do you want me to be? Do you want me to go to the library? Or do you want me to go to the park? Where do you want me to be? I'll go wherever you want me to go. That's okay. And okay. Anyway, wherever we were. This is something that I at least thank you so much. I appreciate that. Exactly. Well, yeah, and here's what happens. These guys have a Discord of like, I don't know, 10,000 people, and they have, I don't know, it's not that big. Okay, let's say they have a VC of 25 people, 18 of whom are mods. So, because, everybody wants a little bit of power, and so any one of those 18 people can fuck you over. So here's the fucking funny thing. This is hilarious to me. So, I learned my lesson. I don't talk in the voice chats. Why? Because anything that I say kind of can be interpreted as self-promotion, basically anything. Like, if anybody says, hey, what do you do for a living? I can say, I'm a rabbi and a certified project management professional, and I stream my life. Oh, okay, boom, I can get nailed for that. Somebody can say, why are you just streaming in your bedroom? Or why do you have your camera on your bedroom? I can say, oh, this is just one of a bunch of views. Boom, that's fucking self-promotion. So I realized I'm not going to fucking say anything. And what I do is I have multiple cameras simultaneously streaming different angles. So I have one camera on my ceiling that's like an overhead view that they're watching. And then I have a view of my computer, and I have a view of the computer, and I have a view of my computer of like my face. All right. So what does that do for you? Basically, it gives me a bunch of different views, and and then I turn on my camera, and it makes all the people in the stream like really interested. Like, why the fuck does this person have an overhead view? And who the fuck is this person? And all these people are like, who the fuck is this person? Now, you know why I get a lot of shit is because of my Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu stuff. It's like, Rabbi, why the fuck do you get any flack about that? Because it looks like I have like little kid clothes. It looks like I'm like a really creepy old man. And it's actually, you know what, GB, I misspoke. Oh, Squirrely's here. Dude, GB, I misspoke. You know why I got banned? It was not for self-promotion. It was because of this. This person asked me, why do you have Sonic bed sheets? And I said, they were a gift from a cryptocurrency. And somebody said, we don't want to hear about your cryptocurrency. And I said, I'm not telling, it's not my cryptocurrency. And I got a ban for that. That's what it was. I forgot. It was because of Harry Potter. So, I answer their questions. I do whatever they want me to, like, but I've learned that it's better for me to just shut the fuck up and then just stream my life, because here's what ends up happening. A lot of people end up checking out what I'm doing and thinking that it is either interesting or it's different. And they go to my YouTube that way. So it's fine to me. So what I've done is I've created another robot in this Discord, which is really fucking smart. Okay, I'll show you how it works in a second. Okay, so there are a bunch of mods in the Aiden Ross community who apparently don't have the ability to fully suspend me or fully terminate and kick me out. They just have the ability to remove me from a voice chat. So I can stay in the channel, I just am removed from a voice chat. Okay, so what does that mean? I'm in a voice chat and I'm streaming my life. I'll show you what it looks like right now. Okay, so you're gonna see Discord, and I come over to Discord, This is VC1 of Aiden's Planet. And if you're like, Rabbi, I don't see anything yet. Just a moment, this computer's doing a whole lot. And for some reason, sometimes Discord, I don't want to say it goes flat out crash on me, but it can. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. All right, so I'm gonna come to. I'm just gonna go to Aiden Ross's. Hey, Squirrely, do you know who Aiden Ross is? Excellent. So, did you guys know that he's a 30% owner of Kick?
Oh, I had no idea. I thought he was just like
Exactly. I just thought he was some dude.
gambling influencer, top bottom cook.
Exactly. But somehow he worked out. He owns 30% of Kick. So this is basically like his platform. So for me to be in here, I'm now okay. So you can see. You should be able to see. I'll double click it, but I have like an overhead view. Do you see? I have an overhead view. Excellent. And this overhead view. Just one moment. This overhead view gets a lot of reaction from people because they're like, what in the hell is he doing? What is all this? And what I can do is I turn on this robot that I built. What does it do? Okay, if I have it going right now. So what they do is they end up kicking me out of their VC. Not out of the channel, just out of the VC. Why? They don't like me. They think I'm away from keyboard, even though they can see me. Whatever the fuck they want. I don't control them. But this robot is so smart that whenever they kick me out, it knows exactly what happened, and it brings me right back into the VC and turns on my camera. So these guys are almost more interested. It's become a game with them over the course of the last week, where they're like, how the fuck, like this rabbi is literally asleep. He's snoring on fucking YouTube, yet whenever we kick him out, he's got to have like someone there who lets him back in. How the fuck is he able to do this? And I've heard them have these discussions like, dude, I'm going to kick him out this time and we'll see what happens. And it's like, boom, immediately I come right back. They're like, how the fuck is he doing this? So it's very funny to me. So I got multiple different methods and I can tell you that if you are going to do this yourself, be prepared for a lot of rejection because, you know, what's the phrase? You can please or you can fool. I think it's fool, but the please is the same thing. You can please all of the people some of the time and some of the people all of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. And in the same way, I can't make everybody happy at once. I can make everybody happy sometimes. I can make some of the people happy all the time, but I can't make everybody happy all the time. It's just at some point, one of these moderators is going to say, I don't like what you're saying, and boom, they're going to nail you for it. So in the meantime, I do this. Hey, Squirrely, have you seen my robot?
You started showing me it like last week, and then I got caught with something.
Excellent. Okay. I appreciate that.
We were gonna try to build one together or something.
Oh, dog. If you want to build one, I can certainly help you. I know. I'm going to show you what it does in a moment, and you're going to see. I just showed you I'm not going to do the whole thing, but this thing with one press of a button, it creates an account for me and spam, which is huge. To create a whole account and then spam for you, and you only have to press one button, is like revolutionary. It means that you can basically live your normal life or do whatever you need to do, and then this thing is going to do all the work for you. So what's it going to do for me? I'm going to come to the area that I needed to go. I'm going to have it play here, and you're going to see this thing. It's a little pink finger. I don't know if you can see it, but or not. Now it's like a pink cursor or pink pointer, and you can see this thing is going to auto spam for me.
And actually, this one got logged out, and I was telling GB that every hour or so that it will the people at Kick will ban my account, and I just create another fucking one. And I mean, you can ask GB; it's all automated basically. I had a whole conversation with him here, and it was spamming for me and creating accounts, and I didn't have to do anything. And so, if you can think about something, how you could use this, I mean, I can certainly help you program. It's not hard. And so, for what would this be good? I don't know. Do you play a game that you have to do the same tasks, or is there like a certain thing that you have to do every single day that is just kind of fucking annoying? Anything that's like basically can be like a routine task can be programmed in here, and it'll do everything that you need it to do. Basically, what this routine task is doing right now is it's going to copy a temporary email address. Oh, I was showing Squirrely. I'm sorry, showing GB. Squirrely. It even does the fucking human check for me. Basically, when you get a Cloudflare thing, it's going to accept over here all of the cookies, and then it's going to paste in the email for me. It'll pick the birth date. I always use Israel's founding date, and it gives me username. It's just fucking amazing. Squirrely, have you seen? I think you saw it, but maybe not. Have you seen that one man who? I have a video of him where I asked him, "Do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is?" And he's like, "Yes, I know. Shut up." You know that one? Exactly. That isn't just that guy. That's all of Kick, because these robots just come in and fucking plaster everybody's chats with my message. And here's the fucking funniest part of it. I forgot to say this. GB and Squirrely. Some of these people have what's called TTS on, which is text to speech. And what does that mean? It means that when I send my message, if I send it in the right way, it will speak my message to them. So instead of them just having a bunch of spam in their chat that says, world famous pussy eater Rabbi Rothschild takes karaoke requests 24/7, 365 on YouTube, type viral rabbi and YouTube filter by life. Instead of it typing that, it speaks it to them. So now they've got a fucking speaker of me, of my words in their chat. And because I spam it very, very quickly, all at the same time, even if they ban me, they have to hear 7 fucking messages that say, Rabbi Rothschild, world famous pussy eater, streams live 24/7, 365. And it becomes absolutely hysterical because these people are trying to shut down the fucking sound. And it's screaming at them that I'm a world famous pussy eater. And they're like, oh my God. So I can show you as this thing is going, and it's doing like OTPs, it's doing one-time passwords. I'm gonna come over here. Let's see if this, I might have to create an account, which is not a big deal. I'll show you, it doesn't take long. Kick. Okay, so I'll sign up. Let's see here. The way that I do it, I can do it very, very quickly. I just need this right email address. So there's this amazing website or it's actually an app that allows you to create any fucking email you want. So I can make this one Squirrely. SQUIRRELY, and I'm also going to make it Squirrely GB. Squirrely GB. So that's a new email address, like a usable email address that you can fucking use on the internet. I'm going to put that in here, and you can get emails to it. I'm going to paste it. Paste. I'm going to put in whatever fucking date I want. I'll make 14.8. And the username. Now, here's the funny thing. The username can be whatever I want it to be. A lot of times I choose Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube, but then when people see that, they ban the account immediately. So right now I'm just going to use I'll just use Squirrely GB. SQUIRRELY, and then GB. We'll even make it small with GB. Okay, Squirrely GB. I'm going to put in my password, and
I'm going to confirm it. And you'll see, I just want you to hear what these fucking people's reaction is. And I don't know if I'll be able to perfectly get it, because a lot of times these people are just so fucking sick of me, they don't want to hear anything more, and they'll just fucking ban me. They've already talked about me 100 fucking times, and I don't know it because I haven't been in their stream. All right. So this is really weird. As I am trying to do this, it always works for me. Why isn't it working for me? Squirrely GB, let's try a new email. Get a new email. Okay. Copy. We're going to keep the username as that. And I just want you guys to hear one of these fucking text-to-speech ones. They're so funny. Fuck it, I'm just going to choose a random date. All right, sign up. Okay. Check email. There's the email. Now, if you're like, Rabbi, why didn't the email come the first time? I don't know. It could be on Kick's end. It works, I would say, 85% of the time. No, probably more than that. 95% of the time. All right, so we have an account, brand new account. And here it is. All right, so now we want to find one of these text-to-speech people. And how do I know who they are? I've actually kind of almost memorized it. There are only so many fucking people who stream here on a given basis. And if you treat this fucking platform like it's your job and your life depends on it, well, you start to learn who these people are. All right, so there's this Action Man. Okay. Exactly. This guy hates me. All these people hate me. They're in Thailand. I always fuck with them. I really want to find one, though, that has a text-to-speech on because, in my opinion, here it is, TTS. Okay, I don't know if this guy's going to have it. Sometimes it's only on for subscribers, which means you have to pay money. But let's see. Yeah, this is Kick. Let me see. Okay, we're just going to spam it and see what happens. I don't know if it's actually going to speak, but they're already saying, moderators, we need help. Because I'm just spamming the shit out of them. And if you look at what they're, here, somebody said something back to me. I'd rather shit in my hands and clap you helmet. Why spam like that, they say. I mean, I'm getting feedback already. This guy gave me good feedback. I mean, that's hilarious. I'd rather shit in my hands and clap you helmet. Okay. So, these guys are, I mean, obviously what they're doing is really cool, but it's too loud for the TTS to work. So, I just have to, oh, this guy has it on. I love this guy. His name is Orlando Jet. Here we go. Let's see if it works.
One second.
This is so funny. It's still going. So he's got to play music over it now. It's still going. It's still going. All right. So. Oh, that's my life nowadays, kids. You can clip it, but for some reason, I don't know why it doesn't work when I clip it. I clip a lot of things. I can, but like I do that to that fucker every day. So we'll find some other. I mean, and literally, it's just. Did you hear that? That one guy's like, dude, I hate this squirrely guy, squirrely GB. He even said your name. Okay, because I made my name Squirrely GB. All right, so they even gave you a shout out. You didn't even know it. Okay, so if I come over here, now, some people have TTS on, I just don't know it. It's the people who advertise it when I just go in there and I fuck up this shit. And there are some people who I have fucked them up so much that like I go easy on them now. Especially people who are driving. If they're in a car, I don't want to fuck with them too much because then they're like they have to like stop the car or they have to adjust their fucking their phone while they're driving. And I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want people to know about me. So you're like, okay, so what are we gonna do now? Oh, I think this person has it. TTS, come on. Oh, it's $2, £2. So some people make you pay for TTS, which, I mean, is a really good way for them to make money. Okay, Discord TTS, here you go. This guy, or is it a girl? Let's see here. Asia from Africa. I don't know if it's going to work. Oh, and here's the other way they fuck me. I have to wait 54 seconds. Like, you can make it. You can make it for however long you want it to. So you can make it like, and the best way to fuck with me is to make it so that, you have to wait 10 minutes before saying anything. So I'll still get in there and be able to follow you. And a lot of times it'll show like Rabbi Rothschild and YouTube followed you or whatever. But I'm not able to spam. But if people don't know that, I mean, some people do, they're getting smarter about it, but not everybody. Now this person, they have to wait 18 seconds now. If they get really good at this and they start, like everybody starts making you follow first, I can just reprogram the robot to do follows first and then spam. So it's not a huge deal. Now we're gonna see if this works. I can't guarantee it. Obviously the other one is pretty good. Let's see. Here we go. I don't know if her TTS is working, so we'll try it. I don't think her TTS is working.
TTS world famous pussy eater Rabbi Rothschild takes karaoke requests live on YouTube. 247,365 form.
Yo, are you God?
Rothschild viral rabbi in any search engine. Please share to be trillionaire.
Vice President type 1 gets to be hard. Except for these bozos that's scamming in chat. For me.
I think she shuts off her TTS.
Okay.
She's smart. But I just keep fucking doing this until she bans me. And then guess what? I'll create a new fucking account and do it again. And this is what I do all fucking day. 18 hours a day I do this shit. Oh yeah, Monkey app. Yeah, I have. I got banned after seeing 3 people. It's like, Rabbi, how the fuck did you get banned so quickly? Again, I've said it before. Some people just don't like my name. And the first person I saw, it was a sex ad. So it wasn't a real person. The second person I saw, it was just blank. It was like they had their camera off. The third person I saw, it was from the Middle East. They were smoking a cigarette. They said a whole bunch of negative things about me. And then I got this message that said, your account has been terminated. So I could create another one or whatever, but you know, in the meantime, I was like, well, not to say that I won't do that because I will, but it's more fun when you have people watching you or you know, playing along or whatever. And so if you're just doing it yourself, the way that I find it best is to just fucking spam these people. So exactly. If I have people here, even if I had YouTube guys, we would do that if it were at night and all that other shit. But
There's a big that one guy, what is it, Goose Wayne? This nigga sent you a video in your DMs one time. He's just a bald guy, you know, his face, you know, looks sort of like a belt club, takes it off on the monkey app. He just does like an ugly face, but it's been pretty funny. Like, he's you know, coming up about bald people.
everybody's got, here are my, I don't want to say fears. Here's what I don't like about Monkey App. There's no way for me to filter. I only want to talk to people who are 18 years or older. It doesn't have, at least to my knowledge, it doesn't have that. So every single time you have to ask, are you 18? And I don't want to fucking talk to them. I don't want to ask them, are you 18? Because I'm interested in them. I want to know if they're 18 so I know I don't have to hold my tongue when I'm saying shit. And it's just, and here's what ends up happening. You'll get a 15-year-old girl who says, yeah, I'm 18. And it's like, all right, well, you don't look 18, so peace. But then it's like, all right, well, now you're discriminating against people. Just shit happens. Another thing that happens on that app all the time, a lot of penises. So people will just be there with their penis. So you can't show your screen. If you can't show your screen, you can't show your screen while you're live streaming, or else, you know, you'll get all kinds of shit on there. And okay, let's see here. Streamlabs. Let's see what this person has. I don't know. Do they have TPS? Yes, they do have TPS. Let's see if this works. I don't know if it will, because sometimes you have to pay for it. What in the fuck is this? Do you see his screen though? I'm just taking over. And that's what ends up happening. So now that guy's entire fucking screen is just my shit. And that's hilarious to me. Alright, so we can go into like other people too. I mean, honestly, I like the TTS ones because they're so funny. But if I go into any one of these, if they're a regular streamer, there are some people, and it's interesting to me, like, hey, they've never heard of me, but it's like, for how long have you been streaming? They're like, oh, this is my first stream. All right, this guy, so he doesn't speak English, he speaks Spanish. All right, we'll get him. So here's what he'll say.
Para Index. Y en esa misma página, en accesorios de mujer, ropa de bebé. Ahí lo pones. Buen señor. Lo primero, un poquito de educación. Si quieres, ¿vale?
So you can see it actually spamming on the side of his fucking screen.
Un poquito de educación, ¿vale?
He does. There, now he finally fucking banned me. And then I just move on to the next one. No big deal. We just move on to the next one. And then... What the fuck? What the fuck? That wasn't supposed to happen. Right. I welcome it. Alright, so... Right. So, we can also, let's use any of these girls. They have these girls in like bikinis and hot tubs. And I have this other thing that I do. This one's really funny, actually. Check this out. Follow. And then I ask if I can use a pickup line with them.
Let's go. We're getting closer.
Here we go. Are you ready for Rabbi Rothschild to use a pickup line on you? Yo, bitch, read your fucking chat. Hey, I just typed you, girl. Dog. So it's like, well, why wasn't she paying attention to you? She knows who Rabbi Rothschild is, and she's ignoring me. I mean, I'm not saying that for sure, but that could be. All right, Roxy Foxy, here we go. Q. She just banned me. All right, my man. Well, that's what we do. That's our life. As you see, it's just a matter of time until I go viral. Excellent. Well, friends, you know where I am. Excellent. You guys take care. Excellent. Come back soon. Take care, baby. Oh.
Westbound, right there at the Riverside Drive. Stumble there in the center divide, causing some sort of Glendale Avenue, making it kind of rough getting out of Glendale for you. Elsewhere in the valley, noticing we've got another stall there on the 101 northbound, right around Shoup Avenue, there in the Woodland Hills area. They're working on clearing that, but traffic on that 101 as you head westbound or northbound, really slow, starting at about Balboa Boulevard. It just gets slower and slower heading westbound, so watch out for delays there. Rubido still working a crash, 60 eastbound past Valley Way. Several cars involved, one of them rolled over there. 2 left lanes are still blocked, and traffic is slow on both sides. Also in the industry, we've got a stall at 605 northbound near the 60, the center lane blocked with that one. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, Will Colesrider, KFI in the sky.
16th Minute of Fame is the new weekly podcast hosted by me, Jamie Loftus. Every week, we take a closer look at an internet character of the day. Fiend Dad, The Dress, 30 to 50 Feral Hogs. If you knew what any of those were, you spend too much time online. And I do too. Who are they? What made them notorious? Why did the internet choose them? What does a person do when they get more attention than the human psyche can handle? Listen to 16th Minute of Fame on America's #1 podcast network.
Fuck is that shit?
Your free iHeart app, search 16th Minute of Fame.
With the American Express Gold Card, you can earn 4 times membership rewards points at restaurants worldwide. So this, right this way, is the sound of earning points. Hear that? Also the sound of earning points. Yep, even that is the sound of earning points. With the MX Gold Card, when you dine out at restaurants, you can be earning points.
What's it called?
Learn more at AmericanExpress.com/US/Terms
Bacillosaurid?
apply.
Decorating, it's the new thing.
Huh.
I'm going for
Wow.
such a twisted sheet with a
Designated UNESCO World Heritage Site in July 2005 for its hundreds of fossils of some of the earliest forms of whale. Wow. The Archaeoceti, a now extinct suborder of whales. The site reveals evidence for the explanation of one of the greatest mysteries of the evolution of whales. The emergence of the whale as an ocean-going mammal from a previous life as a land-based mammal. No other place in the world yields the number, concentration, and quality of such fossils. Wow. That's wild. That is wild. Whale fossil, how big it is. They found. That's fucking crazy. Bro, look what they found. Look at that. That's insanity. They found an enormous whale skeleton in the fucking desert. You ever see the animal they said was a whale before it became a whale? It was a wolf. I have a photo of it on my Instagram. This is the original. Look at the fucking mouth. Holy shit, dude. That thing's crazy. They found that thing. They found that thing. So, show the animal, James, that you a whale, or that a whale became a whale from this, evolved from this animal. It looks like some weird looking dog-like wolf. Yeah, no, there's images that if they've recreated of what it looked like when it was walking around on the ground. Yeah, that's it. The origin of wolf, or whale, that thing. It does look like a rat there. That one's actually in the water, but it's not that big either. But if you see the images of what it looked like, there's one that I have, Jamie. It's on my Instagram because I remember that's what it looked like. Look at that one down there. Oh yeah, look at that fucker. Look at that. So those suckers walked around on the ground outside. And somehow or another, they chose to live in the ocean, allegedly. They believe in evolution. That's wild. Basically, the world's created in 6 days. You think that's what happened? Whales? That they used to like a land animal. That land animal. Somehow or another. Yeah, that's wild. And also, how long did it take before you figured that out? Yeah, exactly. How many bones did you guys have to? Who was the guy who hey, I got a crazy thought.
Yeah, because I imagine they probably didn't find it all. It looked like they found a lot. They stacked it like that. They probably haven't found a lot intact like that. One of those people with giant bones.
Right. I mean, that one looked at that. I hope they weren't full. Yeah, I hope they found it like that. Like that. Cool shit. Yeah. That was all laid out there. The skeleton, how aliens are breathing the animal. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Oh, right, a rabbit versus like if you look at the skeleton. Yeah, right. Yeah, you would think that's some sort of a predatory animal. That's funny. There's a rabbit skeleton. You wouldn't know. What is that thing in the lower left? What the hell is that thing from past that? Lower left. Yeah. What is that? So if someone took the bones of modern animals, like the horse or something like that, or tried to, yeah, because our idea of what a dinosaur looks like is completely speculative, right? In fact, there's in Montana's, they have a science museum, and in the front they have a velociraptor as they're normally depicted, and then on the other side it's how they think they might actually be, which is covered in feathers. Yeah, like a bird, just like a bird. Yeah, yeah. See if you can find that from the Montana Science Museum. It might be in Museum of Natural History, Montana, whatever it is, but it's in those. Yeah, I saw it when I was there. I was like, oh, look at it. Oh man, because we think of them as like reptiles. Yeah, it's a lizard-looking thing. But they think they at least know some of them. They now know for sure have feathers. They found fossilized. Images where it shows like yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's exactly it. So they think it might look like that, which is actually even scarier. It's kind of scarier if it's pretty. If it's gonna fuck you up and it's beautiful, yeah,
I can see that. That looks more realistic.
It does,
Like
right?
something that we see.
Right. And if birds are really dinosaurs that survived, and they have so many of the characteristics of dinosaurs now, some of them do, right?
Yeah.
And some of them even have teeth. So if you look at that thing, like, yeah, I can see.
Yeah, it does look like a angry chicken.
So the theory is that many different dinosaurs, perhaps, even the T-Rex, I've heard speculated that T-Rex, look at that fucker, woo, that's crazy. Wow. Yeah, that looks cooler.
Yeah, cool wig on.
Yeah, it looks like he's in his hairband phase. Look at his hairband. It looks like he's being poisoned.
Yeah.
They don't really know. I mean, one day they'll probably figure it out. But right now, it's just a lot of guessing. I wonder how they could be. Well, one way they could figure out to bring us back. That'd be sweet.
I mean, we can pretty much do that with mammoths now, right?
Oh, that's real
Yeah.
Yeah, we're actually going to go see the mammoth when it's actually made.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see that thing. Like, what are you going to do with that?
Yeah.
You don't let them loose.
Because they're gonna, so they start with an elephant and then they do the embryo. And then how many generations?
Indian elephant?
Right.
I don't know.
Because then they'll just keep doing it with the upright.
Yeah.
Mammoth.
Yeah, they're just gonna, I guess they'll keep doing it and then develop breeding pairs. And then, they're gonna have to separate them, make sure they have genetic diversity.
Are they gonna like put them back in the wild?
I think they are. I think they want to do it in Siberia first.
Yeah.
The idea is that it would stop global warming by, I don't know how.
Yeah.
So eat more of those.
Yeah, even more are spreading the seeds probably
Yeah.
with their feces.
Probably turn us into a new ice age. These fucking idiots.
I think stomping on the ground too is
Yeah.
like
They're gonna literally cool the planet to the point where we're fucked.
Right,
And they're gonna be like, we're gonna kill all the mammoths to bring back global warming.
exactly. That'll be like the next hunting.
Well, that's what my friend Randall Carlson always says. He said, because global warming is a concern, because global cooling is a real concern. That's what's really scary. What's really scary is ice ages.
Yeah.
Because there's been moments on Earth, while human beings were alive and while animals lived, there's been moments on Earth where it got so cold that there was so little oxygen on the Earth, that we almost didn't make it.
That's great.
Like we're all biological life was real close to being extinguished.
Yeah, having been to the Arctic, you realize like you don't want it to be that cold everywhere.
All the time,
Oh my
everywhere.
god.
And all these fucking things that want to spray the skies with particles and cool the sunlight. Slow down.
Yeah.
Why don't we just move to the places that used to be cold when it gets a little warmer? Wouldn't that be a better solution than fucking starting another ice age, you dipshits?
Yeah.
Because they don't really know what's going to happen if they do wind up cooling the Earth.
But I get
What
like
if it works too good?
yeah. Or what I mean I suppose like one giant volcano, super volcano can get clear pretty quick too, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, one giant volcano, we're fucked.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody who lives anywhere near Yellowstone, when it blows, is fucked. But even people in England are fucked with Yellowstone.
Oh yeah.
Everyone's fucked. It's going to be nuclear winter.
Yeah.
Over the whole world.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
All plants are going to die. People turn to cannibals. And that happened. They got down to the Toba, right? That's it, the Toba volcano in Indonesia. There's a super volcano that blew. They think it got down to, I forget the number of thousands of people, but thousands of people left on Earth. And they traced that back to this particular super volcano explosion. I think it was 70,000 years ago. Wow. Yeah, 70,000. A Toba eruption been associated with a genetic bottleneck in human evolution about 70,000 years ago. It's hypothesized that the eruption resulted in a severe reduction in the size of the total human population due to the effects of the eruption and on the global climate. According to the genetic bottleneck theory, between 50,000 and 100,000 years ago, human populations decreased by 3,000 to 10,000, decreased to 3,000 to 10,000 surviving individuals. So there was as little as 3,000 That's the low number of humans on Earth because of this eruption. So literally, like a good-sized theater where like I would do a show.
That's crazy.
3,000. Those are the people that live. That's it. For the whole Earth.
Yeah, we're super adaptive to the cold, right?
All 3,000 can be like it's not split 50-50 male female.
Right. Yeah. Who knows? They probably mostly men survive. It's supported in suggesting that modern humans are descended from a very small population of between 1,000 and 10,000 breeding pairs that existed about 7,000 years ago. That is fucking kooky. So there was a 10-year volcanic winter triggered by the eruption. Could have largely destroyed the food sources of humans and caused severe reduction in population sizes. These environmental changes may have generated population bottlenecks in many species, including hominids. This in turn may have accelerated differentiation from within the smaller human population. Therefore, the genetic differences among modern humans may represent changes within the last 70,000 years rather than the gradual differentiation over hundreds of thousands of years. Wow. Imagine the only the dummies lived and we had to start from scratch.
Yeah.
No wheel, no nothing, no flint tools, just morons. Just the dumbest of fucking humans.
Statistically, that's what will happen.
Yeah, well that's probably what does happen to human populations. Probably some sort of a collapse and a rebuild. But not everywhere. I think there's always going to be a part that gets spared, except in super volcanoes. Seems that and asteroid impacts. Those are the big, that's start from scratch and roaches rule, right? Then you're fucked. Yeah. Which is also on the table. That's on the menu. Roaches? No. Asteroids. Oh, but roaches too. Yeah. Have you ever eaten a cicada?
No, I've never had that grasshoppers and cave crickets.
Callahan was giving out recipes for how to cook them. Yeah, he was telling you how to bake them. Like, his podcast?
Yeah.
He was Cal's Corner. Yeah, what is Cal's Weekend Review? Yeah. So he was telling you how to you cook them, bake them in the oven. He's got the temperature of whatever it is, 250 degrees, whatever.
And you make it flour out and
Put teriyaki sauce on them, season them, eat them.
Okay.
Well, apparently,
I just get better at helping.
But if you have so many cicadas, don't you want to try it?
I guess.
Like there's places that have these extreme this year, right? Or having extreme blooms, right?
We have rather big horned cricket that comes through travel through there. Yeah, they're wild. And make the road all slippery, look up, like ice on the road, cars go off the road. Really? They get squashed, so they start to eat the dead ones. So they pile on the dead ones and create these sludge. Yeah, and then it gets thicker and thicker, and it just completely slick. Like the roads get like ice.
Do they plow?
No, I don't think they plow.
Whoa,
yeah,
that's real?
I guess they do. Apparently.
They plowed them on the Idaho Highway. Wow, that's crazy. Can you show a video of that?
There's a.
Wait, those are all crickets?
Oh yeah.
Dude, that's
and they're disgusting.
That's insane. So they just smashed them and then they're scooping them off. Look how they're scooping them off to the side. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's just like snipes.
I had this, I was hunting last year, and there's just a bunch of them. Everybody was full water trough. I guess, like a cattle water trough out in the abandoned. And somehow some got in there, must have died, and the other ones keep piling in. It was like probably a foot or two people just dead crickets just piling into it. The smell was so bad. You'll never forget that smell. Very gnarly.
That's the thing that people keep saying.
There was a small town in like rural Nevada that had the crickets come in, so they just decided, I don't know, they put a bunch of speakers down and blasted like hard rock music, and they scared me kept the crickets away from the town.
That makes sense.
The noise, yeah.
It's a loud wind.
Yeah. There's a certain band that they figured stops the crickets to let us.
I got a little
Metallica.
It's just pretty amazing. That's amazing. God, I never even heard of this. Mormon crickets. Do they call them Mormons because they fuck so much? Do they make so many of them? They have so many kids?
Yeah.
Why are they called Mormons?
I don't know.
So is this? I've never even heard of this thing before. Have you heard of this, Jamie? That is nuts.
Yeah. I think they also call maybe potato crickets or something like that as well. But yeah, they're
And is this a once a year thing or
once
once
a year, and then they're like a big hatch. I think maybe because the winter last year, there's just millions of them. But that's the one that works.
Wow. Downtown.
Yeah, so in the apocalypse, you can just keep these guys from eating your crops with some.
Yeah. Can you though? That's fucking insane.
Yeah, like in
each other.
Yeah, when you walk through there, you step and they create these piles of eating each other.
Bro, this is bananas. How do you stay there?
I guess you're sleeping on the ground.
Oh, camping? Oh my God. Have you had that happen?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Not.
How'd you sleep? Did they get your... Did you sleep
No.
right?
No, it's
Bro, what does that sound like while you're sleeping?
Yeah.
What does it sound like when you're sleeping?
Just crickets crawling.
Just constant crawling.
Yeah, or you feel it and they kind of like you get like someone said
Isn't it that? Oh, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta wipe the guts off your boots. Look at that. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, it's not all the time, but it is like generally late summer.
I know we've covered this before, but what exactly happens to grasshoppers if they become locusts? There's something that has to do with the population, the numbers, the time of year, where grasshopper becomes locust and will just fill the air and fucking destroy everything, destroy everybody's crops.
Yeah.
Everything. It's like people starve to death because locust infestation.
Well, I think even something like that, you see the plants, they just come, they'll be on the plants, and just, it's like a tree covered in bugs, just constantly eating. And then I guess they lay the eggs under the ground, and then die. And then they,
Wow. If you lived in like the 1800s and you like barely had migrant
and then those guys come by. Bad day.
people died. I mean, wasn't that like a biblical threat? Like curse you with locusts?
Yeah.
Wasn't that like a thing that people would do back in the day?
Yeah.
Locusts. Yeah.
Just come and eat all your food.
What causes grasshoppers to become locusts? All locusts are grasshoppers. Big difference. There was the thing that I had read was that it was a particular type of grasshopper when there's a certain population density, it causes some morphogenic change in the animal.
And then they just move together.
Yeah.
Because it is weird, like the mormon crickets, they do that where they move in a certain direction and they're all moving together. It's really weird. It's hard.
Yeah, there's something about the amount of them. Like they get a bunch of them together. It's like a gang mentality. You know, like when you have riots and people storm the streets and it's like a mob mentality. Yeah, I guess that happens with them too, but they have changes in their actual physiology. Yeah. The strange thing that turns grasshoppers into locusts, it's like YouTube bizarre beasts. That fellow looks like he knows what he's talking about. But that's it's weird when animals can change. Like for some reason, bugs I can kind of deal with it. You know, but like pigs, the wild pig thing is one of the craziest things of all time. That if you let a domestic pig loose, their snout lengthens, their fur grows, and they start growing these tusks. And it happens pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah, they just go feral, and it's the way that they survive better because they aren't getting fed all the time. So there's physiological changes because they have to move around.
But there's no other animal. If you let a dog go, the dog's just gonna be a dog. So we tried to figure that out yesterday. We were joking around. Like, how long would it take for a dog to be wolf? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if humans turned wolves into dogs, how many generations of wild dogs would it take for a wolf emerged?
I don't know. I have seen a pack of wild dogs in an area where there are wolves, and those wild dogs, like, they get pretty vicious and pretty efficient pretty fast. But then they probably could probably crossbreed with the wolf.
Oh, they definitely could. There's a lot of wolf hybrids.
Yeah.
People buy wolf hybrids.
Yeah, that's what I wonder though if they would actually survive. You know, it's kind of a challenge to breed, but to pack the feral dogs is larger than they probably.
I wonder if it's a cycle that just would happen automatically if given enough time. Like, if you could reproduce the cycle of turning a wolf into a dog. If you just let the dogs out and there would be no more dogs and just be all wolves, and then civilization reemerges and we turn wolves into dogs. Yeah,
Maybe.
I mean, you can't. But if you take a wild pig and you put it in a pen, that fucker's wild forever.
Yeah.
Like, you have a wild boar, it's not gonna it's not gonna shrink, right?
No.
It's not gonna turn pink again. And look huge. Okay. In the early colonial times, that's why they put their ears into patterns of colors.
Because they'll be domestic and running around.
I will say this, the same thing I said about Clarence Thomas and his
Pigs were allowed to live basically feral existence, but they were still what we'd recognize as domestic swine. The practice of free-ranging pigs may still exist in some areas, but I think it largely died out during the 20th century. However, as a result, just about every part of North America can support feral pigs has them. However, in California, a landowner in the 1920s imported European wild boar for hunting. I think that landowner was William Randolph Hearst.
I think
sure.
Yeah,
that cocksucker. That's the reason why weed's illegal to this day. That piece of shit. These animals hybridize with feral pigs, producing the offspring with some of the appearance and characteristics of wild boar. That genetic line has been spreading for 95 years or so. It's been quite successful. And there's some in California. They have them in San Jose, like in people's yards, like they're like people in suburbs, like they'll wake up and there's fucking wild pigs knocking over rooting in their garbage, tearing them all apart, destroying them. They can destroy giant chunks of like turf, like golf course turf. They just go right through it.
Yeah, you just root it up. Up to them for one and another stuff.
Yeah.
Like smell what's underneath the grass.
Like if you were just living wild, and if the world goes to shit, they're the best animal around because you are insured. There's going to be a high population if you want predators.
Yeah, there's like feral goats. Goats multiply super fast. They're in like really harsh environments.
It's probably people brought them to Hawaii, right?
Yeah, Hawaii and New Zealand, like a lot of places, they just flourish because they can go in everything from jungles to desert. No,
when people do bring animals into a place, like we were talking about Adam Greentree today, and he lives in Australia where they kill cats. Yeah, there's so many wild cats that wild cats have killed everything. Wild domestic cats, regular cats, kill all the ground nesting birds. They just decimate populations. Yeah, they're just fucking everything else. So they hunt them over there. So you ever seen an Australian hunting magazine?
Oh yeah, it's like they got a guy with a cat.
I don't think a dead cat is like dead. I got a nice cat, mate. I'm like, whoa. Yeah. Just every time humans bring an animal into an area, almost definitely, especially if it's a predator, they don't fuck everything up.
Yeah, and most of the time they bring it into control of the problem with rats and mice. And it's like, well, they're elusive. They're going to definitely kill the ground nesting birds that are way easier to hunt and kill.
Yeah, they don't know their job. It's so funny that people didn't know. I mean, I guess they just didn't know. They probably had shitty books. You know, they did all this stuff in the 18th, like New Zealand. When did they start doing that?
Oh, bringing animals over?
Yeah. What year was that?
Yeah, they're basically something.
Yeah. Just let's bring animals over, no predators. What could go wrong?
Right. And they just exploit population. But it really shows you too, like, when there's predators on the landscape, they definitely take a toll on the prey species.
Oh, for sure. Well, like in reintroduction of wolves.
Yeah.
You know, and now they're doing it in Colorado. Good idea, guys.
Yeah.
Bring them everywhere. They're talking about bringing grizzly bears to the Cascades.
I saw that.
You guys not know what a grizzly
No.
bear is?
Well,
You
I
should
mean-
go speak to them about your experience on Fog
I'll
Neck
tell you,
Island.
like, the thing about
Superfluous means like it's extra,
grizzly
it's
bears is
unnecessary,
people, it's
not
generally
needed,
people that
it's
don't live in those
unnecessary.
areas making the decisions for the people that do.
It's a week's
You think
free
about it, like,
protest
even the
on
places where you're gonna encounter a bear,
Look
not
at that on the
that many
television
people
where you
that
just
live
visit.
there.
There's
But when
like
they,
more
the
cops
actual
that you see
number
than
of
there
people
are
that get
protests.
attacked
Well, they
and
learned.
killed might be
They
insignificant in the whole population, but in those areas, it's pretty significant. Yeah, and it'd be like, what if we released, I don't know, Kodiak brown bears, well, there was brown bears in California, it's on the flag, right? Coastal, large, giant brown bears.
Yeah.
I mean, a couple of those running through San Francisco, probably clean up the street pretty quick.
Oh, yeah. You have a homeless problem? Let's reintroduce. We're a bunch of colonizers who stole this land from bears. Right. Bring them back.
There's a,
Amazing bears back at this one.
yeah, and you look at like the whole of Canada where there's nobody living, and there's a lot of brown bears, grizzly bears, all the way through Alaska and the Arctic. There's a lot of those bears around in places where there aren't people. And
Right, but the problem with Canada is the population centers like Vancouver don't have bears. Right, and so they're the ones who vote. Right, and so they voted to make bear hunting, at least brown bear hunting, illegal in BC. And the guy just got jacked yesterday by brown bear in BC.
yeah, it becomes more and more popular because we have more people in their territory, and we're gonna expand them. But there's a reason to be. I mean, I love large bears. Like, it's awesome to see them. It's an incredible experience. But there's certain places where they can be. There's certain places where they probably shouldn't be. There's a reason that we got rid of them in a lot of places because like they kill these people. And imagine if it was like percentage-wise, I don't know, the amount of people who get attacked and killed by bears is going up for sure. And it might be a small percentage, but okay, you took it per capita for people that are in their turf, right? Say, I don't even know, it's a 0.001%. Well, what would that be in New York City, right? And if you had some monster that came and killed 1,000 people a year, you'd be like, let's get rid of this fucking monster.
Which is what they did.
Right.
Yeah, that's what they did. I mean, Lebec, California is named for the place where the last person in California was killed.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, they just kind of fucking, and then they said, hey, let's kill them all. And then we were like, let's bring them back. I miss the monsters. Yeah.
Which, I mean, there are places where it's like, it's awesome to see them there, and we should have them there.
Yeah,
But I don't think we should have them everywhere. Because, especially with like our populations now, is they don't realize what they're doing in those places.
you know, people are releasing wolves in California, like sketchy people, like sketchy activists. Yeah, there was one outside of Bakersfield. We played a video of it on this podcast. My friend who lives up there found it. He saw this. He filmed it. He was driving on the highway, and they're like, I think that's a fucking wolf. And they pulled over and they zoomed in on this wolf.
Yeah, I've heard of people. I guess they, I mean, there's taller wolves doing more in another place.
Right, but this is not that.
This is just like releasing wolves in Southern
Yeah,
California.
some dipshit thought it would be cute to let a wolf go.
Contracts which require a venue to use Ticketmaster for a certain number of years. Virtual saying the company has no issues with any venue that says they want to be non-exclusive. ABC's says virtual instead venues or insistent venues prefer using only one ticketing service.
And this thing was like 5 miles from an In-N-Out.
Was it like a wild wolf or was it just like a wolf dog?
No, it's a wolf. It's a wild wolf. He might have got a new phone. might have
largest
his
Memorial Day
full
weekend
phone
event.
number in my
And
book and not
Navy
have that
fighter
number
Brian
saved in
O'Rourke
an
tells
old
KFI's
text
Wake Up
message
Call
exchange.
it's free.
Military exhibits
We probably didn't have an iPhone. We probably had until you
not only
mobile saving.
the Coast Guard, the
Yeah,
Marines, the Army,
and-
all
all right, I give up.
displays out
I
there.
got it. I know we played it on the
Yeah.
podcast before, but it is a bizarre video. You watch the video. Wow, that's a big wolf. It's running near this cow, and then someone comes along and chases it away. And runs off.
Really?
Somebody just, and then we showed a video yesterday of El Cerritos, California, where a wolf's just running down the street, a big ass wolf. That was apparently a year ago. It was on TikTok.
Last
See if you can find that again. Oh, beautiful.
last year I was in New Mexico, and they have Mexican wolf. There's difference in like the gray wolves or the wolf. Bigger, smaller than two. They're kind of like a shaggy wolf. They're a lot smaller. They're like a large coyote. We saw a lot of them. Really? We saw a pack of them in the same day that we saw 4 to 6 of them. A friend of mine was looking at them. They saw some 6 others somewhere else. So they were like, you say the probably the ocean's not that large, but this is that's a substantial portion of the population. And then it
I'm
can't
gonna survey the
it can't be heard, which would be completely different ones than the ones that we were seeing of 30 miles away from where I was. Yeah. So like, there's a lot of them in here. I mean, their population's really off fast.
Then keeping track of, I'm sure. I mean, how much money they're spending in Mexico to get a good audit of the whole population.
Yeah, and this is in New Mexico. Northern New Mexico. Or no, southern New Mexico.
And so they're coming from Mexico?
No, they're just called Mexican wolves. I guess it's a separate species.
Oh, it's not a red wolf?
No, red wolf's also a separate species. So I think the red wolf's the one that's a lot more rare, but the Mexican wolf is the one that they have in New Mexico.
How big is the Mexican wolf?
Probably probably something like that. Oh yeah, that is like a wolf.
Yeah. So this is my friend again.
Oh, I found out what happened.
But just, that's okay. Just look at that. Look at that image. That is a wolf.
Yeah,
And that thing was outside of Bakersfield, bro.
that's crazy.
Bakersfield. You know the In and Out that's down on the 10? Yeah. Or the 5? Is that the 5?
Yeah, 5.
Yeah, 5. That's a couple miles away from that.
Wow.
What the fuck? How did it feel?
Yeah.
And he saw it driving. He's like, hold on. Was that a fucking wolf? So
Like that's a pretty good video.
there's people that run some of these wolf, I don't know what you're gonna call them. Yeah, these wolf organizations.
Yeah.
That their stated goal is to reintroduce wolves so that we will no longer need to hunt. The wolves will take care of the wild animals. They'll keep the population in check. Totally not taking into account pets, kids, Little Red Riding Hood, like all that shit. The reason why we were scared of wolves in the first place, they think the wolves are just going to stick to deer.
Yeah.
Are they going to take out hikers, bird watchers? Good luck.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Also, too, I mean, when you think about wolves being across the United States, we have a giant Great Plains full of bison, millions of bison. Like, they have a lot more food sources and a lot more ability to purchase food sources in a different world. We don't have that.
Yeah, and to bring them into this world now is just so goofy. I can't imagine how they got away with it in Colorado. Like, all those ranchers are going to get fucked. They're going to get fucked.
Well, I mean, from I don't know, it's just speculation, but I'm pretty sure this is the fact that they took wolves that were depredating like cattle and then released them in Colorado. And guess what they're doing? Killing cattle. Weird. Did you see they found one dead and it was killed by a mountain lion? Yeah, so this was kind of an interesting thing. Well, in Montana, they did a huge study on wolves because everyone's like, the wolves are killing all the elk, which is sort of true because the elk mortality went up. But what they found is the mountain lions were actually killing more elk, and the wolves were pushing off.
There was
The mountain lions. So yeah, mountain lions. I've actually witnessed wolf is pushing a mountain lion off the kill. So the mountain lions are just a mountain lion is actually probably one of the most efficient predators out there, more efficient than the wolf, I would say. And so the mountain lions can kill pretty much whenever they want. They're just so good at it. So mountain lions will kill. They start to eat the wolves would come in, run them off, like and kill. And then what that makes mountain lions kill again. So they're just using these mountain lions to do their killing for them. Right, so they run off the mountain lion. So my speculation is it's been proven that this pollard one that just released in Colorado was killed by a mountain lion. It's like that mountain lion is being taken. Like, haven't seen you aren't taking like kill the wolf.
Right, not only that, but they have a small number, because they only released a handful of them.
Yeah.
So he might have been on the go.
Yeah, who knows?
He got a little cocky with
Yeah,
the
they're like, oh, chase you off. And,
Yeah.
mountain lions are fairly timid when they run. They go off, they get up in a tree and okay, they kill you. But in this particular instance, mountain lions killed the wolf.
He had enough.
Yeah, it's like
Not enough.
yeah. So
So
one of
he
these.
found dead in Colorado. It's like, look at these wolves, they have loose, man. They're amazing. Look, I'm glad they exist, but I feel like reintroducing them is opening up a can of worms. For instance, akin to releasing cats in Australia. I know they came from that place, but they haven't been in that place in a long fucking time.
Yeah.
100 years.
In the world's so much different now. Like, yeah, but you can't just go back to the way things were because it just isn't possible. I mean, there's a lot of invasive plants that have taken over forests for hundreds. There's a lot of just so much has changed road system. I mean, never carved there. That, I mean, wolves can travel a lot faster on roads, cover more country, be more efficient at killing.
Yeah, and then there's going to be massive resistance to reducing their population, which there is already. Right. It's a mess. You opened up a crazy can of worms because you don't understand wolves. The thing is, it's like these people that want to make these decisions to reintroduce these things, they're essentially activists. They have this idea in their mind, this utopian view of nature being played out, but they're not taking into account like what these things actually are. You just have this like beautiful idealized version of what a wolf or a grizzly bear is. But you're releasing predators.
Yeah. And actually, the other thing too is like Colorado, the wolves that they released there were not the type of wolves that were in Colorado. It's more of a prairie wolf, which is more similar to Latin Mexican. Wolf is a lot smaller wolf than the ones from way far north. The ones that are north, as you go further north, species get larger.
Yeah.
And it's like they're taking these that weren't even in the landscape ever and kind of filling a gap with them.
Well, that's what they did in Montana. They took it to Canada.
Yeah.
And so these Alberta wolves,
Yeah, they're a giant beast and a wolf, which they, they need more food. They're more efficient at killing certain species like our moose population. Just suck. Protect something and protect the moose because there's plenty of wolves in North America. There's not that many Shiras moose, which is really hurting in areas where they're reintroduced wolves because they just weren't used to that kind of predator that time of year.
Also, they don't have packs of moose.
Right. Yeah. Very solitary.
Very solitary.
They drop a calf. Now the cow moose will protect that calf, but
Especially can.
Yeah. It's not,
That's the reason why cow moose are so dangerous to be around. Because of wolves. Because like a deer is not going to really stop people. It's very rare that a deer will help people. Moose will come for you. It will run at you.
especially if you got like a dog or something that triggers that. But people running that like did a rod. Have to kill them to protect themselves and the dogs will come charge the dogs. Yeah, this year a guy, I think the guy that won it had to kill a moose. He got time penalized because he didn't get the moose well enough. He still won it.
He got time and penalized because he didn't gut the moose well enough?
Yeah, so if you have to like protect yourself in a life or death situation, like whether it's a bear, a moose, doesn't matter. You still have to follow all the laws, and that law is like you have to salvage things so you didn't gut it very well. I guess like he was probably in a hurry, just gut it, did it real fast. And
Overcame killing a moose and receiving a time penalty when imagine a fucking game you're in where there's a time penalty when you kill a moose.
yeah, a moose that's trying to kill you and your dog.
Wow.
It's a pretty wild deal, actually.
Insane. Yeah. So So you have to gut it, but do you have to salvage the meat?
No, I think that they can leave. So for this race, they can leave the meat there, but they have to.
Okay,
I don't know whether they mark it with a GPS or something, so that somebody does come in and salvage the meat.
Wow. This dog, Falu, was injured before CB shot and killed the moose with a handgun. Race rules require any big game animal killed in defense of life or property to be gutted before the musher moves on. He told officials he gutted the moose the best he could, however, he was ultimately giving a 2-hour penalty because he only spent 10 minutes gutting the moose. I mean, what is it? It was best. You can't. Like, what does that mean?
I don't know.
Either you got a moose or you don't got a moose.
Right, so maybe he just opened it up. I have no
Right.
idea.
He might have just like opened the gut.
Tried to get it and like, okay, I'm getting. But imagine not being prepared for that, like covered in blood, and 50 foot covered.
Also, like, what if your knife is not sharp and you go through the first hide? You gotta dull the shit out of that thing. Sawing at it with a bullshit dull knife, trying to cut open this moose, and then trying to cut all the organs out with that same bullshit dull knife. You don't have a knife sharpener.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the circumstances, but yeah, I can imagine it being a shit show.
Like, I could see a moose being so, like, you tell me, the moose is so big, you might have to sharpen your knife if you're dressing a moose.
Yeah. Yeah,
Or you might have, like, as you're cutting it, you might have to resharpen your knife.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, especially if you're skinning it and all that, depending on how sharp type of knife you have and all that. But you probably just have like I guess it's like a small knife that
Bullshit how long?
yeah, kind of
Those
thing.
little fucking tiny razor blade
I
knives.
know.
Fuck. That's crazy. 2-hour time limit. That's seems rude.
Yeah. Still won though. That's pretty good.
It is pretty good, but it is what a crazy game you're playing. Yeah, where there's time penalties built in for not gutting a moose. How would I know you went to Greenland? Cause, yeah, I saw those videos. Was that when you were still hunting with a mouse?
It was, yeah.
Greenland was amazing.
Yeah, that place is wild. I didn't realize like that. You see that ice picture of it's all ice around the ocean. It's pretty green. Yes. But that ice sheet is massive. It looks like a giant mountain. I mean, it climbs an elevation. You don't really realize it. Kind of
It's all just ice.
Yeah, it's massive ice sheet.
Wow.
It's pretty wild.
Do people walk on those? You have to be careful. You
Yeah,
don't
they
fall
do.
through, right?
Like while we were there, we ran into people that were getting There's really some people were giving like town expedition or something. And they left. They didn't look like they had enough gear for the expedition. When we came back in, people were getting terrified out to the hospital. Imagine like 6-7 days into a 30-day trek and already one finger down.
Were they not geared up with like insulated outerwear? Or like,
Yeah, most of it. Just not paying attention, like you get worked up, right? You work really hard, your body's hot, take your gloves off, and you feel cold, probably realize, after so fast.
Yeah, when you were in the Arctic Circle, what was the temperature?
Oh, it was like 11 when we got there. It was pretty warm. It was like 20 below. But like the guy talked to some guys that were there the week before, like 60 below.
In what country is that official?
Canada.
Canada. Yeah. And so 60, like, what's a really rough day up there?
I would think 60 below with wind chill factor kind of thing. Heavy wind, like the breeze, you get a little bit of breeze and that temperature changes fast, real fast. When it's calm, you go, oh, it's not bad. And then when that wind starts to blow, it just drops. And just yeah, it's so good. Yeah, but there was, when it's really windy, I think we went out and what we didn't have bad wind, so when it does come out, it's like one of those things that stops everything. You can't see where it's going. You can't really have any luck.
How close were you when you shot?
Oh, really close. 25, 30.
Was it windy then?
No, it was steady.
Now, muskox have these crazy coats.
Yeah.
And how thick is that stuff? That looks right out of Star Wars.
It does. It looks pretty crazy. Yeah. Yeah, that whole area, that whole part of the region is pretty cool.
What did you do with the cake?
I skinned it out and brought it back.
So, are you gonna use it as a rice or something?
I don't know. Maybe.
It seems like it's a dope as
Yeah,
well.
it would.
You know?
Yeah, just like lying here and put on your bed, mattress thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
People come over your house.
Yeah.
I got that on top of the world.
Yeah. Pretty wild.
Literally on top of the world. What is so Greenland not that hard?
No, well, it was different times of year. I think.
What time were you there?
I was there in September, so it was the end of, it was the beginning of kind of that winter season.
It looked,
Or it might have even been August. It was probably August.
it looked tolerable.
Yeah, I mean, summertime. That's like anywhere, like a lot of people as far north in Alaska. Like, summer's amazing. Sunlight 24 hours a day. It's pretty mild temperatures. There's a lot of bugs,
They go hard too.
Yeah,
Alaska mosquitoes, no, they don't have much time.
they just go for it. But like good summer fishing, water's open, all that kind of stuff. And then it just turns to ice. And it's like winter turning through March, April, May, it's still winter, and it gets back into summer.
And so when you were up there, when you're trying to locate caribou, do you go to these corridors where caribou naturally sort of gravitate towards? Do you know where they're going to be going?
No, I mean, it depends where you're at. There we have charted, right? Like places in Alaska, there's places where they kind of live in the mountains. And with that, they kind of have to circulate around the migrate. And they do migratory travel, and then weirdly, they tend to travel into the wind, so whichever direction the wind goes in, that's kind of chooses the direction the predator starts moving. So they have an area
smell
they
threats
yeah,
in front of them.
yeah.
And so when you were there with a new Pedro, I say the last name, and Puero. That dude's cool.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
He's got a great YouTube.
Yeah.
His YouTube channel, all his different adventures are amazing.
Yeah, he's a great hunter, awesome guy.
I watched one recently where I was like, what? He went elk hunting in Mongolia.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Yeah, that
There's elk in Mongolia?
yeah.
And like, I thought Mongolia as being like these steppes, like the flat plains. Yeah. Crazy. I mean, it was like, you might as well have been in Utah.
Yeah, yeah, Mongolia as well. Pakistan as well.
Hunting out of a shirt. It's really crazy.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, he's one of the place that I would like to go to.
Pedro and Puero Hunting Adventures is the YouTube channel, and I mean, he does an amazing job of just like really good editing. It makes it interesting. They're like documentary style videos of all these different places he goes. That guy goes all over the world.
Yeah, he does.
Very cool places. It's just, it's so interesting to see someone, and also when he was there, they're like, why do you have a bow?
Yeah.
Like, oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, a lot of places in Asia don't understand bows more just like they don't see it probably very
Well,
often.
they want meat.
Yeah,
Right?
it's like
The best way to get meat is a rifle. What are you retarded? But this thing's 200 yards away. Why speak up?
yeah,
Just
keep
get
that right.
trouble. Let's fucking get this over with.
But to be honest, a lot of the guns that they have over there are not very accurate.
Are you allowed to bring your own rifle?
Yeah, in a lot of places, so it's a major pain.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, a lot of
Paperwork?
a lot of paperwork, a lot of check-ins, a lot of military stops, a lot of experience.
So for the most part, when you go to a hunt like that, you would let them provide the rifle?
Some people, yeah, I don't know if I would.
Yeah.
So
Did you bring your own sights? Did you like bring over a vortex sight? Are they hunting with AKs over there? Really?
Yeah, it's like
Some shit they left over from the Taliban. That's crazy. That's how many times have you hunted in Asia?
only
What was it for?
sheep.
Which kind of sheep?
You know, so Marco Polo sheep. Yeah. So it's pretty wild, man. It's
How much things?
One day flying and then water driving. I don't know, maybe 14 hours and then 15, 20 hours in the car.
And so how does one set up a hunt like that? You want to go hunt for Marco Polo sheep. How would you start?
Yeah, it's like one of the things like getting known somebody that has a connection with somebody that has like they have a gamekeepers in the area and you can get a permit from them and then they go with you, like the game wardens come with you.
So we may be talking about this and all the events of aggressive policies that have been put in place in places like Los Angeles
Do you have
County.
to grease everybody
But how
up?
is it
Like,
going to
pay everybody?
translate to
No, well, I mean,
rules
they
when these
pay for
large
the tags.
surrounding cities
Okay,
just
and
go
then you
for
don't have
the
to pay
person
all the extra
appears to
people?
be the Democrat.
No,
They come
that's
with
all. Yeah, it's all part of the deal.
Oh, interesting. And so when you're doing this, you do horseback through the mountains, like
Yeah, horseback, pretty high elevation. About maybe 12,000 feet, something like that.
wow, that's the valley floor.
Yeah, 10, 12,000 feet, something like that. Pretty high up. The rewrap was on the China border, so it was pretty big numbers. And yeah, horses, they use real small horses there. Incredible horses, very good horses, but you're going on trails that are super sketchy. Like, I wouldn't want to walk on we did in the dark. It was pretty, oh yeah. It was like going back through some of that in the daylight.
You went through at night.
Yeah,
These guys do this all the
yeah,
time.
there's one spot where they took like it was a rock, like, you know, like just a barbed wire fence, like a metal post. They took a metal post and they pounded it into this little, there's like a cliff, and then the trail just wiped out. And so it's like a metal post that they somehow pounded in and then just put some stuff on top of it. And then the horse is backing up, like, up against the wall and scooting around and does a little side hop over it and then goes. And we did that in the dark, no lights, which was an issue. But coming back, looking, it's probably, I don't know, 1,500 feet straight down. Like, and the thing where the horse is like just edging up against the wall. It's pretty wild, right?
Yeah, I hope you're right.
Yeah, it was not.
You had no idea.
No, well, I knew. You could tell. Steep and shit. It was just like dark.
They see the last name Gaston, and then they
You
see
don't really get the grandeur of what's going on at nighttime. And just hold on to your, like, no saddles, really. It's like, well, you use like these blanket saddles. There's like a saddle form, and mostly just a blanket, and it stirrups with it. So it's kind of a different setup. Not like a Western saddle, but fairly comfortable. But yeah, I didn't like that. It was wild. It was just a weird, it was a weird experience. We left at night, because I don't know what happened, but we got into camp. We went to this, you go through those checkers. We got into camp. We were planning on going out the next morning, but then, like, some people came into camp and just started, like, our guys and those guys started fighting. And then, and then it was a wild deal. And so they're like, we gotta get out of here kind of deal.
They started fighting, like fist fighting?
Yeah, it's like, they have a lot of guys.
So a gang fight broke out on your hunting
Yeah,
trip.
but it seemed weird. It was like, I don't know what was going on. And then, so that goes down. And we're just like standing back, like, what the hell's going on?
How's the fight end?
So the leader of their crew and our crew go into the house, and then they like have a sit down, and then we, so then we're like, one of our guys like, let's get out of here. So we like throw our shit on the horses, like packs on there. So that we didn't have any lights because we just like threw everything on the horses, and then it's like, let's just ride. Okay, so we're getting set up, and then it was like before we left, the weirdest thing. I wish I tried to like download some translation stuff, so I just had no communication with it. The weirdest part was like, okay, everybody was good, and so they're loading up now, everything's cool, we're all good. And then they want to take a group picture. What the hell is this group? This is like some proof of life picture. on this. So we take a picture, and everything seemed pretty normal. And then we start writing off, and the guy that we're with has an AK. And then they start fighting for the gun. And at this point, I'm like, we gotta get out of here. And so we just start riding. And then I try to get wrestling for the gun. And then he gets on his horse and they'll just ride off. And what do you think? I was thinking we were so
He just flew all the way over there.
I didn't
You're in the mountains.
Yeah, and you're just
These
like
guys are fighting over a gun.
Yeah, and their gun safety is abysmal. It was not. I was just
I watched YouTube videos.
Yeah, it's dude, this guy, you get this, they were driving, and it's a long road trip, and they're driving, and we pull this guy's down, and it's a shotgun, it's this old shotgun, it's like pretty much duct taped together. And we're driving, and this is a chucker across the road, they look like chuckers, and I'm sure it's what they were. And so he gets out, and he's trying to shoot these birds, he's like, all right, a little bit can't move. So he's trying to shoot these birds, and he doesn't get any birds, but he's now thinking that the chucker, or in case we see one, he's ready. So he's got this double-barreled shotgun that's loaded, and he puts it in the car, and he puts it with the barrel up, and it's facing toward my head. And I'm like trying to lean out the side. I'm not okay with this. So I'm like, hey, stop him. And I'm like, this is not okay. You can't have this gun facing me. And so instead of like unloading the gun or doing whatever, he just leans over and puts his hand on his shoulder like this. That's his gun safety. And I'm like, no. I get out of the car and I'm like, no, we're going to unload it. And we were going to go like this. I take it out and unload it. I put the barrel down and like open it up. And like, here you go. Like, I don't care what you do. I'm not having a loaded gun in the vehicle or a loaded gun in the. But like the thought of it, like his shoulder is just going to protect the shotgun from blowing my head off.
But not only that, what if his shoulder gets blown off and he dies? You have to figure out how to get back.
Yeah. No,
Everything is bad. Your ears are blown out.
Yeah.
You can't hear anything
It was just
now.
not like it was
Fuck, dude.
it was wild.
Did you know that the fight was over? What are they got a gang fight?
Yeah, from one of the guys, it sounded like it was just like kind of tribesmen. I don't even know if tribes are it's like very, these guys wanted that territory, so they were like gunning for that territory. They were hunting, yeah, I guess, or whatever. They wanted to be the people, take the people.
Oh, boy.
So it was like,
Oh, boy. It's probably a lot of money in that.
yeah, it was the guy that, like, I was like, what's going on? He was like, no, I'm the big, like, some spoke to my head. And it is hard to understand, but in the gist of it was like, I'm the big boss and they're gonna take me, like, they want what I have in a way.
The guy in business.
Yeah.
Wow. So you eventually get there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's a weed still got to do.
And when you came back, everything been okay?
No, there was nobody there, but like the big boss was there. So I don't know what happened.
Was that the sketchiest hunt you ever went on?
Yeah, absolutely.
That sounds so dangerous.
Yeah.
Because if they start shooting those guys, they're gonna shoot you too. Yeah, that's not what you do.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think like in that it made sense. It made sense that what they were. I felt like I didn't necessarily think that we were in danger, but I thought it was a weird situation because you could tell like they wanted something. I don't necessarily know if they wanted something from us. They want something from the other.
Well,
If
like
only
a cut of the action or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Sure. Well, I guess it's probably not a work there.
No.
Yeah, when you're guiding hunters, especially the kind of hunters that are willing to do that extra money. Yeah, it's a big deal right out there. Like Marco Polo shooting is very hard to do. I used to watch yeah, that's what just that guy's another one. He was always like in the middle of one fucking weird mountain range, camped up in this yurt with like 10 other people and eating bread.
Oh, yeah.
And everything he was doing was bow hunting too. And he had well, his show was weird too because it was all about acquiring all, what is it, the big whatever. When you're trying to, the bow hunting thing where you get, the grand slams where you get like every single mammal on Earth with a bow. like they do the Africa, like there's the dangerous ones.
Oh yeah.
There's the regular Grand Slam, like all the African continent, big animals.
Yeah, all the stuff.
It's a weird thing. It's like almost like you're collecting baseball cards now,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, different places. I like going different places just for that experience of the hunting culture, and it's kind of interesting because you'll go somewhere, and maybe even there, like, maybe you can speak their language or whatever, but when you're on the mountain, like he's a hunter, I'm a hunter, you have a certain kind of connection that you just don't get doing other things. Like, it's pretty interesting where you go. It's like these are hunting cultures, and they've done this for thousands of years, just like we have, and we do things similar. Like, we don't even necessarily need to communicate that well because we both kind of are doing the same thing in the same way. And it's like, okay, it's really cool to see. And then that whole, like, bringing you back and that campfire cooking and the whole, like, experience, it's not foreign. Whereas, like, you're in this crazy place with all these other problems, but the hunting portion of it is very familiar. You know, and, like, I really like that. It's like, even going to someone else and go, okay, let's go to a place where like, okay, yeah, I can go hunt the muskox to feed myself. Well, the muskox meat was really good, and I'm glad I did it. I don't have to wear the extra to feed myself. I thought it was really cool to experience it with people that lived there their whole life and like have a certain view of it that is actually maybe even different, but that's how they grew up doing it. To see that is just like a really, I don't know, I like that portion of it. So that's why I like to go to different places and just see how they do things in different places. And then there's that adventure element of going somewhere kind of that's where a lot of people go, but there's something kind of exciting about it.
So do you try to plan like your year with like a certain amount of these wild adventure places that you visit?
Yeah, I think so. Or if the opportunity comes up, it's more just that, oh yeah, I'll take advantage of an opportunity if it's given. Oh, okay, I know this person here, and we can do this. And okay, cool, let's try that.
Well, you were doing a lot of trips.
Yeah, well, that's where I came from to get here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How often are you there every year?
I made a pretty short trip out of it this year. Just seeing, it's about here. Saw some friends and it was a good time.
Like, what's a short trip for you?
That was only like a week.
Oh, that is a short trip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because I used to go there for 2 months.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a short trip.
That place seems amazing. And what a crazy thing that they did. It was introduced all these European animals to the landscape.
Yeah, they flourish. Like, they do really well. There's no predators, so there's hunting. And there's essentially government holding, tracking, poisoning, wildlife they have to do to maintain the population.
Just to keep it at a reasonable, manageable number.
Yeah, and that's what happened. We can't get the landscape. Populations explode.
Well, Remy, you live a very interesting life, my friend.
Well, thanks.
You really do. I always enjoy talking to you, and I enjoy your podcast too. Live Wild, it's a great podcast.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a hunting-related podcast. It's a very good one. Great tip.
Appreciate it.
Very fun. Very much like it.
Yeah, thank you.
And I really hope this works. I hope the way you well. If anything can help, I bet that will. I really hope it will.
I have a lot of faith in it. It's funny because it's swung and it's like a hurricane in
Really?
already. I don't know. It's just like that. Oh, they shot me up with some nice IV bag, which probably made me feel pretty good after traveling.
Oh, yeah. They give you an IV bag of vitamins.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Tell everybody your Instagram. Is it just Remy Warren?
Yeah, Remy Warren on YouTube, Instagram, any kind of social media, party online.
Have you ever talked about bringing an apex predator back?
If somebody wants to, I'll down.
It was a great show.
Yeah, I
enjoyed it.
Great show.
It was fun. It was a fun show. Yeah. All right, dude. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah,
thanks for coming here. My pleasure.
That woman that grabbed a handful of it in Huntington Beach wanted to see it. Well, I mean, could you blame her? Yeah. I mean, what's the right answer to that? I want to say I don't get it. I do blame her. Just ignore it. Okay. I just let that one go by. Okay. It is our Bruiser, Bravery Brewing, Eve Lancaster, join us. Yes, it is a drive. We understand that, but it's so
You
worth it.
want to be Mike Evans. You remember that? You had him up. I was like, damn, Shannon, what you gonna do to little Mike? You was reaching that level of fame. You got your football fame. You're a Hall of Famer,
Yeah,
right?
I didn't see this level of fame coming to them. I won Super Bowls. I'm in the Hall of Fame. But I'm 10 times what I was then. I didn't expect that.
You had a helmet on. No, ain't no.
All my life, lying all my life, sacrifice, hustle, pay the price, want a slice, got the ball dice twice. All my life, lying all my life, all my life, lying all my life, sacrifice, hustle, pay the price, want a slice, got the ball dice twice. All my life, lying all my life.
Come on, welcome to another episode of Club Shay Shay. I am your host, Shannon Sharp. I'm also the proprietor of Club Shay Shay, the guy that's stopping by for conversation on the drink today. You've seen him on the Emmy Award-winning show Breaking Bad. He's won a SAG Award. He's nominated for a Grammy Best Comedy Album, one of the country's funniest comedians. He's an accomplished actor, writer, producer. He's one of the country's best touring comedians. Guess what? He's a scene-stealing funny man. He's been making us laugh since 1990. He's your favorite comedian, the one, the only, Lavelle Crawford.
Keep on. I was like, damn, I ain't never been brought up like that. How you feeling, man? I'm feeling wonderful.
Thank you for stopping by. I know you're busy. You're on the road all the time. I see you. I follow you on social media, and you're on the road all the time. So thank you for stopping by. Give us a few minutes moments of your time.
Brother, I thank you for coming up and letting me come on. I've been wanting to come on. Like, my name been on here a few times, but they never did. Yeah, I was like, damn, Shannon talked about me. Then he gave me a compliment, and you had the group said we ain't had no beef. We ain't had no beef till he came on here. You said some nice stuff. They're by my side. I said, no, he ain't so sad. I'm like, slow down. Now we got beef. Now he just in the world.
Well, celebrate your career. You want to try something shake by the porch here? You want to try the water?
I was taking a sip of your shake by Porter. If I drink all of that, Shannon, your stuff gonna get canceled. I don't hold my tongue anyway, so I know that it's gonna be something else if I get drunk.
But it's gonna be nice and smooth. You gonna love it. It's gonna be a smooth night.
Smooth controversy.
Let me know what you think.
Well, would you waste all that money still? No. Exactly. That's effing you money. You're basically advertising to your 5 million TikTok likes that you have effing you money, and you're taking a baby to the Four Seasons
And let you know it's still brown.
I thought we were gonna flip. I didn't know you were gonna take it straight to the dog.
From St. Louis, you don't get free liquor like this all the damn time. See how fast this damn bottle is? You gotta drink that fast when you move. You get your little glass and go, okay. That's it. That's all they do.
So I want to thank you for pulling up. Can I ask you? I want to talk about this because I never knew if I was going to get an opportunity to sit down and have a conversation with you. And I wanted to congratulate you and say how proud I am of the weight loss journey that you've gone on. Okay. What made you decide to say, you know what, Lavelle, this is up. You got to do this.
Well, sitting on couches and worrying about they gonna break. Getting people. Oh, well, when you took up more than one seat. And I was on that one time, man, and I had bought my ticket, and they said, sir, we're going to have to remove you from this flight. We're going to lose flight because we got no room. And then I was just like, I'm trying to get home. And I was trying to be nice. And they said, sir, you have to go. Oh, she got real with it. You have to go. You take it up safe. And I said, and I looked at the people looked down like they made like I was a criminal or something. And I walked off the plane, and I heard them applaud like, thank God you got his fat. And I said, that was one of those defining moments, man. But, you know,
tickets for all
I
season
didn't have no
tickets
problem with being a big brother because I empowered a lot of big brothers just right. Because like when I was growing up, people empowered me with like Fat Boy, Heavy D, and the cats like Chuck Rock, and you know when they guys came on, I loved them because like Heavy D was fly, he was smooth, and all that. So you know, I started embracing my bigness, you know, and then when I started embracing it, the girls started liking me a little more. They still like me for what I do for them, not for what I got. But you know, but after a while, I didn't even see no problem with it because I was always healthy and cool, and they had no problem when I started getting those things like high blood pressure, diabetes, and stuff. I was like, man, I gotta do something. I was getting diabetes where I had sap coming out my back. You know? I said that I was recycling sugar. You know? I was my own Willy Wonka factory. You know what I'm saying? I was not that bad. And then I wanted to get the weight loss surgery, but I was scared back then and wasn't ready. And then one of the entertainers that I knew, he got it and died. I said, I gotta go and walk up these steps. I gotta eat a salad. I can't get that shit. But then later on, my baby sister got it. Right. And she beautiful today. Erica Crawford, Erica Rothschild, she married, and she lost the weight, and she had the full deal. And I mean, Erica, she been slim ever since. I mean, looking wonderful. She was never humongous, but she was bigger than what she was. But she's like a supermodel now. She made the cake. She's a good person. She inspired me to do it. And I said, my baby sister did. She's looking good. So that's when I went under the knife. And by that time, they got me together. I had to write up for it. They had the lady surgery. And I was sick of getting sick from the diabetes. Going to the hospital with that crap. And man, it was the best choice I ever made. You know, I feel better. And it was working. I went on the 2 different journeys, man. I was working with Big Brother, and I made my fame. I made my salary. Salary was my calories, and I flipped it over, and I slimmed down. People like, what you gonna do? Being, you know, lose the weight, you gonna be funny like the fat, we telling the joke. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because people, you know, they ask you that because, you know, they feel more comfortable around you. But when you lose the weight, they ain't got no skill. They ain't got no dope to get off. Yeah, I know. You know what I'm saying? It's just like when you elevate yourself, right? You know what I'm saying? When you start, you know, like you, like how you changed. You went from, you know, being with babies, and you came and got your own show. People start you, oh man. You know, our brothers don't be able to reinvent themselves. And you did it, you know. That's what I thought you were going to be that white man up. I was like, ooh, we standing by the side of that thing. He took your glasses off. You look like the black Superman. You took them off. I was like, right. And then he said, put your glasses back on. And I said, standing on that, he ain't going to never get a job again. But you have him there with class and distinction. Because he knew he was scared. He looked scared. I was just scared too. I mean, you over there, man. You took your glasses off. Did you see without your glasses? Okay, I was gonna make sure you know he did after you did it. But how you changed, and I'm fighting. So I said, man, I can make my career anyway, because the funny comes from here, right? And I take that element away when people just gonna laugh at me being funny. That's how I changed, and I felt good about it. I felt better. I exercised. I had my son. I knew I wanted to play with him. I said, I can't be a bad dad. And my son over there, he wanted to go play kids, and I had to throw it outside, wait for him to bring it back. And because my toenails for me, like, hey, boy, they can't help me out, son. Can't get that baby toe, you know, that. Come on, toenails. I can go out and walk up. I was really steps and weighing up. I said, y'all sure you ain't got no other route? But now I feel good. Not eat what I want, but I eat right. I don't eat too, I'm overeating right. That food don't always balance. I used to get bad service. Right. I used to get bad service. I was like, man, these people do this. Yeah, come on, put it up. And right, even though they treat me like I was feeling like eating. Now, I walk out, I need this food here. I can find a better place.
It's reported, I don't know if it's true, I think you said at one point, it's great to reach 550 pounds. How much do you have to do to have the surgery?
Actually, I think I lose 40 pounds, man, to work out. When you risk it was strange. I was like, you can really, doctor? It's all gristle? He said, man, straight. I didn't know. It's all gristle. It ain't much fat. It's just gristle. You know, and I guess because I played football, I was an active too. I did jiu-jitsu the whole nine. So I was active. I wasn't that bad. So he said, you lose 45 pounds. What do you do? I lost 45 pounds in the road, not this far. And I lost 45 pounds. And I was ready for the surgery tomorrow.
How did you determine what type of surgery? Did you research a lot of different types of surgery? Sure. Because I think you had the plan, right?
No, I had to slide. I had the gastric sleeve.
You had to sleep.
Yeah, where it cut out, you know, because it's part of the stomach side of the stomach now. It's like a country. You got it just out with it, like the boxing training before now. Right, you know what I'm saying? Maybe two. Right. But then, you know, basically cut it down. And because your body, you grow a stomach back, you know. Yeah, that's what they told me. You can get it back, you know. But I keep it in moderation. And it's a good thing to know that once you get it in your body, you get it in your mind. Because some people, the eating disorder be in their brain, right? You know, like, man, I want to eat all these, and sometimes you do. But you have to realize, man, food ain't everything. It's good, you know, but I didn't have every food in the world. I didn't have everything. It ain't no big deal. And I always ate when I was depressed, but now I find other things, like fighting, going to jiu-jitsu, I pay my son, I go on stage and talk about it. So, and I had to get it, it's the best one to me. I don't want to get to the point where you have to take the inside. My baby sister had it, and it was kind of hard because you had to get in her stomach real small and easy, and she had to take the inside, and it was kind of hard on her, you know. It kind of really makes you sick, because you don't really want to mess with God, but
right. So what you do now, you can eat, and your body, your mind will tell your body like food. Whereas before you just ate. Even if your body said, I'm full. Or even if your mind says, LaBelle, you fool, you're like, no, I'm not.
Nah, I can see it. They had a thing, I just seen the thing where they had like 300 hamburgers, and you eat them all, you get $3,000 shit. Well, I mean, back in the day, I could do that. I had my rent money, man. I'll be here next month. Right. Then knock these burgers out again. Right. But yeah, back then, man, I could eat, man. I would go to Wingstop and get 50 wings, and I got 25 before I get there. I was doing 25 just to help me get through the traffic. then I get home and I be mad because I said, damn, I went got 50 wings. I only got 25 when I got home. I used to go to McDonald's and get rag fries. I would get my fries for my meal because you ever get your fries for your burger. You get home, you got no fries. You need a riding fry. You can kill them fries on the way home. So you got to get, I said, give me 2 riding fries and 2 fries with my meat. You understand? Hey, man, you had to get it.
Yeah, when you were a large kid, so you were large pretty much your entire life as a child, adolescent, young man.
These kids now, that's why they had to come up with what they call it, kids. Well, yeah, you know what I'm saying? They got little kids now. You laughing, little bit. You laughing, I'm for real, man. They said, you know you're a fat motherfucker, man. You gotta get a kid. When you're a kid, you don't even want to run and play. I had a good. That's all I had. I was active, man. I would not be outside running all day, riding my bike. You had to be whatever you want to be. You wouldn't want to sign with ball. No, I had to clean up the house. I had to clean up. My mama like, this is locked up. That's when a man comes by. I can't even get in the house. How long Mr. Larry gonna be here? Take your chunk ass out there and play kickball. They threw me out. I'm too slow to run the base. but I mean, yeah, back when I was growing up, kids was chunky, but they wasn't like they are now. I mean, because they just real athletic. They played hardball. They played kickball. You from Texas? Where you from? Georgia. Okay, you know about Georgia kids. Okay, Georgia kids, black kids, like you play basketball, he's slim as hell, but it be kids on that pitch weighing about 200 pounds in the 7th grade. But they can jump, Right. So they could dribble that ball past that field, and they was active. And I said, but I seen fat kids like that. It wasn't, they were chunky, but they could play and run. I remember a white boy named Dwayne Ames. He was the only white kid in the black neighborhood. And every black kid tried to beat him up for the racism. He was like the racism church attack governor. We heard them say, we hate white people today. Come here, Dwayne. Dwayne, he learned how to run. And when he was chunky kid, but dad's son and bitch run like Usain Bolt. You got three chunky niggas take your ass, and he ran his ass off. And Dwayne could run. He was the fastest white boy in the world. I'm surprised he didn't become a track star. Y'all take it right. He would have won this because it's mostly black track stars. So they just seen the white black boys chasing. That's all he needs. He'll win the 400 in the world record. But you know, kids were just a lot healthier then. I think the diets and changed. Like my wife was sticking on stuff, man. We're gonna get raw foods and everything. We eat right. Because I don't know how I seen you eating out in North Carolina. Your ass eating bad. I said, look at this muscle ass out there. Eating fried chicken and yams and shit. And he got them damn muscles. I don't be like that all the time, little bit. What ass, man? You probably do eat like that. You just blessed with that shit. I know niggas like you, man. Muscles for no damn reason. But don't help a nigga move, though. You can't get Shannon to do shit. Hey, man. Hey, you know, hello? That's shit.
Have you always been comfortable discussing your weight? Was your weight ever a situation where you felt embarrassed, you felt ashamed, or you've always been open and felt comfortable discussing it?
Black, yeah. Of course I was embarrassed and ashamed, but niggas don't care about your feelings. You got that old lady in church now. You better slow down on that, Brittany. You better slow down. Right. You're going to slow down, you're going to swell up. You're already feeling down. Fuck you, lady, I'll be back. I mean, why you up on my way? You know, it'd be a person not as fat as me trying to be a dietitian. See, if I ain't like you, I'd be big as hell. I said, well, you close. You ever watch the 600-pound life? I mean, the person be 600 pounds, but the other person be like 420. People like, girl, you need to get yourself together. Bitch, you do too. You know, but it's been every day, and fat on fat crime, right? But, you know, let me ask you one serious question. I mean, we drinking cognac and all. We got this hot ass fireplace on. How you comfortable with this hot ass fireplace? This shit, I drink so simple. This shit, like I'm in Africa. You want to turn it down? So turn this shit off. Put a hot dog on that motherfucker. I know it's ambiance, but then we don't need it. We get crushed at the finish. I was like, man, that thing on fire. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. That's a joke, bro. Yeah, that cool can't warm my ass. Damn water. Yeah, we got some water. Oh, that'll work. That'll make it happen. All right, thank you, sir. Go ahead with your question. I'm sorry. No, you're good.
So let me ask you this. You growing up, you heavy set, chunky, stocky. Did kids, is that why you became a comedian? Is to get the kids up off you? Because if they laugh at somebody else, they're not laughing at the
Well, yeah, because I think I had to use my words to line something they had. Because I could fight, but I couldn't fight because they get me on my back. I'm like a dirt. I couldn't get up. He keep on his back. He can't fight when he's on his back. And I'm just like, damn, I can't get off my back. They got me. That's why I learned the jiu-jitsu, so I learned how to fight on my back. You know, because I was a hate deal. It was a nightmare. And I was wrestling in high school all the way up to college my first year. But I hated being on my back. That's why I would win, because I didn't want to be on my back. So, but then a lot of times people would say stuff about me, but I was always clever. I was always, because a lot of people talk about you, they think they had nothing wrong with it, but I see my boy the real. Back when we was kids, he used to call me fat. I said, well, look at you, man, your head crooked. I mean, you look like a preemie, baby. You know what I'm saying? I said, he was a crack big full of crap. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I used to find jokes. Because they could talk about my weight, right? And I would make jokes about my own weight, right? So they'd take the power from them, and then I would launch on them, man. I mean, I was good talking about people. I talked about people. I had some people going to rap because I was in the show talking about their ass up there. They was like, say 11 things you going down the squad car. I said, what you gonna file though? You gonna file? He said something about my outfit. I just said, I said you had a gun in your pants because your left leg bigger than your gun. You look weird. You got the same pants on being a cop. You can't stop nobody. Gonna think he's trying to rape. And he got mad at me. I kept going out there. You been training Cavassier and a cop. You need to call the APP on yourself. Hey, you said, one more damn show. And I'm taking your ass down. He really had me outside, ready to referee. Security guy. I was just glad I was killing.
If you look at it now, celebrities seem to be okay with the weight loss drugs, Moderna, Ozempic. You see they're having surgery.
Oh, shit, I ain't never heard of them, though. Really? I heard of Ozempic. I just heard about that pill. It makes people lose weight like that?
Yeah, it's supposed to be like it's a shot.
It's a diabetes pill.
Yes. So it's supposed to control your sugar level. So
it burns the sugar out of you.
Well, when it does, it keeps you curb your appetite.
No speculation of
Yeah, but they say shit curb your appetite.
Man,
I can eat too, but diabetes. I hurry, I like, get out of here, this is trip. I'm still hanging on, right? I mean, you had to take little bites. Like, what my Hollywood slimming down? I mean, they swear by it, but yeah, they're weird, though. I seen them little things that die. They like that Ethiopian head, and their body looks no sense in Ethiopia. I don't know why he look like Ethiopia. But they look weird. They don't look healthy. Like they the weight loss don't look normal. Right. You gotta, but I think a lot of people don't know. You lose weight, you gotta work out.
Yeah, to tone it up.
Yeah. It ain't gonna look good. You gotta figure it out.
Right.
You don't wanna look weird in that. Because like I tell people, I said, I look good. My chest and arms look good. But if my underwear over my belly, but it's doing now, it's like the other car mess. I still got a few sit-ups. I got to sit-ups and some get-ups.
Right. So when you say you became depressed, so it was food always when you became depressed, was that your drug? But you never did like alcohol or any hard drugs. When you became depressed, you ate.
Well, I used to put cocaine on my chicken. I never crack in my meatloaf, but the flavor got the crack. I mean, I smoke weed, right? But I mean, weed was too depressed. All weed did was make me, when you're more hungry, I go right back in. I smoke weed, get my food, and I'm looking up, I'm back in the grass to the again. You forgot to put another bag in the car. And 2 more rabbit traps. The depression thing, I ate the food right. It was good. My mom was cook. She cooked for us. I mean, I felt bad that you went in, and black folks make you feel bad when you don't finish your meal. You know what I'm saying? Right now, since we in another country, you wasted. I'm like, yes, ma'am. And I go and eat the food. I eat the food. Your children, sometimes I was on my other friend, my mom. She couldn't cook. They had another little kid in these other countries that sure would love to have that food. I couldn't smell it to them because it gets hard. I said, you ain't got no flavor. You just like white people. No offense, ain't white people in this. It's not white people can cook. It's a rarity, but white people don't believe in seafood like we do. Man, you see this rap beat going on. This ain't Drake got to be big. No, he don't, because I'm not attracted to him. I don't know if you got BBL.
You like BBL, Paul?
No, not at all.
I thought you was old turkey. You old back.
I'm very natural. I would, because it don't look right. I mean, just like old Jimmy died. She let me girl get the booty done, get it done. You don't have no money for the leave. Looking like a candy apple. They look bad. They look bad. Like a candy apple. They look bad. And they can't even stand right. You ever see a girl with BBL booty? Hi, girl. How you doing? They got to keep leaning and rocking because the booty too heavy. And then the medicine ain't selling. You know, it don't look right. I mean, ain't nobody, I'm going to tell you what right now. Nobody looking at you like this. You can have your whole titty hanging down your belly button and a man be all up. I mean, sagging titty, you throw a titty in the trash can. And he's going, I found a good titty cut in the trash can. Washed it off and sucked on this morning. Man, ain't nobody throwing away. And women think that men, you can have a flat booty. Your man will leave you with a BBL for a girl on 600 pounds because she's stationary. She always at home. She ain't never.
So let me ask you a question. So you obviously you were a fast food guy, so you like something quick. Or did you cook?
Actually, let me get you straight. You don't know shit about me, Sam. You don't come out of fast food, man. Nigga, you got a cuisine. I'm gonna tell you cuisine. Nigga, I didn't get fat till I started making money. I was chunky before I started making money. I started making real money when I was doing, I was at Root Chris, nigga, with that steak sizzle with that butter on it.
I like that going to the plate.
Oh my God. That baby, I was like, I say my grace before the food comes to the table. I don't even know if I got enough money to pay for the food, but that's why I ate. When I started putting butter on steak, that's when I got fat. Matt Down was very king then too. But when I was at the Root Chris, Sullivan, all those fancy steakhouses, when they had like steak and lobby and surf and turkey and lobster and everything. And then when you get your fame, you ain't got to pay for that all the time. You walk in this road, would you like to try? Yeah, I'll try it. Shit, I mean the whole board back. You understand? We ain't out of town. He was at the restaurant when I first did his first movie. He used to be in this restaurant right up off of Lafayette. I forgot his name, but it probably ain't there no more. They had a time. First time I had a tomahawk. Pull up this. 32 hours. Yes, sir. He was cooking on this fire. It was delicious, man. It was a big ass thing, a long bone, and I said, man, I love to eat quality food, bro. I love good food. I don't like restaurants where they go, hey, we have some, this is wow, and they do this little big ass square with some sauce around it. I smack shit out of you, man. I'm gonna still be hungry after I leave this. But now, when they had the steak and the sizzling and that seasoning, they brought fried rice with it. I was like, oh my God, this is great. And once I get that kind of food, I like quality food. Fast food, it kind of went down because it's a rush. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of places that are new, like the mom and pop fast food, nah, I mess with them, but I'm too grown now. Back when I was a kid, it was McDonald's every day. I used to go, and this is what I do at McDonald's. This is the fat tip. Fat brother out there starting, I used to get 2 double cheese and then a Big Mac, right? And I take the little bun off the Big Mac and replace it with 2 double cheese, brother. And basically just called real. We call it Mac delicious, you understand? And I would knock that mug out there. It was delicious, man. I would walk in and there. I would give it so much that people that drive through the usually miss the drop. And I feel bad as hell. And then I leave the fat brother behind me, right? What you getting there? What you stacking there? Because that's back in the day when they put the Big Mac in that little styrofoam. You can switch out. You put the fries over here, but I had burger over there and fries over there. And I would stack the fries in between different burgers, and I was sitting up there eating my burger like that one time. See, I'm a genius, okay, when it comes down to food. And these big brothers looked at me like, man, how you do that? And the manager put one of them on the menu one time, and they said, some lady came in, and the manager was taking down because my husband was eating, and he went to going through the hospital. You went hard problem. I said, he a bitch. He can't get this man. He can't. This man food, but I like fine. I like quality food, but you know we had a lot of comfort food. I had to learn to enjoy it because I like good salads and stuff and quality stuff. I go to a vegan restaurant and enjoy it. Do what? You don't eat meat? You never have one?
I've had it. I don't.
I agree with you. I ain't saying I was going to turn you into a vegan because I hate when I'm going to play me with it. I go to a vegan restaurant, I eat a salad, right? And don't you trick me with mock chicken tenders. They made out of tofu or jackfruit. Don't play with this lady. I watched this video. This lady made vegan oxtails, right? Oh my God! I was glitter. I was trying to cancel my Instagram page. I said, this is demonic. Right here, most vegans don't believe in God. I'm just telling you, right there, you can't pray over lettuce. Lettuce is grass. You know, cows don't even look happy. I ate a hamburger in front of a cow one time, and you know what that cow did? He licked his lips like he wanted something. I said, that cow was different. He kept looking at me like, bring my cousin over here. I was eating with him in a minute. I said, I know you did this.
As you got older, did the fat joke bother me? Because it seems like you told a joke like I take a shower on my back still dry. So it's kind of like you're trying to take some of the toxicity out of the joke. And did it ever bother you? Because you're on stage and you're a comedian. And so when you're on stage and you know you're going in and you're like, man, you better sit your you know with it. Did that bother you?
Well, somebody said to me, I would roast the fuck out of it. Sit your fuck ass down, your nasty ass mama looking dick for a living. Some nigga called me one time, called me the medical professor. I said, you damn right I'm medical professor. And I gave your mama the dick and clumps the other night. And see, I mean, they want to go stage another way up. They want to go stage your monkey ass up there and come to it. You gonna go back in the box. I bring my damn niggas on stage. I don't always bring it. I'm from Texas. I live in Texas. We got to go down that way, but I don't worry about it. They run on stage on people who they did it run on stage. If they get some fame off you, they'll run on stage. If they think they can take you, they'll run on stage. But if you don't want to do that, I got a mic, I got a stool, I got a mic stand. Man, I don't do it. If you that man, take your ass outside and cool off. Now I had a chance to catch me off the stage and want to holler at me. One of the times I was joking, and I was in Oakland, California, and I had said a joke about this cat. And he was in the balcony. And I said, it wasn't even a bad joke. I said, this brother up very strong on the movie. He got this girl so big. She said, can you bring me later? You know, and I did a joke like the way she was looking. And she goes, you know, when she, you know, woman, get your ass loose. When you say that about my friend, he don't do it. I said, I was just joking. So after the show, the brother gonna say, I didn't know he was mad. Next thing I walked up. What's your joke about me? And I didn't know this nigga was tall as the building, right? I looked up and I had nothing to say. I had nothing to say. But at the time, I was like, dude, I ain't scared to be a big. I'm just scared that I'm going to get some job because I had a fork in my hand. I know how to eat with it. I know how to put it up with it. You understand? He assumed me for fighting. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing about it. You know, I don't put people in a position all the time to jump me. But if you say something to me, I have the right to say something back. Right. But I don't. People, they enamored by me. I don't really have nobody. I come up and I make you laugh. And I don't pick on you too much. You know, you say something to me, I might mess with you. But I see if you're going through something, I can tell. I got to get empathy on people. If I see them going around me, because it ain't worth it. I say, brother, you know, I'll let you know. Because it ain't out scared you. I said, I ain't come here to fight. You understand? I ain't got, and I've been telling some of your comments, you ain't got to push me. You know how it was. You got the microphone. You don't have to do that. These people pay to. And a lot of people have insecurity. Nowadays, you know, like you sensitive. You want to be right together. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, son, what you gonna do to little Mike? You ain't have to be a damn man. You can't take a joke because you reaching that level of fame. You got your football fame, your Hall of Fame. But see, this fame is totally different. Because you out there, but you wanted it though.
I didn't see this level of fame coming to bear.
And I thought what you talking about? Hold on, man. What the fuck are you doing with it?
No, but here's the thing. Like you said, you look at my career in the NFL,
Right.
and I won Super Bowls, I'm in the Hall of Fame. But I'm 10 times right now. And I've been retired 2 decades. What I was then, I didn't expect that.
Well, nigga, you had a helmet on. No one was like, ain't nobody see your head. They see your name. Oh, man, you made a touchdown. Sit down, nigga. Let's do another time. This is different.
It is.
Your face out there, your muscles out there, your outfit out there. Niggas gonna make jokes about that. And you in the worst time to be famous, though. Because niggas been shit like niggas been so many kids on your house.
They cut me a check.
You did it, but the thing about what it does for you, you know what it does for you. You get your shit is high. Everybody wants to get on that. And you have to find you had coaches cut you out. You end up against some of the biggest linebackers. Right. Well, this the same shit. It's just that you know it's different now. Word. And some little punk joking about you. Nigga, look at my head. Nigga, these niggas kill my head. And I gotta put a hat on and do a video. These niggas, they were hurt my feelings. I was like, damn, my head fucked up. And I know my head fucked up. My son got my same head. When I cut his hair off, that nigga wore a hat for 2 years because his hair was bad. I said, this nigga deserves what he did. But I gradually, I'm a man, you know, I ain't gonna, none of these clowns could reach the level. You metamorphosize your career in so many different levels. The joke they talk about, you walk around, you so rich, you got a little dog you carry with you. Nigga, that's white rich.
But see, here's the thing. It wasn't so much a joke that he said it. Like a lot of people say somebody's broken. But see, Mike, and see,
Mike ain't shit. Mike a regular nigga. I know Mike when he just got a bit picture, man. Mike turned his life around. He's saying what he's doing.
yeah. We had that conversation with you, and I'm glad we had a conversation. But you know what, Bill, I ain't no much to
I understand your feelings.
Yeah.
No, man to man, you know, how it is. It goes without saying. I mean, you've been fighting all your life. Nigga say something that you ain't. Nigga, you talking on how much you got. But the thing about it, Mike ever said it. Watch it. They watch Cat Williams go off on everybody. You sat there and ate all that shit up.
When they got mad at me.
Of course, niggas that you up there, you know, say everybody can't read. What I'm saying, I ain't getting the script, so I don't know if you care or not. You just said, interview over, I'll get out here. You just did like that, but you was sitting back there. We about to get this shit.
Personal question I got. Like I said, I know the guys I know. Like I know Quick and I have conversations. I talk to Quick and I go good together. But a lot of people that you mentioned, I felt that he was retorting what they said. Ricky said that he had the role of Money Mike, and he said that straight. I asked said, did he steal the joke? Because that was reported. Said he didn't, and Canada.
The nigga had receipts. They chose the same joke. And this is the thing, man. This is in the defense of said he from my hometown. I love said. And I mean, dude, you know, sometimes you do a joke and you feel it. I ain't never stolen it. I don't have to steal no joke because my life is just hilarious. Right. I can write shit. I can go up and talk about, so I'll elaborate on a comedian's joke that he did on stage. Like Chris Tucker was on stage last night in the cigarette show. And I said, boy, he said, talking about he had to ride in coke because he ain't got the money no more. He said he had his son pull out a knife, keep us safe back here. He was scared. And I said, ooh, I wish I could have went up behind it because I was rolled off that joke. I said, yeah, I was on that same plane. Chris Tucker, I was sitting in first class, I got like miles. And I looked behind the curtain and I said, hey, Chris, good to see you, nigga. I'm watching Rush Hour on the movie. Y'all big movie back there, but you did a real good job. Let me eat, nigga. But comedy is not yours to own. It's yours to create. And sometimes, I had a white boy steal a joke of mine. I don't even know who he is. And I don't know who he is, and he knows he got it from me because these white comedy, black comedy, they know I'm on everything. So when you watch my special, my first, I did this joke about doing with my father. I found out with my dad. He was, and when I got to meet him, I was like, damn, he was conservative bodybuilder. I said, we got that in I like, he built his body all the way out there, mine forever. And then I said, but I ain't looking at the king. I said, I don't know what my daddy do. I'm going to do a blood test. So that nigga got a lot of dick on here. I ain't inherit none of that dick. I said, shit, I'm going to take dick after my mom. So this white comedian did it. NFL player did it. He did it on the talk show. He did the joke. And nigga never gave me no credit for the joke, But even Tyler Perry did a joke that was of mine. He was at the airport. It was witness relocation, witness program, whatever. The movie he did. And he did bad, whatever. But I know he did it because he took the trailer off. Because somebody, he ain't no comedian. He's an actor, a writer, creator. He's very talented. I did a movie with him, show. But somebody probably wrote the joke because he was up there and they was in line at the airport. And he said, man, security, you got to take the shoes off. You got to take the shoes. He said, take the shoes out. He said, who's going to put it back on? That's my joke. I did that on my special. And that's my 30-minute special on Comedy Central. I said, that's my main joke, I said, I ain't got no bombs in my shoes. If I had bombs in the shoes, every time I have shoes, I put them on, this shit's gonna make it close. And that's the joke, So, but I mean, when it comes down to that, when Cat was jumping on, I said, look, you make $100,000 a fucking show, motherfucker. You read about the quickly and joke you did back in comedy. I love Cat. Cat is, I knew Cat was the Cat in the Hat. He was in Stockton. He may have said he alive, but he know who I am. I remember back when he was right before he was famous, we was doing tours with Rick Sullivan. We did all of we did Stockton, we did all the Northern California. And friends and all that. And Cat was very talented. He was funny. He was good too. He was always quiet. But he was funny. He did his thing. But when he got on, when he flew up on that Monday night on Friday, I said, that nigga about to be a superstar. Because that Monday night, he embellished every character that's something. He still characters up. Monday night, he rolled, he turned. And that's why, Woody Ray Moore, he told me something way back. He said, "This is what you got. Fat tell about the fact. He was everything you got." And Cat took that pill. Metamorphosized his foundation to a career. He had the pimpology, all that stuff. He made Bill Cosby. He made so much out of that. He became the highest, one of the most successful comedians in the world because he used it. That's called milking your career. And what he did with that, was powerful. Then when he was on My Wife and Kids, and he played man, this dude's funny. He's so talented. And I think, in the painful thing, I think that he thinks that he doesn't get all that he deserves. And I understand because how hard he goes. And he is very smart and very talented. But him relishing off of one of the Joe Cat. I mean, serious back then.
So if somebody steals, you're okay if they steal it.
I'm not okay with
You're not okay. What if they gave you credit for that? I took this joke from the baby.
Yeah, that'd be great. And then make the check out. You know, that's what you do. You know, especially if you are famous. Right. I mean, if you block the lead, you get all these opportunities back. Prime example. Everybody asks about that Mr. Brown shit.
Right.
Okay. That Mr. Brown shit, everybody has already on hand when you went up on Mr. Brown, blah, blah, blah. And David Mann, David Mann, when he tried to get me with that opinion, he was trying to toe to toe. I said, I'm fat, but I got this joke.
Right.
And I told him that he started to tell me about it. I didn't kill him with his bruises. I could have got him with. I said, nigga, how you call me fat? Your whole house is fat. But I didn't do that. I didn't tear his ass up like that. But I could have really tore him up. But I just lit him up. I just it could have been worse. Yeah, and it was weird because I didn't want it to get weird with Steve Harvey's. It was still a show, and I didn't want to look it, but I knew where I was with Steve all the time. But where that all came from, we did. I was ass. I did a clean show. People don't know I don't have to cut. I did a show this weekend here in Netflix called Let There Be Laughs, you know, and Fred Hammond, he hosted it and everything with nephew Tommy, and I went up and did 40 minutes live without even cussing. It was hilarious. So I gave it the end of the baby. But I could probably go do the church circuit and probably be just as famous as I am over here. Right. So, but I just, God got me where he want me to. But so anyway, so I did this mega fest with TD Jakes. No, Diddy. I did this.
Then you gonna come on. Come on, the hell. You trying to sneak out.
No. The only reason I said Diddy wasn't there then. I mean, man, we gonna swallow that move up. Come on, man.
He might need to pull you one.
No, that's the symptoms of that cognac. You see, that slipped out. My brain was like, no, don't do it. Thursday. Fuck that. We gonna do that.
I don't think he cares.
But we was at the mega set. This was the second time I did it. David Mann was there. You ain't not a big deal. You know, that was this joke. It was so similar to the joke that I did on Laughable Loser. It was pretty much the same joke. Right? I mean, it's a couple people do it. You know, I ain't gonna put them out there, but they know who they are. And they do the joke. It is my joke. And I did on Laughable Loser. They got a big stand over talking about, you know, I went over my white friend Jeffrey's house. And Jeffrey, you know, it's a different world over at Jeffrey's house because we say, hey, Mel, come on in, man. We're gonna go to the place for my joy. You know, like that. I used to go to his house because he's the only child. And he used to, hey, you know, his mama buy him everything. He got to do his kung fu, really a $6 million man. You look at the $6 million man, you look behind him, and you had Bonnie Rich, he had Evil Knievel, he had all the games. And I used to go over there and play with some. And then when we still come. And so I went over there. And I went up to his house, and we would go upstairs. I said, come on, we're go upstairs. Before you get upstairs, I said, he's supposed to say, wait right there, mister. You wait there. Don't you move another muscle. You don't you go upstairs, you need to clean your room. You're not going to have company. You need to clean your room. You need to clean your room. And I was like, oh, shit. I said, white woman just like black woman. They don't play. You know, like that. You know, they look at me, look at his mama, look at me. You know, you got a way of stepping up on his mama like crazy. Would say, look here, lady. I have company. And we're going upstairs and having this time playing with some of my toys. Some of my bits, and I think we're going to touch some, but I'm not going to say anything. And we're going to have a great time. And I'll clean my room and I'm ready. He bring us some cookies and a lemonade pronto. You know, like that. And I was like, ooh. I said, I'm finna go. You about to die. I said, run. And all this mother did was go, what? And she went, and she just ran in the kitchen, didn't do nothing to him. And I said, holy shit. I said, hold on, man. I said, hold on, Jeffrey. How you sit up and talk to your mom? Your mom about to kill you. Like, yeah, I said, well, look here. One thing I've learned in the 8 years of my life on this earth, I've learned that if you stand your ground, you talk to your
No, this motherfucker said he called me. I think that's some push shit.
I said, I hear you, Jeffrey, but your mama right in that low her clip right now. She about to put chin in your ass right now. I said, no, I guarantee you look your mother in the eye and stand your ground. She had nothing else but to respect you. And I say, Jeffrey, you like before I said another word, his mother came up there with cookies and they said, you guys have a good time. I said, man, you try. Yeah, I said, Jeffrey, I cannot stay. I'm gonna take my cookies and run them name some of your toys to go. Cause I gotta get home and inform my mom of the new rules. So I got home and I was ready to. I drank my cookies, my lemonade, ate my cookies. I walked back to that screen door, I kicked it over. My mom looked at me and said, I don't know what's wrong with your foot. You better keep it on my screen door. I just looked at it like this. He said, well, I don't know what you're playing too much. But you know that trash been waiting on you to take out the stuff. Now don't take that trash out. I said, oh shit. This is my mom. And then I said, remember everything you said. I said, look here, lady. And I said, look here, lady, right now. I said, right now, I'm going upstairs to play with all my toys that I showed from Jeffrey house. And I'm going to have a good time. And I want you to tell you right now, lady, and before I can say another thing, I was still talking. I was in the hospital for like 3 months. They had to shoot up my ass. She could damn little gift. I got about 19. She came to the hospital. I thought she was so glad she was that trash still waiting on me. Okay, so that was the joke. That was the joke that I ended on the Lavalooza. And everybody ran with that stuff. Cause she outright, man. I can come over with stuff all the time. I can go on stage talk about this old interview later on tonight.
Let me ask you a question. Do you write all your stuff or do you have ghostwriters?
I don't believe it. Only those I read is those. I know.
So you have nobody's ever wrote any material over there?
No, I really do.
Have you wrote for other people?
Yes, I have wrote for other people. I gave, I've helped comedians elaborate on their jokes and everything. I give taglines to all my stuff. I don't charge it. If I see something funny, that's what you do in the community of comedy. You give somebody ideas that they can work with. Like I got a young guy, Isaiah Kelly. You met Isaiah because he came up in front of you about not bringing you on the show. He said you're going to be on the show too. Right? Yeah. So, see, that's my man. And when I see something that'll work for him, I'll add to the material. And I write all the time. I write jokes all the time for people. And I would love to be kind of writer. I come up with some great ideas, but you have to have. See, I don't like writing for people because my mind is different. It's on another level. Okay, I don't write. See, I ain't afraid to say shit about my insecurity, anything. I talk about my DMV. I talk about all these things about myself. I say like I did a joke. I said there's a lockdown. I ain't had nothing to do, and my dog kept going around licking his dog. Every day he'd be in front of me licking his dog. It was so disrespectful. But after a while, I started getting shaved by it. Like, man, this dog can't taste that damn good. And then I finally snapped on it. Get your ass out of here. Get your phone. Get your ass out of here. Get your ass out of here. Nigga, your mom, the dog got up slowly and looked at me like to say, hey there. And he was right because if I can think about the interview wouldn't be going on like that. I wouldn't even be married. But that's the joke that I come up with. I go there,
right?
Because
you tell jokes like, I don't know if you saw the Tom Brady roast. That's old school. When nothing is off the table. If you actually were to tell jokes like that without that situation, I don't know how you survive because they're talking about I'm still here. No, I'm still here. You tell jokes like that.
Man, I go where I go. I don't beat up people's sexual preference like that. I'm happy to. Right. But funny shit, real shit, yes. That's funny. Comedy supposed to be taboo. It ain't supposed to. It ain't funny.
It's supposed to be nice.
Yeah, I mean, you don't go watch the comedian and just talk about now a birthday party and my kids game, fell down the steps, boy, anyway, fucking listening to you.
Right.
I mean, you come up there and you say some shit that nobody else say. Right. I was in Little Rock and I got on a day and I kept it real. I was like, well, damn. I said, we can do this show in my hotel. Ticket sales. I feel so unsuccessful. Nobody came up there and said that shit. And I said, damn, could y'all come one person? You know, and the way I said, I shared it. I said, don't leave me early. Like, you got to get to your park right that front. Ain't nothing about 5 y'all ain't no arena. Why we do this damn show? I said, let me keep my eye on the remote because I don't know what my money is. You know, and but I'm the kind of guy, I just let it fly. And sometimes if you confident in what you say, it's just like talking to a girl. You know, it's talking to a lady. If you say it and you looking at her, damn right. Ain't nobody can jump on it. Right. You know, ain't nobody can say something to you. It's like that's the rhythm that you have to jump on. You know, and I said when they go, oh, you're gonna be too. Yeah. You need to get your red ass right. You know, you shouldn't come to the show ready to be offended. Right. You shouldn't come to the show and worry about being offended.
Yeah, if you go to a comedy show, you should expect.
I mean, the greatest comedians in the world. He shared his life, but he go hard. Robin Harris, he talking about everybody. He go hard. I love people that go past the line. Robin Shimmer. I mean, people that people don't even look at. It be like incredible. I mean, this guy, Tony Henderson, he was on that road. Tony Henderson, he a gay dude, and Tony would go hard. Tony goes so hard, but what I like about Tony, he got a thick ass skin. You know, David Lucas, he's one of young time. He was going at it with gay jokes, and he be so uncomfortable, and he don't care. But that's how the world should be, man. People don't have their opinions, even if they don't can't say it. They don't still judge. It's just like I tell you. I said, you can do them people pick on your ass, and sometimes you should do what you kill them with, just laughing over that shit, because you're like, yeah, whatever, they got to do it and that shit. You know, and the funny thing about it, I mean, even if these guys, like I was going to say, Mike Hill was talking about that, Mike Hill was watching your shit. That's the cool thing. Motherfuckers watching you. Right. They don't watch you, you know, because you on TV. Something has to make them want to watch you. And like I said, like I even said, I wish that nigga Cat would have said something about me so I could sell some tickets.
Everybody would have said something about it.
Yeah, I mean, after a while, so people like, oh, why you want to retaliate? That's right. Made him famous. Michael Blackman ain't never been that damn famous. He wrote New York since 73.
See now, he gonna come at me because you said that on my platform.
I told you that. Don't give a fuck with you. I'm cool with Michael Blackman. He don't like me because I go, I'm Jones, he's Jones. I mean, why they get upset at me? You afraid of Michael Blackman? No, but I said they were upset. He ready on hit you with a blow rock. So it was a spirit of moment. No, what do you think? Why you let them know about my people? That nigga ain't even the whole Africa.
I'll get ready for it. Highways, airports,
that nigga really feeling most of his life. That motherfucker change his accent so damn fast. He was working for U.S. Air. When he was U.S. Air. That's like Mike Burger say that nigga scared of elephants. Get back to Africa. They ain't even recognize him. I mean, he my friend, but I joke about it. I mean, we've been around for years. I mean, and Mike wasn't get he take it on the chin. You know, you look at his page, people be killing him.
Yes.
And but he is smart enough to know that's how, you know, that's why I respect him, because he's still out here eating.
Right.
Because he take it and go and get it. He don't let nobody hold you back. And the people don't talk about, I don't even like to talk about none of them because they don't ever say shit about me. And you know who the fuck I am. Everybody in this motherfucking game knows who the fuck I am. But they be trying to play like, I mean, you can't deny, I'm undeniable.
So, baby, this is Hope and the Pussy Eater Rabbi Rothschild. How are you? Hey, what's new? World famous Pussy Eater. Who are you? Yo, baby. What up, Kyle? How are you? Who the fuck is Alyssa? Dog, if I had Alyssa, I'd be banging that bitch out right now. Who's Alyssa? Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah, baby. Dog, to be honest with you, I don't know who Alyssa is. This is just like a brand number. How are you? How long ago did she give it to you? Oh, I'm a live streamer on YouTube, dog. Absolutely. I'm live on 7 different YouTubes right now. All you have to do is type in viral rabbi into YouTube and filter by live. Oh, you're a real person. Are you on Kick? Oh, dog, then you know about me. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I have like 1,000 fucking bots that are taking over Kick. Have you seen them? Well, the YouTube that I'm on right now, I'm on 7 different ones right now. So you need to filter by live. Are you filtering by live? Hell yeah, you are. And then you're going to see that you're live on this call on 7 different YouTubes. Now, who's this Alyssa bitch? Who's this Alyssa? Oh yeah, it's a big deal, dog. This is the biggest deal in global history. I live stream my life 24/7, 365, and I've been doing so now for more than 3 years on 7 different streams. I have more content on YouTube and the internet than any person ever. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,100 Twitter accounts. I have hundreds of Kick accounts.
But when you
So anytime you need anything, you can always call this number. I'm here for you. I'm always online. If you ever need a friend, and I stream my life for world too. I don't want people to have war anymore. Excellent. So you're on Kick? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know any like I do, but not anybody. All right, dog. Well, somebody gave you my number. All right, that's cool.
I ain't got no bank account money. I'm taking care of my wife. I make sure I put her business, I take care of her. I do all I can for because I love her, first of all. But I mean, when people bless you, you take advantage of their blessings. Right. That's what Steve, he put me on that Hilly Award. And at first, they really never showed me.
Yo, dog. Oh, we got a call, kid. Who the fuck is this? Dog. You called me. I like how they gave me my number. What? Is that, that's who's fucking this chick? Oh, is that why a guy picked up? Alright. Shadow Marco. Well, I got one call, kid. He's fine, there's no fucking business. Alright, dog. Shadow Marco.
It's like they love me, but I go so hard they don't know how to take me.
Right.
Like, but when I get opportunities again, he helps me a lot. Only time he hurt my feelings is when he was with me and things like a man. I was like, man, I thought I was gonna get in one of this movie. I ain't getting one or two. All these comedians in the movie, and he put me in there. He gonna put Bruce in, but he could put us in on his brother attacking the food store. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, why the fuck I didn't get that opportunity? But I couldn't hold him to record because he let me in. But one time he did let me in. One time. And I knew he heard the crowd because he was getting mustache. He came out the back with the neck is still tied around his neck like, the fuck that nigga do? You know what I'm saying? He wasn't expecting like that, but if you don't watch your competition, you don't understand that your competition can be a bad.
Sometimes it's not best to go mad. Especially if you follow one of them heavy hitters.
Oh shit!
I mean, if you don't understand that you're a heavy hitter, because they don't let me, they don't allow me to go.
Ready?
I can't even go first. Hey, let me go first and then I'll fuck it up. I fuck it up and I blew, and then everybody after me, the show go down because I ain't sitting up there saying I'm a bad nigga, but I'm one of them.
This motherfucker is history, man.
These opportunities, you don't get lately. Right. You understand? Yes. And then, I'm always reinventing my comedy. I write, and if it don't work, nigga, I'm talking about shit that I see. I'm making stuff on the fly just to get these people going and to love me. Comedy is a
Big dog. You're the first person I ever followed. I thought you were the CEO of fucking Kicks.
You're supposed to exploit.
I was like, oh, dog, let's go, guys.
Right? They don't know the boundaries of being funny. They ain't fucking talking about you or anybody else. I mess with your ass the whole time. I've been here, but I ain't a freak. I fuck with you, and I won't fuck with you. I fuck with your ass bad. Let me tell you, Michael Jordan, I'm talking about Michael Jordan playing baseball when he was at Antoine Walker's every year in Chicago, and he was playing baseball. I was saying, why nigga out here kissing his ass because he's a legend? He's a legend in basketball. He's a legend in softball. They kept on rolling the ball. They let him get a home run. And just because he was Michael Jordan, I said, man, take that nigga out, man. He ain't that damn good. He got mad at me. I said, he can't even hit the ball. I was
what in the fuck?
And after the game, I went up and asked for a picture, and I didn't know he took it hard. He took it hard. I said, can I get a picture, please? He said, the whole weekend, that nigga ready to come over and hang out with him, gave you cigars and everything. He said, and Charles Oakley, he fell in love. Oh, yeah, I like Charles Oakley said, he loved it. He said, nigga, talking about his hands to me, and I'll be with it. And it was one of the things where that's how I am as a person. If I get opportunities, I'm having fun with it. And I don't get like, I think I'm a big guy. Big guys, we being a big guy, we can't always get in when little Kevin Hart can get in because he don't look as dangerous as him. Right. Big guy like me, my voice is strong. They might not let me in because I'm a big guy, but I'm a humble guy. But they don't look at me like that. That's why people say I'm underrated. It's not that I'm underrated. They keep me off because sometimes they don't know how to tell me how they feel. Yeah, I mean, that's on you. I mean, dude, it's okay. But let me go back to really loud. Fuck with you. I'm gonna tell you something. Let me tell you something about this. Me and Ricky been boys since before he had his video and I had my money. And I remember one time I was in Oklahoma Street. He really kind of got us so he had booked this show. I forgot who it was. We doing these clubs, but this dude had to run out of the clubs. They're not saying anything. They really kind of just takes, you know, some communities, you know, they got, you know, like that. They, oh, they ain't paying me. That's one thing. Back when I was done, I used to be a bouncer. I used to be a nigga. Right. So I went there and said, hey, man, so what's our money? Because I know, you know, we about $1,500. Man, we can get to $1,500. This brother said, he talking strong. And I said, when you gonna get it to me? You want to write out a check? He said, I ain't got your money. He did it like this. Wow, we upstairs with a pool table, right? So the lady said, I said, well, what you got? He goes, oh, like $200. He didn't say. Well, I knew it. I had the cue stick. Back and broke that mother over that nigga neck. And he knocked out. And I took those out of there. And I said, ooh, I'm gonna kill it right now. Hey, and first of all, this is fast as statute of limitations. So I can tell the story. Yeah, I got the money. I took a little too much out, but we in that room, and I'm still up there kind of shaking.
#1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
All of a sudden, later on, they called us. Your boy called us. He kind of called looking for us. I said, man, I ain't going down that city. He didn't know why I was going down there. He said, man, he probably got the money. He want to take us out to lunch. He feels bad. So I said, okay, yeah, I know what this shit is. He tried to, he really wanted to see what he could do because he had already came downstairs. So he went down there with me force. So I guess he was bored, you know. He probably want to shoot me, whatever, you know. So we go to the gym over there. And we over there, and I'm just getting comfortable, man. And I'm just joking and laughing. You know, I'm working off day. You know, I'm cracking jokes. And he goes, you know, you ain't no convenient. You just make up stuff. I'm talking about my name, just something about stuff coming out of me. I said, well, dumbass, that's what it is. So he said, what? I said, that's what it is. He said, nigga, I'm gonna fuck your ass up what you did to my boy. You talking all this shit. And I wasn't paying no attention. And he really got there just sitting there, what's going on? And I grabbed the nigga and said, boom, hit his face on the table. And every time we rolled over off the table, he had chili on the face. Baby, you know, I didn't see it, but he was behind it. That's the freak right there in the other booth. Seven jams behind your back. Y'all don't know what's going on. I'm sitting there with the whole thing. And that's when the bitch came out. You know, I ain't no game. I just a fighter. I ain't gonna let you jump me. Right. Because when he kind of got up, I kind of figured he was gonna try to drive up. Yeah. So, you know, I protect myself. And that's how you look. I'm in the hotel, crash. I was like, man, don't call my mama. Just tell her I'm all right. And I was scared to death. My cell phone rang. And I thank God for Sprint that day, because Sprint used to drop calls. You know, and it was Ricky Smiley, and they seen Ricky Smiley. You know Ricky Smiley, so they, you know, he got a name down there. They say, you know, Ricky Smiley keep calling you. And I was like, oh man, and he said, man, we ain't really see what happened. The police just brought it in, because they thought y'all were disrupting peace. Right. We can let you out of here, you gonna calm down. Said, you know, Ricky Smiley, I said, and he said, you can vouch for me that I'm a good person, right? Because he didn't know where I was. So Ricky Smiley said, man, if I buy you a ticket to come to Birmingham, you can make this $1,500. Yeah, you know, hell yeah. And Ricky Smiley flew me down there, and it wasn't even a sold out show. Ricky paid me $1,500 because I didn't do this show. And I appreciated Ricky Smiley. I got my $1,500 that I lost down there. I got it in one night, right? One show. And I always loved that dude for that. I always loved that dude for that.
The 82 game preseason is in the books. It's finally time for the real. Don't miss out on any NBA playoff action.
First of all, good way to see your time cheering on the Giants.
From the play-in tournament, you find DraftKings programs as you cover. Same game parlay, live betting, odds, much more. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use code challenge. New customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets
instant. That's the code. Shannon, only on DraftKings.
How did you find your wife? Because you're famous. You're famous. People know your face. Like you said, there's a difference between me being a football player wearing a uniform and people seeing my face on digital or radio television. They see your face.
Especially like you found your lady all them nasty ass parties you went to.
I ain't go to no party. I ain't no party.
Damn lie. Shit, y'all boy, come on, bro. I ain't no party. You ain't gonna know who we was. My brother, he played for the Falcons for about a year and a half. And he told me about the party that he got to go to. He got a new life and everything. He started talking fucked up to me with his life getting on. So I know you ain't got no party.
No, I ain't no party. I'm a whole body.
Okay. I hear you. You put everybody else dirty laundry out here. I ain't put nobody else out here. Your ass in that bitch out there. You ain't going to no party.
I ain't going to no party.
But see, me, it's different. You sit up here, button-down football player, you got rings and shit, white girls on your ankles. I know you had about that. No, I know you had
Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question, LaBelle?
Hey, wait, do you think he has white women? Say that you had no, you had probably because I say you only did white women, but white women come and click on you, and that's my nigga with the you have to say, hey, it ain't no good. They can't go out, they see you go to mass, but I ain't always have one of them. But nigga, you had athleticism. You always been a big nigga. You was a big goddamn tight end in the game. Nigga, the fuck you always been. I know, you born like that, nigga. Nigga in Georgia come right out the dirt like that. Everybody, babies come out with muscles in Georgia.
How did you know your wife was the one who got
so weird. You asked that question. I was in Georgia. You know, they had you and your brother Harris. Yes, I do. Yeah, I was down there doing the show for the Brown Brother Harris show. Now, I was a feature comedian. They had like Ron Man, you know Ron?
I do know Ron Man.
Pat Brown. They had all these comedians on the show. That means we was all on the show, but the lady come up to me saying, "Come on, and I was just like, what? Keep it clean. I said, everybody going to Ron Man up there talking about washing the coochie and all that. And then she telling me to keep it clean. And I'm like, why didn't they be mean before? I said, okay, I can do clean. But she had so many comedians on the show. By the time I got up, people were walking out on me.
Right.
Walking out, and I was just like, oh man, I'm eating it, you know. But I didn't know it was 1 o'clock in the morning. Being a comedian, I ain't give a shit. I was proud out there 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't care. So, whatever the case may be, I got there on the show, and I was like, man, get the fuck out of here. You know, I'm mad and shit. You ever seen Purple Rain? I remember Prince perform. He thought he did bad. He started turning up the room, and then said, Prince, they love you. You know, like that. It was like 200 people on the scene out there. So I go back out there, and this one woman, she had on blue jean jacket. That's what I call it, blue jean. Yeah, blue jean pants on. She had her hair tied over the side, and she was just hanging around. And she came up and said, I want a picture with her. And she said, I want a picture with you. Can I get a picture with you? And she was with me out here talking about what's staying there. And I was like, slow down, girl. Yeah, hey look, I ain't even I said, I told her though. I told her I ain't telling my room, let's get you a serial killer, you know. But the strange enough, she was staying, me and Tony Robbins, we went over to eat at the Days Inn where she was staying at. She wound up lying and saying that she was my wife and she wanted to leave me a message on my hotel phone. So, you know, speaking things of existence, we started talking, and man, we'd be on the phone for hours all the time. And man, it wasn't always topsy-turvy, you know. But, you know, she was beautiful, man. When I saw her, man, she was gorgeous. And I couldn't believe she really wanted to be, man, because I was 5'50" then, you understand? Yeah, I was flying on it. Don't know wild. You see that wild shit? That was too much wild for that. Wow. Hell no. But I was flying, you know, my military jacket, and I had my hat on, I had my other leather kit. Yes, nigga, you myself ain't Stop.
Let us offer our hearts a
You might be just one fat cat. But I got it in Sacramento. And it was like the big guitar, you know, you go to the guitar at the right time, and places where it's warm. Right. It was the best leather. They had the best play at before you big and tall up there. I used to come to California for that only. They had all the shit, but anyway, so we just started talking every day, man. We had our ups and downs and all that stuff, but she was just in my life, and you know the thing about it was this woman got in my life. She made me better because she made me be accountable for everything. She like my son, everywhere. I had 2 kids when I met her, and they were great kids. We had a down point. But I knew once I was the last man standing, I thought of blood, and I wasn't feeling, I felt empty, and I blew up, and don't have the light to share with. Because, you know, that's when you can be single all the way up to when you start making it. When you start making it, you need to find somebody to share with. Yeah, you need to find it. And I realized I made her with her, we worked it out. We had some trials, trust me. Marriage ain't always easy, but I ain't easy to get along with. Not sure she ain't, but we worked it out, and we made a beautiful thing, made some beautiful kids. We fell in love, and man, since I've been with my wife, I've advanced more. I've slimmed down. We own property, we own businesses. We just graduating to bigger and better things every day. She make me better, I make her better. So
would that have been possible without her in your life? Do you think you could have been where you are now without her by your side, without her supporting you and giving you offering you encouragement? Because like you said, achieving all these things as single is one thing, but once you get to a certain level, you want someone to come on to and share that with you.
Right. I think it might have been the same way. But I don't think so. And the thing about it, I think I'm messed up a lot with the money. You know, I hustled. All I knew was hustle hard. Yeah. I didn't know how people get mad at Donald Trump for knowing how to get out of his tax. Yeah. See, all tax, I was major or block. And my mama took one. She took one class, and she thought she was a tax advisor, and she was giving me bad advice. So I didn't know how to put my money right. When you start making real money, that's one thing Coach Daddy said. There's more money, no problem. You gotta learn how to put your money. I mean, God bless me, I always get money. I mean, I always have money. But it's like you gotta atone for the money in America. And so with her, she told me put everybody on payroll. She told me if I put her on payroll, you'll be able to get housing building. Your credit good, but you got IRS problems. You can't get housing. We build all this together, man, and it's just getting better and better every day. I got my children is good, my husband, that's regular good private school. We like it, we like it good with her. It's better, we eat better. Because I think I probably be dead of heart attack right now, because I'm going to eat something cheese. I'm still going to take some fast food. I gave her pork, I gave her all that. I gave her pork. I gave her pork. Me too, I gave her pork. I only got nothing pork. Get it, they was off for Lord. Okay, so bring up rolling. You eat ham? One cup rolling ham, baby. That's a black answer right there. Because you know, I'm always pork chop, pork Lord. But you know, my white grandmama, right, really down there, and you know, she had food, right, and it was like pork chop, that's and I'm sorry, I don't eat pork. See, they want to pork, yeah, that's something that's interesting. So, y'all ain't pork, you eat ham? No, she got mad at me like, pork ain't no ham, it was a pork. I had pork, what a hamburger, what that mean? I'm confused with me. I never eat without it. But it was, gave it up a long time ago, man. And once I found out, I would like to give up meat, but I can't. I can't. I go without it. I didn't fast. Being a big brother, I didn't fast for 25 days. No food, just liquid for 25 days. 6 times. 3 pounds. I didn't eat nothing. And I felt good, though. My head was clear, everything was different. But now, since I had to wake up early, I can't do it like I used to. Like, because I'm like, man, I have this for 30 months coming, but I got to keep up. But sometimes, you notice when you sick, or you going through something, and you can't right your body heal. So sometimes you gotta let your body heal, and sometimes you don't need to heal. Because sometimes your body over here is trying to break this down, get this out. It can't come over and fight this over this. So that's where a lot of people get their problems.
Yeah, I get a report. So, like, 1 weekend out of the month and 2 weeks out of the year. How we go for it?
Where you been? Okay. I mean, it's not what you eat, how you cook meat. Whatever. In the Bible, they said your meat would be nuts and berries and fruit. Really going to be. But we had to pick it over everything. So, I just pray with the deep. I said, I'm going to do something different the way you can see that. And there's where I feel.
I read what your wife said. You don't want to say she married a bear, not a bull.
Well, I can't quote her on that, but she said she don't want me too small.
Well, at one point in time, you look like you were smaller. I mean, man, you look really small. You look like about 195.
I think the smallest I got down to was I did get down to 270. I got close to 260. I got down because I'm fluctuating between 298 right now. And it's cool. That's I
mean, from 550 to under 3.
Yeah. But when I was mad 550, I could bench 450. I was strong as shit. How did you go? I mean, how were you able to move around? Most of the people that weigh that much, I wasn't that yours. Because Midwest boys, did you know you that big? Yeah, when I walked down the rear, some of them be looking at
Oh, shit. Did I kill myself?
Kids keep looking at me, they try not to look at you, they look at you like that. Hey, what you looking at me? Some kids don't give a fuck. Mama, what's that? You big when the lady come and grab her kid. Come here, before he bites you. What the fuck? I'm not gonna bite your child. But no, I only realized I was being because people dress me up. You come down. Yeah, all I gotta do is know how fast you can go to the doctor. Before I can even get the door, I know the phone on the phone. Well, I didn't know if you were going to cut back. Hold on, man, you ain't know what the fuck I look like. I can tell by your voice been trying to be there. But yeah, I don't know about these. I mean, but I wore well, right? Dude, I never really thought. My brother said it all the time. He got a small man mentality. He don't think he can move it. He's light on his feet. You can't hear that nigga walk in. That nigga sneak up on the family. You don't even know he there. And he's like, you real quiet, man. I mean, there's a lot of people really in that film. So what was his name? Eric Richardson, what's his name? Eric Richardson, old line when he ran down the wide receiver. Remember?
Oh, you talking about Larry Allen ran down the.
Larry Allen did it. And there was another cat too. I remember that big old line when that nigga weighed about 400 pounds. He ran that little bitty, back down on that interception. It's your frame of mind. Because, when one big brother, you see big brothers out there who come back in, he has to get in with the dance. It ain't no, if you hold yourself back, that's what you do something. I don't really think that it's something you do now. No, because you had this graduation, it's the elephant in the room, but I think I carry myself you know, and a mind frame was there. Understand? Yeah, and on stage, I really carry like on stage, I might come into this little world of sympathy. And like, no, you would never see. I only have on my fighting face.
When your wife recorded you snoring and you heard it, like, man, I got to do something. Was that a part of it?
She didn't record me snoring, but she kept waking me up. That's what it, you know. And I mean, you know, I think for you, if you back now, I lost weight. I don't know it. Okay. I was going to let you know. That's why I took some weight off. I was going to, you still have your moment, but, you know, I don't snore like I used to. Nah, I mean, you know, I think I snore when I'm aware that I if you eat. Right. Or something that you eat that your head will snore, you know, your body kind of goes in.
Let me ask you this.
I had a CPAP, but it was like sleeping in a hurricane. That shit wasn't cool. It was wild. My son was a little kid. He got off the astronaut. You know, I want to go to space too. I mean, shake this in your room. They going to sleep all night.
How about you give me one of them? Do they work?
But CPAP, I hate that shit. I get too much wind blowing. I would like that blowing in my face.
And I can try to sleep on your back.
I can sleep on my back. I can sleep on my back. You always like to feel something. No, I have to sleep on my side. No, I do sleep on my side. Well, I sleep on my side, but I sleep on my right side because I sleep on my I sleep on my left side because my right side I always have night side. You know what you sleep?
I'm asleep, I wouldn't know, but
yes, you do. You do. But I don't my fault you woke me up.
But I don't eat late. I don't eat up like 7 o'clock.
Yeah, man. Night farts don't really. Sometimes farts just come out because it's bored inside you.
I'm nutritious.
What you do? I seen what you eat, so let me see.
I eat baked chicken. I eat chicken. I eat turkey. I eat ground beef.
First of all, you not one vegetable.
I'm gonna tell you about it. I eat broccoli. I eat sweet potatoes. I eat Brussels sprouts. I eat green beans. I eat salad, mostly kale.
But you eat mostly, what you eat mostly chicken?
But I get roughage. I make sure I get my plate of roughage.
Do you eat a whole salad? You ever eat salad?
No.
Yeah, maybe like maybe real big, like slice of chicken, and then it just.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm gonna say I gotta eat an extra lot. I'm trying to eat like every meal. I'm trying to eat like I try to eat like 5-6 times a day. I'm trying to get somewhere between 5 and 6 calories a week.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, you know, that's pretty 500-600 calories a meal. Yeah. So you say about 25.
I'm trying to get like 3,000, 3,500.
And then you work out.
Yes.
How much you work out a day?
About 45 minutes to lift it.
You lift a car, like 45 minutes.
No, I don't lift a car. I don't lift like I used to because I don't need to be that big.
Yeah. What you curl?
I don't do no curls because I try, I don't need to,
What you do?
you don't need to be 125 pounds. That's even curls, I think it up same thing.
You do the kettlebell?
I used to do kettlebell. Yeah. I haven't done barbell bench in a long time. I kind of tweaked my pec, but I think I want to get back because my muscles don't feel the same texture as what I'm doing.
How old are you?
I'll be 56 too.
Okay. You got me. I'll be 56. So, yeah, when you get to a certain age, it's like, man, you start feeling that you grown. Because I used to put that boom. I put that weight up like it ain't nothing. I'm still strong,
right?
But as far as putting the weight up, I had to figure it out. And one day I was in the gym, my brother, and he had to help get this shit out. I was like, oh my God, I'm a grown man.
I'm looking at you. You said you had the surgery because your kids, you didn't want to be quote deadbeat and really. You mentioned earlier that you start having kids. It's like, man, I want to make my kids. I want to be here for them. I want to see my grandkids. Was that probably one of the main determining factors of why you did what you did?
Part of it, but also I said I love you. So around them might treat me a little better. You know what I'm saying? You know, because, you know, I think it's very good to, you know, people come around me, the energy really gets to me. It's always so bad, you know. If you hate on me, it's just because you hate yourself. Right. And I try to, you know, but I love you, so I said, man, you know, I want to do something solid for myself. Right. It's like, you can't, you know, you have something you kept living with, and you want to get out of it for a while, and you say, man, what can I do to get out of it? That's how the weight was, you know, just kind of trim it down. I didn't want to be skinny because like that, just feel healthy. Yeah. But like I get on the plane, I can sit in the seat no problem, like I do now. I feel better. Like I did a video when I went to the again. Right. And I said a few years ago, he keep me on the plane for 2 years. Right. And now I can put you up. And things like that, you know, just feel like sitting at the restaurant. It's like something that I ain't like what I ate at the restaurant. I think that's if I can get in, but I might not get out. Especially the ones that don't move right. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and then like, what's part about being a dead dad? See the guy I was talking about, my dad, the video was like talking about my father. Come found we had a big argument. He was going to be a lesson. And he really was my dad. So we get it. So he told you that after the argument? Yeah. You know, because he really wasn't in our life. We just got back in touch with each other. And me and my sister, we all started celebrating us being together. But then he started acting funny and coming down up, you know, he was one of the things was, you know, he was mad at me with my mom, but he knew he was together. Right. And when we got back in his life, we found out he had a man and all this shit. But, you know, I ain't even talking about that. I said, man, I gotta get shit. You know, gay dudes really in shape. You know, and I won't be the gay world. Right? I don't want to get turned down by them as much as I got turned down by women. But you know, but the thing about it was, you know, I embraced that, but then he stopped telling me, you know, I had to step in and be the man in my house. You know, I paid for both my sister's wedding. I paid for my mom's second wedding. I did all this stuff, you know, become a man and be there for my sister, protect her. And I took his job. You know, it pissed me off because, you know, like, but then he started coming around. We go down to the store where he worked, and he wouldn't come around no more. I guess he got a new person or whatever. I don't know what happened, but I wrote him a text message. I said, man, we just got back and he tells us like we never would act fucking funny. I mean, he never was around. I mean, when we come down to your city, he just come down, you know, and I just went off. And then he said, well, let me test someone to it. You know, and he said, we didn't go certified up telling me that my mom was pregnant before we went out to college and came back. She was pregnant. And he was still pregnant. So you don't know how she got pregnant. And I said, you're damn right. You trying to call my mama a hoe? And he said, I ain't calling her a hoe. I know she don't be. So the long short of it, I said, well, we need proof. You know, we fly down and we're going to go do a good day. But he was like, he won't work my ass. I don't want to see him in person. I don't want him to go down like that because he, you know, so he did a swab. And we got a penny thing back. It was crazy. It was like a movie. I'm trying to write the story down. You know, I was in the results when I was at the house with my mom. She sitting right across me, and I had the phone on me. I had to turn it off speaker because the lady was paternity test. I ain't want my mom to hear this shit. So I said, yeah, go on. Tell me what I need to know. And she gonna say, you know, when it comes down to it's like 40 more. Yeah, she said, your father, if you talk to your father, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0,
happy I was. I was in my GMC truck when I saw that giant
looking
bear
at my
in the
mom,
road in my neighborhood.
What the
felt so
fuck? Why
safe.
you didn't tell me? And
They
I
were so new to
did.
GMC, it's right off the
I finally confronted her, you know,
Women
women always want to cry to some situation. Like, he's lying. I mean, he's lying. I got the shit right here. You know, I wasn't mad at her. I was just own up to it. Right. I wasn't going, I love my mama. She was there for me from the get-go. I know no matter what, she's still your mom. And it's your mama, you know, and then she probably was going to say, like, relationship with I don't think he did. But I don't know, but when I got a lot of attention, was going to change the thing. But I just couldn't believe that she was trying to own up to it, and she finally got on up to it. It took her forever to have it in my father, and I guess she gave me the information. And I took it, I had a friend who I found out my teachers to professors. He was trying to lag one time. He took that little information to the lady found that I was on the podcast. She wrote truth on that, found out the stuff. I said it to him. He went and found out where he lived and everything. And he, lo and behold, he was still living in St. Louis all the time. All the time, all the day, he was in St. Louis. He had three other kids. He had a Chinese daughter, half Chinese daughter. He had 2 other sons that lived right around the corner from him at one time. And I said, you've been in St. Louis all the time. He is the grand champion of hide and go see. I said, that was wrong. But it was so weird, you know, that when I met him, and I wrote him a letter and told him who I was, and I said, I don't want nothing from you. I said, I'm a child of God, and I thank God that I found out who you is and put the glue my life together. And I just want to say, hey, man, you ever really let it go. And I gave my number, man called me, and he was so excited to find out who I was. To find out that he was going to and he didn't know who I was as an entertainer at that time. He just found that out later. That he was so wonderful, giving me so many inspiring words and everything. Just like, hey, no, but he wasn't the greatest guy because my other guys didn't like him because he wasn't in their life and all that. For some reason, he got older and he was trying to change his life. Because he was Rolling Stone. Right. And God gave him a stroke so he could stay around so I could get to know him. It was crazy. He got a stroke like 3 days after we talked. He got a stroke. Wow. So he couldn't leave St. Louis back with me because if you didn't have that stroke, that wasn't going to left. You never got to meet him. So it's so crazy, man. We see each other, and he's always cool. And you know, and I've been in his life, you know, just talking to him everywhere I call him, see how he doing. And he lived a hell of a life. He was the chief of police in St. Louis. He also was head of security for Kamala Harris at one time. And everything. So it's you know, that's but when I went out through that, I would never let my child go through that with me. He gonna know with that. If I ain't shit, he gonna know where he is. He'll say, my dad ain't shit, but I know where he is. He on the couch in the kitchen.
The role of Breaking Bad. How do you land that role?
It was crazy. You know, I don't know, like, when you found your dream, like football, what was your expectation? What was your expectation?
Me and Miguel, I'll be honest, the only thing I ever wanted to do, the only thing that I ever wanted to do in life was to play professional football and get my family, my grandmother, and I was proud that we would see. Okay. That was the total picture. I don't multitask very well. What I do well, I'm great at, but I don't do a whole lot. So I have a total focus.
You do multitask, but I'm going to tell you what I think you multitask. Because I used to see you talk, right, on shows and stuff. I said, that nigga was listening and spitting. I was telling that nigga drowning niggas in that interview. But what was powerful about it was practice. You focus. And the person that goes through something like that, you really, you know, that's what I do. I'm not the smartest man in the world, but I focus in on what I want. Yeah, that's what you do. Yeah, and that's what I do. Like before we even did this, I see practice. And I was like, and I know because of that. He got them with teeth. I got them fancy teeth and all the top of them damn teeth. I want to give me some damn teeth, nigga. I'm down. I got to use my body for tools. So I need to get my shit together. But on that aspect of that, you are about you can't say that ain't true. We all are black men are because we have to. Because we have to say no other race does the world. I'm just saying, when you out here, you're on a teetering tightrope as a black man. Being in the media, because social media became the information railroad of everything nice, our celebrities come to, is why presidents and politicians come on the podcast, then they come on anything else. So you have to always everybody word, instead of you can't always say what you really you want to really say this shit, but you can't. So you're doing something that's very tough. And cause like I'm doing a podcast, I'm doing shit that I like business. I ain't gonna talk about controversial shit because I don't want to be on that thing because about people then y'all need to stand up for black people, blah blah blah, shit like that. Cause lifetime I said you can stand up for your people. I love my black people, like no other brother. But when you stand up for somebody, most times you stand alone. And ain't nobody there to take you, they don't even look at what you did. They brag on how you kid that you got kids. Come on, man. We're gonna get it together for each other. Why I gotta always be, why I can't be on media and have fun and great guests that I respect and revere and give them a platform to talk to? Why I gotta step up and be the voice of the people? I'm not gonna do it. I don't care. I mean, I love y'all, but man, y'all gonna have to come with me. Every time I do something, I gotta do. I don't care if you get locked up, you get locked up. Yeah, I ain't don't snitch on me, I won't snitch on you. Unless you ain't around, you don't snitch on your ass. But on that aspect of Breaking Bad, every opportunity I would give, because I would tell you something when you talking about how you practice. I come from old school when you read and you understand stuff. I would never was a dummy, but I learned this. Right. And I learned and I found my strength off of normal stuff that I didn't think it was something I wanted to do, but I started reading scripts. Right. Because I used to go up and do an audition, and I would read the script like I think it's written, and I look like I can't talk. Right. I look like because I mean, I go through the same thing. People who hear my voice, how raspy it is, the beat is, I hear people out here like, I can't understand everything he says, but he's funny, you know. I'm like, why you can't understand everything I say? I'm telling you right now, you understand me. For people to say that, because as far as just like music, when you're in the rhythm, everybody don't get it. They put the beat, but they don't get the song. Right. You know what I'm saying? So when I landed, I got kids audition. I got Jake. I didn't want to do no more auditions, man. I said, man, they been acting for me. Right. You know what I'm saying? Because you turned down for it. Oh man, it's like, and I don't mind getting turned down if I win one, but I wouldn't win it. I wouldn't get enough commercial. I went up for a hamburger. I said, who else could do a turkey Call of Duty commercial with me? They put Paris need a damn Call of Duty superstar. I eat superstar. Why I ain't doing superstar commercial? I get one. I got one to call right now. Right. But they wouldn't give me a commercial. So when I got called for that, I got a manager and agency, and they said, hey, they got an audition. I just got on the road, you know, comedy job, man. We travel. We be on the road. You know, pretty much. What do you do? 100 shows a year? Yeah, that's right. What? So I mean, you always, there's only 52 weeks in the year. Yeah. And so that means we do 3 shows on Friday, 3 shows on Saturday. You gotta count all them damn shows. You do 3 shows. Yeah, when the bell's hot, he hot, baby. Yeah. I mean, shit. Man, there's sometimes 4. Yeah, sometimes it's 4. It is. Because I do 2 on Thursday, and then it be 2 on Friday. And a matinee show, a regular show, then we do the 3rd show, and then we do the late show. And then we do 3 shows on Sunday. So you gotta count, you gotta add that shit. You do, so you might be
be doing 200 shows.
Pretty much. I'm out there getting it. I got my fees, private schools to pay for, and a beautiful wife to keep that.
Right.
And a lifestyle to maintain. And the thing about it is, yes. And so when you get done with it, you come home. I mean, when I was living out here, that's why I moved to Texas. Because when I used to go out to fly from, let's say I fly from Birmingham, Alabama, got to do a connection, and fly 6 hours back across the country, all the way back to LA, get off the plane. My wife come pick me up. 3 hours, got to get something to eat. I lay down for a little bit, and if I take children to school, or take care of stuff, or everything, grocery, whatever, and shit, I look up, it's 30, and I just play again, I'm playing again. So it's kind of like, it was one thing I had to do, I understood what I was doing. We can't procedure, but then when I got that audition, they called me to film the job and say, man, can I get a photo with tomorrow? I said, well, man, you gotta go into this, man. It's a good role, man. You gotta, they can't do the mark. Shit, I get that. It's pretty much sitting there. And I was going for Lucius, the tow truck driver. Right. And I said, but I got in there, and it was one of the things, because I said, how are we going to do an audition? Like when they see me, where you been all my life? You know what I'm saying? That's why I always do in cartoons and TV shows like that, because they said about Elvis Presley got recognized. He had a gas station, he was fill up there, boy, you got a good little song, you in the car, you want to know Hollywood, Right. So I always thought of making it like that. So when I went in there for Lucy the truck driver, I did spraying food and everything, and the guy said, hey, you think you mind to read another script? And I was like, okay. He gave me the script. It had one line on it. One freaking line. He said, we're closed. He said, can you say that again? We're closed. We're closed. And the dude looked at me and said, can you start Wednesday? I said, what the fuck are you talking about? Can I start Wednesday for the truck driver? He said, no, for the security guard. And I said, security guard. I got to say a security guard. Not knowing that this security guard was a prolific character in this show. Right. And I got on probably one of the best dramas ever to be written to me. I know they say The Sopranos, but Breaking Bad is a vehicle entity in its own self, and parlay in the Better Call Saul. And the crazy thing about Better Call Saul, what describes me, because like I said, being a fighter, this dude, Breaking Bad was so big, but this dude hit me up on Facebook talking about, hey man, you was great at Breaking Bad, like that. He said, but I'm gonna play, when they come out with the spin-off on Better Call Saul, I'm gonna play you better shape. I'm gonna play better shape with the younger. And I said, bullshit, I'm gonna lose the weight so I can play the role. He said, man, ain't no way you're gonna be able to do that, but you ain't play that role. And that's right he said, I was wrong. Nigga, I had that weight loss surgery, brother. I was slim foot down, and I got lost so much damn weight. And they literally said, man, you don't look like you know in love, but you still here. We're going to put a fat suit on him. But I said, man, you ain't got to do that. By the grace of God, they already filmed my role because I wanted to show. I wanted, whoever that some bitch was on Facebook said that, I wanted to see me and say, God damn, right, because I remember, I don't compare myself to Robert, but this girl, Robert De Niro, he can't wait to be out with Al Pacino, Capone, yeah, Capone. He can't wait to be Capone. Yeah, I mean, then he lost weight to play Rocky Montana. I think, yeah, he had lost weight. He knew how to do it. So I said, I got to do it. Oh, wait. Yeah. But see, when I get it, man, I want a sag award. Yeah, I got for the actor. I walk right down Oprah and say, in your face, Oprah. I walked up to Forrest Whitaker and I pointed to his good eyes.
So, how did Breaking Bad, how did that launch you in the comedic space? Because this is like a different audience. So when you do jokes, when you tell jokes, do you tell jokes according to the audience, or you like, I wrote this set and I'm telling this set tonight, no matter who the audience is?
both content.
I just do what I
We're
want.
gonna check your drive on 405 next.
They don't. I ain't some shit like dictate me. You can't see me. You don't get it. You don't land. Right. And a lot of people didn't even know I was a comedian from Breaking Bad. They didn't know. They thought I was an actor. But when they seen me, oh my God. And a lot of people, they would come to the show because they Breaking Bad fan. They didn't come to the show because I'm
When they gave you crossover.
yeah, oh man. I was like to a show like we doing it too. The crazy shit that happened, this something called my life. I'm a Breaking Bad fan. The Bill Collins goes to New Orleans. I need to get an autograph picture that you let them know. And first of all, I know some bitch got my numbers, so I had to get my shit private. My wife was here, like how do you get my numbers? I was like, ooh, I don't know. And it stressed me out, so I had my brother check his ass saying he's from home back to the But then he was sitting out there at the show, and I said, well, you the motherfucker called my wife? He said, yes, sir, I had by mistake. I said, you're a damn lie, motherfucker. You don't do it by mistake. You ever call anybody in your family again? Trust me, I know what you look like. I'll come down here and I'll burn your fucking house down. I ain't playing with you. Now, you can love my show, the show I'm on. You could call me. If I ain't answer, you wait outside. If you want to get an autograph, you don't call my family. They don't have shit to do with this. I blow the world up for my family, dog. You don't want to play with me. I am nothing less. And the thing, I ain't the baddest nigga in the world, but I'm a fool. You understand? And it was just crazy that he did that. Because people, I mean, they be at the airport and bags saying, I don't be knowing that. I didn't know that. How did you ever have that? Yeah. I seen one time, love me, you snapped up. What get wrong for?
Oh, that's what I got the dog. Yeah, I'm at the international airport. Nobody knows. Yeah. I'm coming, I'm like, so he might have been looking for someone else and he just phoned ran.
No. He knew your ass was coming. He did. He think like TMZ and all that.
But here's the thing, man. Then I was going to meet the lady because she was bringing the dog. I wasn't going to catch the flight. I was just showing up.
How many months time niggas was sweating on? Looking like you, nigga. And they see you, you get out of the car, you come out of the car, you gotta get out of the track. You get out there, and you got a little ass puppy in your hair. What kind of dog was it?
Pomeranian.
Oh, man, you like little dogs?
I do.
You got a big dog?
I do.
What kind of dog you got?
Borbol.
Oh, there you go.
That's a master,
You know what I'm
yes.
saying? I seen one of them dogs that gets the lead out. And I mean, that's something just good right there. I mean,
Mine's a year old, he's about 175.
Man, I want one of them like Tango.
Okay,
They kill wolves.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a nice dog. They fight back.
Oh, that's a great.
He's smart. He's smart.
Very.
And it's good you got the little dog. Because you want that. See, people don't know this about animals. You get your little dog for the bark. You get your big dog for the bite.
Yeah.
You understand? And people don't know that. They see that little dog. Oh, look for that little dog. But they come to that fucking house. The dog, that little dog wanted this dog and they wanted you.
Yeah. Oh, they like, I ain't worried about nobody coming to the baby.
Yeah.
Quick now. That's your business operation. Visit the delivering the product. The more marks you have, the more money you But with hiring people,
This shit sucks.
everything's trouble. So, you get the call and hey, smart businesses are great way to go. This is the number one cloud financial system, brand accounting, financial management, inventory, HR, into one platform. In one source, with NetSuite, you can use IT calls because NetSuite doesn't supply no hardware required at the location. But the cost maintaining multiple systems because you got flexible business. You record the business that bring all your basic business software to one platform. Landing manual tax and else. Over 37,000 companies that already made the move. Review the map and see how your profit is invested. My popular mail, yes, sir, has extended one-of-a-kind flexible financing programs for Because you did Meet the Blacks. I mean, you got Mike Hill, Mike Tyson, Snoop Dogg, Charlie Murphy, Paul Mooney. What is it like working on a set with a group of comedians
that's as talented as these guys. Do y'all tell jokes or y'all like y'all cheaters? Nah, nigga, we always talking shit. I'm a shit talker. I don't play, man. I have fun with my friends, bro. Mike, my boy, I knew Mike before he had money. You know what I'm saying? Good ball, so crazy to beat me up. Anyway, ain't trying. I'm saying, what side you don't beat up, nigga? You ain't thinking of ball. That's what I think on you. Talking about you got a good dick. I said, look on me. If I put it on you, that's a blood, nigga. Yeah, I know that thing. You can do nothing now. Man, you hit me all day. I won't even feel it. Come on, dog. My man, that's just threatening me. I'm not scared of you, right? But that's that big man mentality. Little man have, right? But big man, but no, man, we have a ball, man. I mean, Mike Tyson wasn't there when I was there, cause I remember Mike seen me on stage one night. I ain't never seen Mike Tyson. He was the bad nigga in the world, but he seen me light a nigga up in the audience, and Mike Tyson really act like he was scared of me. He was scared. We was on the elevator, and I said, "Hey, Mike, how you doing?" He was like, "I ain't little bell," and he stepped back. From me. He didn't want to be talking. I love you, dude. But it was funny. But no, I didn't see him, but Charlie Murphy, I met him way back when he was doing a tour. Everybody on there, man, we just talked shit, Gary Owens, and Black Sand. We was all on there. We were just having fun. Me and Gary went to the casino and they did it. It's just, kind of comedians are so much on the road. It's always good. Everyone, like right now, we at this Netflix festival. It's beautiful to see all my fellow comics. I don't have a beef with nobody. I love everybody. I let you be yourself because I don't have to be around you all day. Right. When I see you, man, it's love. If you got a problem with me, you just arguing some bullshit because when I see you, it's just love and it's just see. I mean, some people that I don't know, because I ain't never met Dave Chappelle. I was 22, 23, and I heard about this little 15-year-old kid doing comedy and said he was a phenom, and I never got it. To this day, I have never met him. I ain't never met her, but everybody else, like me and Chris Tucker, I remember when Chris Tucker, right when we did Friday, we was doing an audition, and that nigga was on the audition, and that's just dope. I cussed his ass out. Come on, man. I ain't know you were going up. And it was so strange. I seen him because Kim Coles from Living Single hosted. And she seen him knowing I was supposed to go up. We had the same match. She gonna bring Chris Tucker up. He killed the shit. I went up. And I didn't have one of my favorite movies. That's back when I was young. I just moved to LA. It was kind of like scary. Right.
I'm looking at you with Adam Sandler in the movie. You have Ben Stiller, Terry Crews, Ruth Wilson, Rob Schneider, David Spade, Taylor Lautner, Kevin James, Robin Williams in the movie with him with Crazy One. Do you? I mean, like, obviously Adam Sandler is one of the great things. You look at Robin Williams and you talk about range, stand-up, movies, he can play any type of role. Did you get an opportunity to like meet those guys and to like talk, have conversation?
Oh yeah, like Adam Sandler is so strange about him. I used to say I want to be like Adam Sandler because my goal is to get an opportunity to do a few movies and bring my friends in so they can eat. Because of my opportunity, that's what gives me angry. I think that's one of the things that Cat had a problem with because Cat's a very communal guy. Yeah, he brings he brought Monique on the show after she talked about it. He brought her own Kevin Hart's wife on. He take care of people and put them on who might not get those opportunities. That's what I love about Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler brings all his SNL friends. And then when I talk about it, it's just like somebody said, yeah, Adam Sandler really like you. He wants you to be in his next movie. I'm like, Adam Sandler. I said, man, I'm going to stay forever. And he said, you want to come over and have lunch with me? I said, what? Man, I got my car. moved over there, right? And I got over there, and he came up and, hey, man, how you doing, man? Why you doing, you too, man? Hey, man, I think you great, man. I really want to be a part of that show, man. Are you good with that? You want that? Fuck yeah, I want to be in. I'm in every damn movie you got.
Right.
You know, and the thing about it was, I keep my energy good, and I've been blessed to be in 3 of his movies, man. You know, I mean, he ain't have to call. I'm sure it was a big brother, but he called me. The last one I did was home team, and he wasn't only, but it was his production. But I love it, man, because me and Kevin James, we got to sit down and talk, you know, and everything. And like Robin Williams, I did Crazy One. Me and him sat down, he was a Breaking Bad fan. And, you know, it's so weird that he, you know, he died like he did. Because being a comedian, and being in this world, we always think comedians are always funny.
Right.
But if you ever really supposed to ride with some tears of the clown, yes. A lot of us have the tears of the clown because we give so much of ourselves on that stage. A funny comedian, he'll go on that stage, we get done, and he's exhausted. Because he gave them everything he could. He didn't give nothing for it. No, nothing to make him laugh, and it's good. And one thing I'm learning about being a comedian is come and watch the show and just be a part of the show, be a spectator. Last night I got to do that, and I got to go see a tribute to Sinbad, and I watched all my comedian friends do their thing, and I got to see something that was funny, something that was okay, but I was enjoying it. You know, because it does like when I was at the Laugh Factory, I couldn't do that because they put me on stage after I did the show in the YouTube theater, and I didn't really want to go up. I was just watching young comics just to see where the energy was. But the young comics that I was just trying to, I wrote a comic book. I wrote a book. You ever want to stand up in $29.99 on Amazon? Yeah. You ever want to stand up? Sure. Nigga, you hilarious. Just get up there and just do speeches. Fuck up words. Nigga, that's your gift. That's your gift. Nigga, you're gonna be fantastic. Man, I mean, you know, I'm for real. But you can't get a man, motherfucking laugh. I do. Said told me not to do. Fuck said don't know nothing about no comment. Cat told me not to do too. Cat. You right, you know, you probably could though. You know, you're right for me. Sure, I'm right for you. Nigga, I'm right for you and teach you how to dance out. No, nigga, I mean, I think you'd be great. You got a big personality. And I mean, people gonna love you because who you are. You know, pro wrestlers do comedy. You know what I'm saying? I tell you who would have been hilarious, a Stone Cold Steve Austin, because he looks so serious. And if he, you know, he's come on, I'm Steve Austin. And the funny thing about Steve Austin, he used to be a pretty boy, and then he got his bald head, and he became a tough guy, because he never was a tough guy. But I think he would be hilarious. I mean, but I think he'd be good. I think he'd be good. You just have to find your outline, and then you gotta jump over that line. You jump over that line, it's hilarious. When you be talking about you want to be with Glorilla, and you say you want to buy, you ain't said nothing about no Glorilla. Nigga, you was like, you was on that damn show. You said, you said you want to kill God. That was somebody else. I had Glorilla on the show. I know this. You said you like it. I mean, you was right. You was great, but I'm telling you, when you right with God, you coming back. I don't care your money man put you there. I can do that. I'm talking about, yeah, I don't need no Christian girl. I want to be a freak. You can't mess with freak too much. Can't keep on with a freak. I mean, you know, ain't nobody gonna fuck with them. You think people mother. That's why girls got bacteria.
No, I've been trying to have conversations about you. That's my voice. Or Diablo. I love you.
I love everybody and I love myself and people they gravitate to it. Yeah, I have just many non-black fans like I white men because I just come up there and I be mean. I think that people and I generally just love what I talk about. Nobody even said, like I said, oh yeah, I got gay fans, man, they love the fuck out of me because they're just funny. I mean, gay women come to the show and stuff.
I'll take it that way. No. Free phone sex, you don't that's stuff. Like, yeah, call me. Please call me.
They're like friends. And he directed class, so that's gay form. And he used to bring, when I used to roll the mics, he used to bring all the gay friends with him. He had two dudes that was hella designers. Because I see them niggas all the time still. I mean, the dudes just make suits, you understand? And he's like, no, you used to do it. Like, me and my boys coming to the show. I said, I remember y'all had when they was back there. Go to man,
Where's all back together?
Some lady's gonna be like, that's what I fucking want to talk about, baby. Wait, you mean to tell me? Hey, kid, you mean to tell me that we can expose that and robotics? Hell yeah, girl. What's your favorite alien race? Let's make a hybrid, girl. Dog. I got that bullshit again. Fancy word. Dog.
And a dog in the garage, and a dog in the garage. I'm trying to keep quiet. I said, get in the house, boy. Get in the house. He left the door open. He in the house.
Dog.
I'm like, shit.
What the fuck? This shit sucks. Dog. What in the fuck? What the shit is this? Dog, just do it. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, you're banned. Hey, dog. Hi, dog. Oh,
They thought they went got a cage for the damn dog. They didn't even back to the dog. They don't even give him a wound on the wood. They ain't even look at his license. They just say, my dog now. God brought him in the house. He got a cage. Feeding him my road beef. I mean, they made him change his name. I said, he got a license. I'm sure he got a license about it. So I put it on neighborhood, just say,
right. There's a lot of big stuff going on. You're in control.
So we went in the backyard, and whoever lied bad was found, came over our house, took my damn gate. Didn't even say thank you for finding that damn dog. And he came home and found that dog. He stuck a crack, a big damn kid. Nigga, you just left. You just been around about 2 hours.
What is this bullshit?
I was like, oh man. I was in up here, and me and my wife was going to this retreat. and I said, we'll take you get a dog on Thursday. Right. We went to get a dog. I thought it was going to be about $200. We mugging this dog like a goofy school. Yeah. I'm just, I had a dog looking at their price. I said, give me more. I said, wow, $1,500. Get your fucking ass back in there. These dogs, they weigh 30 pounds. And they weigh 3
What is this bitch's name?
That calls dog and calls me more money than he did. He ain't protect us and shit. He almost killed me twice. Walking down the steps and he be under my feet. Well, damn dog. He's a lot for
Yo, bitch.
lousy asshole. That's what
This shit sucks.
Stand up. How did you discover?
Yeah, I don't even know if I'm discovered yet. I mean, you know, comic view.
That's
So that was your first big break.
Yeah, comic view was my first. I mean, when I got on comic view, that's why when they started like brought it back, I was excited when I was watching BET. They had the old
Yeah.
I said, they don't understand how prolific that was to the urban community. Because people thought Def Jam was great because it was bigger. It was too big because of HBO. BET was the Netflix of comedy for because it came on every day. And these young comedy guys become stars from BET. And I was when I went on there, I tore it up. I was up with a host twice. They never gave it to me. I don't know what that fucking shit was.
Right.
I got a half-hour special grandstand. I did it. And I killed the crowd. And I felt proud about that. Oh, there's up my name of it. You know what I'm saying? What the hell, was the Bell Ward? And if you watch me, I turned around and said, nigga, it's Crawford. You know, because he remember the name. I'm like, damn, you remember the name. But it was just a wonderful time, man, because that's what all the comedians are more. Shit, all Mike, Gary, all young Demario, T.B. Hearn, you had Tony Rock, all these comedians, Ricky Smiley, you know, everybody got the host and hamburger, yeah. And Bruce got the host. I was mad, Bruce got the host. I said, well, there ain't gonna be no more bad things.
So comedy is the big break. You go NBC last conversation.
I understand it was my crossover station.
Yeah, that's what. Now you household you with everybody home.
Oh man, it was so crazy. I was in Beverly, Massachusetts, and this white look how we love you. Had a big poster board. It was like 6 poster boards and just my name. No other comedian. That's when I knew that I was a powerful comedian. I knew from that I won all these people's hearts like that.
Are there any jokes that you won't say today that you said maybe 20 years ago? Are you afraid of ever slipping up and being canceled or attempting to be canceled?
I told you, I always got canceled, so-called canceled when I was on Blade.
Right.
So now, I mean, cancel my Netflix subscription. I ain't afraid of being that shit is bullshit because I think that a comedian, you know, like Dave Chappelle, one thing I love about Dave was pushing the envelope. People would get bored with it, but I think he wasn't doing it because he gets on himself. He was doing it to say, man, stop.
Comedian.
Yeah, well, this is the thing that I always, you know, people don't want to hear the truth, but I'm gonna say it the best way I can. In the black community, homosexuals were loved because they was in plays being this little gay, they was being girl, please, girl, and they was always funny. Even when they was on shows, every movie you see, homosexual, it was like I think one of the funniest movies I've seen was about gay. Roger Boyd was in it. What's his name? No, we called Boat Trip. Remember that? Boat Trip with Cuba Gooding Jr.? Yeah. Oh my God, one of the funniest fucking movies in the world. It was like they wanted to go on a boat trip, and they wanted to go on with girls. They wanted to try to switch and put them on the game.
It was spamming.
So funny. It was a great movie. But I'm like, I think if you're not allowing people to laugh at you, and laugh at the situation, how can you love yourself? Right. Because you have to get past
any insecurity you may have.
But I remember when this world got weak, because when we were growing up, sticks and stones may break my bones, the words can never hurt me. And I mean, they can't really hurt you unless you want them to fucking hurt you. I mean, people gonna say what they want about you. They talk about Jesus, and I love Jesus. they just try to denounce their will. They try to say what color he is. They the people only want to believe in him no more. I said, man, when you stop believing in him, I'm sure it's going to be the only nigga in heaven. I'm sure we enjoying all this. But I said, I think that no, I'm not worried. I'm not worried like that because I don't beat up on nobody.
Right.
I mean, that ain't my style. Now, you say something, man, it pisses me off, trying to mess me up. Yes, I'll tell you up. That's my first
Let me ask you a question. Did you know that the comedians, you've been in this thing 30 plus years, Lavelle, did you know comedians behind the scenes felt this way about each other?
Yeah. I mean, human beings. I mean, I'm sure all these others got beats and more. You know the shameful thing about it is that bothers me about it. Like I said before, Academy, like he made it. Oh, okay. I didn't know I could do that. Do whatever you comfortable. All right, man. You gonna blame it on the PlayStation. Yeah, but look, but when I say that, it's like when we all in the soup, it's just we ain't got no money, and it ain't we ain't got see these opportunities over here. We normal folk. Cause you see when people ain't famous no more, how friendly they is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When they famous,
They give you money.
Yeah. It's like, why did
they have to take back?
Yeah. Why you had to lose it to be who you was before? Just be you. I mean, I don't give a fuck what the producer talk about movies. You just getting that money. Cause I mean, I've been in the game. I've been around the world. I just seen all. I didn't had all kind of opportunities. I ain't never had a big one, but I always raised myself in the game. Somebody there on the radio, I've been kicking it. I've done a lot of shit.
Already pretty good.
And I like the way I'm flying. I don't have to worry about shit and try to stay on somebody's path. I'm me. But I guess comedians always have, that thing to be come from. The success over here, the success over here. That's what you come see before they
Rabbi Rothschild.
They're fighting the street. I mean, everybody ain't gonna get along.
But everybody ain't gonna make it either, Lavelle.
So for sure. I mean, that's in anything.
Fuck you, Rabbi Rothschild. Thank you.
What you consider making. Or you can, I'm making it.
You look like, there's some people like, okay, like you said, you do 20 shows a year, you make great money. But a lot of times people look and they see Pryor, and they see Cosby, and they see Pryor, and they see Kevin Hart, and they see Mike Epps, and they see so many of these other comedians. Not only with their stand-up, you see the Adam Sandlers, you see the Ray Romanos, and you see the Seinfeld that had TV shows. They was like, well, why did I get that?
Yeah, but you can't sit up and ask why. You just gotta find your world. I don't think their success ain't my success.
Right.
But we don't know what kind of pain found their place. You understand? Because I know the background of some of that. And I know some of it.
You a bitch ass bitch. You can't think. Hell yeah.
You can't always say, I mean, well, I come from but I see some famous women, and they be with somebody like real good that big. I said, man, that's the dude, boy. And then we see their life just close. Right. You understand what I'm saying? So you don't know what's really going on. So you don't really know. You think that you got this perfect life, and it's not what you think. And my life. And they think they love it, but I'm learning to be grateful for what God gives me and the guy He blesses me to go to another plateau. Because I mean, I ain't done. I'm gonna get my bills on
is hell yeah,
I
baby.
can go pretty much anywhere and get to work. And people, and my persona and my personality is so admirable, I think, that a person who can't stand their angry, that person that knows me won't believe. You know what I'm saying? It's like, let's say, somebody is selling to you, say something about one of your friends, man, they want to eat ass, so hold on, man, what you do? Man, okay, you won't know, like I know, I said, you ain't gonna never believe what they say. Because you know him, the way he carries himself with you, that's how you do it.
I read when you said, when Kat said what he said on the show, that a lot of these people should not have responded because it makes them look good. You still stand by that? Don't you have the right to defend yourself? Because there is a double-edged sword.
Well, if you defend yourself, what you defend yourself against?
If I don't say anything, they say, well, he's guilty. If I do say something, they say he's wrong. So how do I win? Or do I win, or do I not even try to win this situation?
You win, baby.
Caesar Dennis is at 84,000 more than the same time a year ago. Dennis's company layoffs financial update sponsored by
They said he couldn't read it. They
the Dow is
Grab like a bitch ass fucker, man.
There you go, man. I'm just saying, they say he couldn't read it. He got a radio show that he been on all the time. So when people say, he's learning to read somewhere, I'm like, this nigga's in the Air Force. And then, so, I mean, people gonna say, my thing is, like I said, I think, like I said, you look guilty, because, I mean, what it does is, right, look at this, y'all talking about the kids in the bars, people and all that shit. They keep going back and forth saying there's no ridiculous and horrifying things about each other. But my whole thing, you saying this shit about me, nigga, so you really talking about the long time, we were reporting that for you. You know what I'm saying? You were guilty. So now you want to bust them out like it's gonna make it bad? No, that makes you look as bad as him. You think you're pedophile? Okay, you're pedophile, but you do this, you let me get it, you let me get it like that. You want to say in a rap house? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. When you, but if it ain't true, you don't have to regurgitate it and keep on right out. But you say I'm pedophile, nigga, I'm going to say, motherfucker, I ain't done that. I'm going to walk out and fuck all that nigga. You just told me that was like you upset about me. I just laughed it off. You said you was pedophile? No, it's the same thing. A straight man don't want to be called that. But you ain't not a pedophile. So what's the difference? You know,
No, I'm not positive. I am. Damn him. Fuck you.
I see your ass just put a blind wig on. I'm stretching that. You get your fucking ass back on there, nigga, man. But then that was some shit talk. But that when he said a pedophile, you ain't heard nobody. You ain't gay. Is gay. If you were gay, you own up to that shit. No,
Someone needs to call me.
And don't try to emasculate me because I don't play no game. All I will say is, okay, why? So,
I'm ready to get love, baby. If you put your pants down, smack you on your
That's what I'm saying. So all the things you can say what Jennifer was live, like you said. Man, I saw him on TV, he sprayed it everywhere. I said, you know the man.
I'm a cell phone.
No, but so the gay, okay, yeah, I mean, it's a split because I see we got kids.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people that look, and but I don't got no problem with nobody else. Whatever letter you want to use in the alphabet, that's your life. I don't judge nobody.
I would just never believe you. That's the thing. So I understand that I'm
Wait, what is this?
I'm
sexy. You want those?
That's it.
No, he said that before I had to work.
Yeah, That's all.
I'm gonna with the person again. I ain't get rid of my person.
But there's a lot of motherfuckers with the man bag.
Man, you know I'm gonna have to wait to get them listen to her ass. You can't walk this door, get over her ass, man. Man, I went to 7 months.
Well, you act like
I better get it.
you live in love like that.
I got a house, but I ain't got no money.
You
I ain't got no money like you.
You gotta look shit. You gotta hurt man. I ain't got nigga, I got a Sumi wallet. Hey, if I show this motherfucker, you gonna be laughing at me. Hey, look. But you can take your back.
Right.
Okay.
That's what
You have every right to defend it if you want to. But I think you gotta give a bad hit. That's
Yo.
not right. That's
What the fuck is that?
you know, I'm doing a sex tape. I ain't gonna watch it. I mean, they might film you got the crew. You're right. They have welcome to Club Station. We doing a little something different tonight. Watch this, Mike Epps. But I mean, I'm sure if you felt that way, you had the right to say it. I can't tell a man not to do. But I know if you do it, it's gonna be a wildfire because it's so weird about it. Like you said, hit dog holler, cry baby, if you say something, and it was like, oh, Mike might be right, you know, whatever. You can't please people. You beat his ass. It's still, okay, nigga, beat shit out of me. You understand what I'm saying? You like, man, you know, but it just goes in stuff. And I trust me, man. I mean, trust me. I got mad, man. Talking on my head, calling me fat, talking about this, talking about that. And I was just like, man, I don't even waste my energy no more. Sometimes I get mad about it, but I talk to you. I said, gee, help me get out of this. Because when you do that, it really goes away. And the guy just elevates you. Because I guarantee you something about me. You talk about people that say, hey, the bell problems on Club Shay Shay, nigga, what the fuck you doing? You know what I'm saying? Right. The bell problem, they had the bell problem on that motherfucker. They gonna tune in, might not go viral with cat shit. I ain't worried about that. No. I mean, I didn't do it for that. I see Amanda Shield came on and she had her moment on there. I don't get into that. I don't even put nobody. I'm just Mike Blackson. I joke with him because I say that shit to him. Right. I'm not that guy that you worry about that. If you don't like me, let me tell you something. I got shunned by a celebrity, hurt my damn feelings. You know, but I still love nigga. Shit, I was in the airport, got off the plane. Boosie Badass was on the plane with me. And he got off the plane and said, oh shit, Boosie Badass, man. Hey man, let me get a picture with you. He gonna probably go back and say, okay. I tell my daughters in there, they laugh at me because I was in the picture with him because he was more fast than me. Right. But I was like, why is him? He didn't have no security or nothing. And I said, listen, can I get a picture? He said, yeah, man. So I thought we got to go take a quick selfie. He said, let's go to the bathroom. So I'm like, okay, good. I'm not kidding. I'm not no slouch my damn self, but I'm just looking like a eater-ass fan sitting out here waiting on him to come out the toilet. I said, you ready for the picture? This motherfucker walked past me and go sit down. And I was like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, I don't want to bullshit. You know, you ready for the picture? I'm standing looking goofy as fuck. I felt even fatter. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting there, okay, let me have it again. I said, you know, like that. You know, just like, you know,
I'm looking goddamn plan.
Shit, like, man, you know, he had a skinny. If I was back in my day, I'm about to try to do it. I said, maybe you just want to be violent. Right. I forgave him. I still laugh at it because I felt love from his video because it made me laugh. You fancy me acting like that towards me, but I didn't take it like painful. Right. You know, but my daughter laughed, but she laughed and just too young, and she laughed at me because she laughed at how I tell the story. And I keep forgetting how to believe it, but it was like the way he did it, it was just like, yeah. How you do me like that, man?
Give me my Rushmore comedian.
Not my Rushmore.
My Rushmore. Bell Crawford is my Rushmore.
Yeah. Let me hold on, slow down and take it back there. I would put myself up there because ain't nobody ever said me. Robert Harris, Richard Pryor. It's for, and that need one more.
One more.
Okay. Robert Harris, Richard Pryor.
Murphy, Chappelle, Bird. You got so many.
I'm old school.
Okay, Carlin. Paul Mooney. Red Fox.
Red Fox. You know why? He's from St. Louis. And he was an incredible entity. And he was a good brother. He helped out people too.
Yeah.
As a Red Fox, that's my mom was.
Bell Crawford, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate it.
What do you think? John Mayer Rich put on that dress?
Hell no.
Yeah, right? That's what I'm saying.
The
I mean, I think at one point he had a camel toe.
Hello, welcome to another episode of Club Shay Shay. I am your host, Shannon Sharp. I'm also the proprietor of Club Shay Shay. The guy that's talking about the conversation we bring today is a famed stand-up comedian, writer, producer, director, businessman. He's had massive success in the comedy as an actor on the big screen. He's been entertaining audiences for almost 3 decades. Damn, long time. Performed out the sold-out audience in clubs and theaters nationwide. He won funniest serviceman in America. He's the funniest black comedian that sang the income. He's the only white man to ever host BET Comedy Beat, Black America's funniest white comedian. They tell me he's welcome to any barbecue or reunion. We'll see if that's still standing up in this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is.
How you doing?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
I have autism.
There you go. Come on.
Sorry. No, I just something. Just realized it right now. I'm sorry.
I was hoping like it did like maybe 5 minutes. 5 minutes here. How do you want more or you want?
I usually women brown liquor light because brown and brown that's a bad experience.
But you know, hey, but it's right here. This is my own color. It's smooth.
Everybody told me don't drink it.
Now I'm telling you,
You'll tell
you will love it.
This is like when we get out. This is the team, bro.
It's just about 5 to 10 minutes. Finally time for the real season. Don't miss out on any NBA playoff action at DraftKings Sportsbook. From the play terms, you find DraftKings Sportsbook as you go. Same game parlay, live betting, odds. How hard was that? So that play out. Yeah, we're gonna be right in.
it's not something I ever thought would happen. Public divorce. It's weird because when I wanted to divorce,
The U.S. Justice Department in 30 states, including California, filed an anti-divorce suit
let's
trying
be an
to bring up
example
Everglades
of
baseline nation
how a
payment
divorce
and
should
its
be.
Ticketmaster unit. What they allege is the company's unlawful
I don't know what happened.
document
All of a
concert
sudden,
ticket sales
well, I
industry.
didn't know what happened,
And it took
but
ages in order
what
to
happened?
release details.
I know how it got
It's a big
published,
show, so
because
it's surrounded by
I
politics
filed,
and
and I called her, I said,
scientists
look,
and
I don't know
national
if we
oceanic and
blindsided.
atmospheric
There's
administration.
gonna be a process server coming, because we had a house in Ohio, California, okay? But we voted in Ohio, we paid taxes in Ohio. I filed in Ohio, right? I filed in a small country town where they used to like plumbers and waitresses right for us. No, never get out. They don't look at the goal to get out. So it just, when I went down to the lawyer and said, you know, okay, they got some paperwork, and there's only 2 judges in this town. You're at the mercy of them. So when I left, I thought I just gotta not come home for a couple of weeks because you got the homestead and things like that. And then it took like 2 months. I took all these goofy reasons why I couldn't come home. Like, yeah, we're gonna add a show on Monday. All this other stuff. I'm doing a podcast. I'm just stalled, right? I let her come to work. I'm not excuses.
You're going to a stall with one
And the day I told her, the next day,
Oh, you were stalling her because she was in Ohio.
no, she was in California. I'm in Ohio, but I'm on the road every weekend, right? So it was during COVID. All the comedy clubs were half full. And we were adding shows on Monday, but then I was doing like Wednesday through Monday at the comedy club. And then finally the paperwork, and my lawyer called me and says, they're on the way to go to service. And I'm like, so I was like, I'm gonna call him. I don't want to get blindsided. I'm not my son is the door or anything like that. So I called her, Boris, and she was like, she's cool. And then she asked me that I was my knock on the door. Surprise. The process of the way. Wait, I'm already another lawyer. That's when everything flipped like a bomb. I got the ring. Yeah, on my phone. So it was knocking. I see her knocking. I go, someone's at the door. See if things on. I'm like, oh, this isn't go well. And then she rings the door. So then the next day we're on the phone with the coordinator saying, that was cool. The next day, I'm in Naples, Florida. I get up there for the first show. I look at my phone, that's the TV. That's when it says she filed her divorce against me and in LA County. I go, wait, no, I'm in the bag. Right. So while she's talking to me, you know, it's all fair a little more. You know, I stalled, right. I was outlined, and then she went down, and she fucking against me in LA. To this day, I don't know why, unless she wanted to put out on social media after we lived there. She didn't understand that play. But that's what TMZ got. And that's when the narrative came out that she left me. And then everything started.
But I thought you could have had a conversation. You had you had a conversation leading up to you actually filing? Had there been some conversation, or had there been something going on in the marriage that you wanted out?
I think I was good at compartmentalizing things. Okay. I think she was too. So, you know, we didn't leave. So if things are getting around the house, you're just not happy. You go to the road, you just come back. So I was very good at compartmentalizing things. Then with the TMZ, my lawyer was like, yo, you got a show? I got another one. Because I'm calling her from her phone started blowing up. And she goes, you can't go on stage again. I said, I got another show in like 30 minutes. And she goes, look, we're at a process service on the way to serve you. I said, well, what does that mean? She goes, well, if you get served, chances are the divorce will go down in California. California's a 50-50 state, which means she can get half your money for the rest of your life. I said, say less, this show's over.
Oh, but you got people paying good money to see you perform, Gary.
No, I went up. Okay, but let me tell you what it is. I went up. I couldn't have been any farther back on that stage because I'm on the process service coming, so I'm against the wall. My head's on the swivel the whole time. And then I got to go to the bathroom. I go, we can play. So then I got off, and then I was on the run for like 4 months. So this is March 2021. We finally got this. She's a border process server. I'm a border process server. It's a cat and mouse game. And I'm researching. So what I found out was you can't, well, in my line of work, too much commonplace at the airport and on stage. Right. And we've seen people get served on stage. Right. So I had had security with me. They stood in the front row of my cell. So nobody know I had somebody planning. I said, nobody can come up. Nobody can come up. And then I would never find a school like performance. So after everything hit the fan, the next week, I was in Boston. I was asking questions about technology. My actually down to Baltimore. And at one point, I stopped at Starbucks. And his one brother was like, oh, Gary Owen. He was chasing me. Around Starbucks. He was like, I said, dude, I can't go. He's like, and I don't know if he was looking for across the server. And my older was in the car. We jumped in like long little juice. The last thing I remember was brother said, Starbucks was there. So I was on the run. I ended up with the 4 season golf for like 2.5 weeks. Never got playing. I was in my uncle's bath. There's nobody in the middle of that. And my opener was, he was at the Renaissance where they thought I was going to stay there. So he was registered under my name. My schedule was on So there's a lot of cat and mouse, man. When I was in Miami at the AL, by the airport, and I didn't know that's like a sex trafficking hotel. I'm sitting here going, wow, like something right here. You're about to divorce. You're about to get shit off in the bed. So I'm going, I had to call West. Hey, man, what's going on here? He's like, this is kind of serious. He was like, I didn't know. So then at one point, I called a high school friend. I was staying at his house in West Virginia. I'm paying cash everywhere. I ain't on social media. I'm off changing my cell phone number. I'm off the grid. And we couldn't get her either. I said, no, it's hard to get. The processor kept calling me saying, we can't get her. So I said, screw it. 24/7 surveillance. I said, yeah, sure, man. And so I had this bill for like $25,000 for the processor. I was like, you ain't a surgery yet. And so what I did, I hired an outside processor from Cincinnati. Me and her flew from Cincinnati to Sacramento. We get to Sacramento. We drive over. I still got the gate to the neighborhood. I still got the parking garage. Goes to the neighborhood. I read the parking garage razors up. She's not there. I said, I know her. Go to store tomorrow. And so, sure enough, she's pulling out of the state park. That's hard. Now we're talking on the highway, and she goes, you gotta get down. She can see you. I was like, I'm hopping in the back seat. I'm riding like this. I'm going. So then she stopped. She goes to Panera Bread. Shouts out to Panera, and she got stuck in the drive-thru. She got a car in front of her, car behind her, and I don't know where we're at. Like, I'm in the back seat, and the processor was like, it's go time. I said, bro, this ain't Jason Bourne. And so she gets up to her, and right as she's placing the order, the officer was like, just next to her car, she just stood up. And she was like, you're served. I'm like, oh! And I'm on the passenger side. She don't see I'm filming her. So we got her, and I bought her a one-way ticket. I was fully prepared to stay as long as we got to. We got within like an hour, and then I had to immediately get a one-way ticket out of Oakland back to Ohio, so immediately. So we got it. We got it in Ohio. That's before it happened.
How did it get so contentious? You have kids. Y'all been together 2 decades. How did it become so contentious if this was something you both knew that needed to happen and both wanted it to happen? Was it because you beat her to the punch, or what was it infidelity on somebody's part?
Oh, yeah, mine. I'm not gonna lie about it now. Yeah.
What you lying about it then?
Because if you ask that, I got caught a couple times. It's not like I never got caught. Oh, I wasn't that great at it. You know what I mean? You gotta realize, like, we were together 23 years, married 17. You know, she knows all my good points and bad points, and I know all hers. So I left 3 times, and the others know what I do. I always came back for the kids. Like, I don't want to raise my kids and everything. So, I mean, first time I left out, man, I took the kids with me. We drove from LA
So we was in LA at the time, to Dallas, and we got arguing at Chipotle. Yeah, my dad said, I had your kids with me. We take off, I'll never forget, this was 2004. This is the night, I'll never forget, it's the night that Roy Jones and some car bike. And Roy got knocked out. Yeah. And then, I want to see, and that was, I'm like, but it was over that fight. I want to go see the fight. You know how I mean, go, but she wanted to put the kids in daycare. They're so minor looking back on me. Right. And I go, I'm not going to take them to daycare. They close at 6. I'll be back at 5:30. I'm going to go to Reddy's house and wants to fight. She goes, no, just take them to daycare. All right, they basically told me that I'm not taking, I'll keep the kids all day, but just be home at 5:30. And then she goes, no, I don't know if I'll be home by then. So that was argument based on it. So I got so just done. I was like, I'm out. I'm getting the diapers. I take off. I don't think we're normal. I just started driving. I got Palm Springs. I got like a Walmart. Got diapers and toys for them. And then I got the Phoenix. We stayed on like Phoenix. I got up next day. Called a friend of mine in Dallas. I said, look, I'm out. Can I come over your house? We drove the next day. I'll never forget. We got somewhere in Texas. We got to Texas. I'm like, big Texas here. I got to El Paso. I'm almost in Dallas. Oh, that's a whole other day going, right? I remember one time we stopped at some city gas station, like you're Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and my son is, I don't think he wasn't that. He wasn't my daughter. He wasn't. So he was peeing like next to this abandoned gas station on this dirt road. And I got there. We had a big excursion at the time. I got the back. I'm taking the back. I was parking on the road. I go, what the heck? Wait a minute. If this car stops, it's something wrong. We're done. I would tell my son, I was like, Austin, get over here. Come on! I'm holding my daughter. We took off, and I don't know if they were gonna have it or not.
But did you call the cops or something? Say you had taken the kids from me?
No. She didn't go down. I called her. I left Saturday, and then I called her Monday morning. And I just said, look, I an argument, things like that. And then she flew out to Dallas. She stayed for like a day, like a week. And then we ended up reconciling. But then she flew back because I dropped that by myself.
You do realize this is not normal. That when someone takes the kid and they don't make contact with the other parent for 2 days, and the other parent don't reach out, you know that's not normal.
But she was trying to reach out.
But you just were call.
Whoa. I'm trying to make an excuse. Yeah, I messed up. Like, I'm not perfect. I know I'm not perfect. And it's so random because, you know, the divorce is like weird. Like, somebody has to be the bad guy. Right. And I became the bad guy in the middle of this divorce. Right. And for the longest time, I didn't say anything. But I think now, like, I'm so emotionally unattached to her now. So now I feel like, I can talk about it. What could go wrong with this?
How much did you go wrong here?
Because he goes down, right?
Believe me, this is coming. Let me ask you a question. How much do you think that this divorce has to do with the pent-up that she forgave you several times for your indiscretions? And she's like, I forgave you. And here you is blindsided me with this divorce.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying I did everything right. At all. I'm not innocent here. Right. But I'm not ever gonna, I think she knows all my indiscretions. I know hers. So I don't think it's gonna be any good for me to like try to trash her.
Right.
Talk about things she did. Neither of us is perfect in the marriage. Like, we can go into linear reason. So I'm just like, I guess she just posted me and stuff. And the camera was like, yeah, we're infidelity. She can't get on the camera. This thing is super funny, Jordan, or her friend. I didn't do that. You're looking like that's all wrong. It wasn't her. It's Jennifer Jordan.
She wanted $44,000. The kids are grown. The kids are grown now, right? The kids are grown. She wanted $44,000 a month. And you're like, oh, hell no. Democrats tried
pushing proposal
It
to
didn't
limit
make
the
me
number of
bold,
migrants
though. I ain't
allowed.
gonna lie. Yeah, you like it now. Here's my kick like that, I bet.
Rejected by most Republicans. They agree that Democrats or Republicans are not serious about trying to fix
Yeah, that was a
politics.
hard number.
Republicans called
Yeah.
for
You think like,
the November
how did
election.
did you ask your lawyer,
A
how did
second
she
flag
arrive
has
at
been
that
seen
number?
flying in a
That
mile
number.
by Supreme
who you
Court
think,
Justice Samuel Alito. The New York Times
Tax-free.
reports the
Yes.
official
Tax-free.
flags on the outside
Do the
Alito's
math on that.
vacation home on the Jersey Shore last summer.
Half a mil. Yeah, that's like 900,000 if you think about it. Yeah, that's a lot.
And you think about the time in which you're going to city.
Right.
That was
Maybe
too late
60
to that
more
part.
voices that comes after an upside down American flag
I
was seen
know
flying
that.
outside
Yeah, I was
Alito's
like,
home in Virginia
you know,
in
here's the thing,
2021. Portnoy says the two flag sightings have led to calls for Alito to recuse himself from cases involving the January 6th riot.
You got
We're going to
that.
check out the
I took
101
all
next.
and it was a lot. I took all of us, and I got it. I got it. You know? So I was like, I didn't like getting dragged in like a deadbeat, deadbeat dad, and then it was like I left everybody hanging. That wasn't the case. Like, I got the text. Like, I literally said, hey, send me the bills. I got it. He was like, no, it's not how we do things. So I was like, well, what can we do here? Let's go. I'm paying off all this debt we got. And I'm like, the big thing was the house. You want to stay in the house? I go, we got to sell the house.
Yeah.
We have to.
Yeah.
And I took,
You said it, but you got to pay the note on it.
well, it was more than that. I'm looking into it, but there was some other stuff going on. There was taxes involved, IRS involved. So I was like, we got to sell it. We got to pay these dudes off. You know what I mean? So, you know, but I made sure, I made sure when everything was said and done, when the mediation, I was like, I'll take on the debt. I'll make sure you have enough alimony that you're good. You're really good, by the way. And I was like,
So wet weather for
I'll pay your
KO5 from the
first
sunny highs
year
mid-60s to
of rent.
around 70 for Metro
You
LA, upper 60s to mid-70s for the valleys, upper 70s to mid-80s and windy again for the high desert. We have mid to upper 60s for the beaches, about 70 for Philadelphia, low to
And
mid-70s
this
for
one
the
time, you try to keep
Right now,
All
it
I'm
is
gonna keep
65
and I want everybody to be
and
comfortable.
62
I'm
at
not-
Rancho
listen,
Santa
I'm not
Margarita.
addicted.
It is
I'm not mad. I
one
get
in
it's a little
Hollywood.
more, but I feel like I was very democratic. You know? Looking at it, I could be wrong.
why did because you already making $50 you already making money. Don't you want to like if I come into a situation, think the way I look at it. I carry home with it. I ask them to be out. They say no. They say I ain't got no money. I say when I leave, I want all my stuff. I don't want people to steal my nothing. So Gary, you already said this thing for $6 when you start to make $20. Yeah. You should see for those. Like you said, multiply that times what? The times the year, times 12. So why would you not? Stupid. That's the one with you. Yeah.
And there's no argument there because every time you do a prenup, it's like the man's point of view is and the woman's point of view is, well, it's like they're setting us up to break up. And like, and the man's point of view is like, well, you know? So yeah, the prenup is a required thing now. Yeah. We learn over time. Yeah.
I don't get insurance on my car to go rear end a T-bone somebody.
Yeah.
But it's nice to have if you do.
You ain't lying about that.
You get a reality show. You read doing that show, bringing people into your life.
No, that was fun. That was fun. And now, the state of that with my kids is like, at least I have a time stamp. I can go back and watch that stage for like,
A channel that doesn't show the sheet metal, but
footage of
for
that
us it's about
at
storytelling.
15,
That's driving a lot of
14
brand
years old.
awareness, but
You know,
it can also drive a lot of intent.
Then everybody got paid. Just got a trust out of it, but we put the money away. They have it later on. So everything,
It worked out.
yeah, it would have been nice to have more seasons.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of
I'm just asking.
iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Do they work? And why do they do? Is that a man's thing or is that a woman thing? Is that something joint? Who wanted to say, let's renew our vows?
Our wedding was jacked up.
Oh, what happened? Okay, tell us what happened at the wedding.
So we got married at the the first Amy and Oakland's Black Church, right? So I mean, I'm sure we'll get into my upbringing eventually. So first of all, we get to the wedding and I'm worried because my stepdad and my real dad don't get along, and I'm sweating this, right? And I'm going, I had a bad feeling the whole time. We get to the wedding. First of all, preacher walked out. He was like, I don't know when we're starting. So the wedding's supposed to start at 3. I guess it was like 3:30. And we just left. And when you say I left, I might not be married. I got chicken. So her like cousin Melvin worked at UPS. I guess he's ordained. He did it. He did the wedding.
So he got the official pastor that is supposed to preside over the ceremony.
Yeah.
Because you were late. He's like, I'm about to do
I wasn't late.
He said, I was.
Was John Elway ever late for this? No, he wasn't. I bet you Steve Atwater was.
So somebody showed up late.
Obviously, the woman shows up late. Obviously, we know that though.
But you know it takes a little more.
Yeah, of course. The way that. But he leaves. So I'm like, we can do that. Not a big deal. Then we get to the reception. Baker drops our cake. We got a 5-tier cake. So the lady, I guess, slip. Come down. So, you know, the bride didn't get announced. We sit behind the door for like 45 minutes. What's going on? I don't realize on the reception floor, they said she dipped it right in front of the wedding table. So it just went out. So then we're getting ready to do the camera, and the bar was in the other room. I grabbed my brother Dallas. I said, let's go have a drink real quick. Me and there, just have a drink. And I hear this and I went, all right, you know what it was. I go out there, my stepdad's getting dragged out, my biological dad's doing this, and I'm like, what happened? And they was like, they got a fight. Like, I got a fight with my stepdad second one my real dad at the wedding, right? So then, finally, the next day, I see my stepdad, I was like, what happened? He looked at me funny. I said, what? I said, you didn't say nothing. He looked at me funny. I was like, really? Because he looked at me, he goes, no, it wasn't on his face. It wasn't on his face. He looked at me like, what around here is going on? I'm right before you, and something else, and I'm so like, ha, ha, ha. I said, you saw that in the face? I said, that was a face. I ain't never seen a face like that. So that's really why we wanted to Bower when we did it on the reality show, because I always felt like she didn't get the wedding that she wanted. So when BET came to the reality show, we were like, let's do the pilot was the Bower. It ended up being the last episode, but that was the pilot. And so yeah, it was cool.
Do you think that everything that transpired that you make it 7 years? Nah. Yeah, bro.
And you tame this too.
Yeah, you gotta do it from the start.
Well, I was doing for the various reasons. I'm self-analyzing myself and not putting blame on everybody else. That's too easy. That's too easy, bro. I'm sorry. Here's what it is. If you're a comedian, you get offended by stuff you say, you would want to work. You know? Anyway. I wasn't a quitter, and I got married. Honestly, looking back, I just want to quit. Terrible upbringing. Didn't know how to tell myself I'm enough. And at the same time, going through all this self-evaluation, I meet my ex, and then we're down like, oh, okay, I can probably be this dad, I can probably do this, and then I get on BET, I'm starting to get attention now from women that I never got before. So now, you're in rooms, you're in situations, and women are coming at you, and I'm in my 20s. A little different.
Just so you know what I'm saying? You don't want to remember that slave, that phrase. Just
This ain't no them tossing us down. Pause. No kidding. Again. Sorry. Going too far. Just a little.
that's what it is. But the social media aspect of it. Because, a part of you wants to defend yourself, but then you just add fuel to the fire.
All you do.
If you choose. But how hard was it for you? Because you like to run.
She was coming. Yeah, she was coming. I just shut up. And I was like, I didn't want to get on social media until somebody got served.
Right.
I'm thinking, she's like, yes. She was doing stuff like that. So I was like, I just stayed on social media. I just got quiet. And this is when I knew social media is real life. And I think with my ex, she really reads the comments and takes them to heart like that. And she does. And I would always tell her, don't read the comments on social media. It's just adding fuel to the fire. So I think with her, it helped her because people were like, I'm on your side, Gary. And also hurt her because then when people try to come to her, she's trying to defend herself. So as far as like social media goes, I just stayed quiet. I'll never forget I was in Baltimore after I've been in the hotel for like 5 days this point, right? Before my first show at Being at the Fan. I got nothing to do with reading social media. So I'm sitting there, I'm a cheater and all this. I'm gonna say Baltimore. Huh? Yeah. But I'm about 45 minutes into my set, Baltimore, and this lady's back. I'm loving it, cheap. I need to hear that right now. Because I don't think I'm going to say I'm about to get food. Right. Because I'm reading this right for 5 days. So I'm thinking, they're like, hey. Social media had me thinking, I'm not invited to cook out. Black people hate me. Don't leave. And then I get on stage, it's like, I'm not going to stage. I told that lady, I said, you don't know how bad I am to hear that right now.
But to hear that you were dead, what's your relationship with the kids right now?
I don't have the
Jewish kids being intimidated and harassed, pushed around for weeks.
It's a nightmare. It's like they're my greatest accomplishments and my greatest failure at the same time. Because my daughter graduated school, coming down from the school, going to grad school, and everything. My son, working with kids, to hear how they talk about him, they love him. I haven't seen him. So back in November, I was back in the bay where he lives. So I went to his job just to lay eyes on him. I hadn't seen him in so long. So I didn't tell him I was coming. I felt bad. I blended in with their appearance. And then just to see him amongst, in his element. And so I went on my podcast and I said, I got to see my son. It was nice. And I said, I'm proud of him. Doing good. And I had a part in that. And our oldest, we don't say Steph, but our oldest, he was living back in Ohio, got a house, working, doing his thing. So as far as success, I had 3 kids. Never got a phone call ever when they was in school. There was a problem. Never had a problem meeting friends. They were never out wilding. So we did our job. But to see how it's just crashed and burned since the divorce. This is all since the divorce.
Do you believe you played the role, the vibe with your kids?
I'll say, I'll take the blame because I didn't ensure that my relationship with them was so strong. No matter what anybody said, they'd be like, nah, my dad's good. So, I was gone a lot, right on the road, and that's part there. But I don't want to throw stones and stuff. I don't know if she's at the house saying your daddy. I don't know. I do know blasphemy on social media didn't help, and then other shit happened. We'll get into a little bit. My real dad didn't help. But it was just like, I just don't know where it got so bad. You know what I mean? But I'm just literally the worst human being on the planet. And it's funny, I ran into my ex on a plane from Atlanta to Cincinnati.
Come on, Gary.
I ain't got nowhere to lie now. I just said I cheated. That's the room. I got Anyway, this happened. I was in the window like, you like a kid. So she didn't see me when she got on the plane. We go to bed and she sees me. She comes up, we start talking, and then that's when I was like, you know, I'm just kind of asked her like, you know, how do we get this right with the kids? And then I keep telling her like, look, when they call on the, I don't care about you got a shot in cancer, the minute they say, I'll go to where they're at. So when I talked to her about the kids, you know, I told her, I said, I wish you would, just say it's not. It's not. They should listen. Yeah. Enough. There's no abuse here. There's no mental abuse. There's no physical abuse. They had a great childhood. Yeah. Great private school. Paid for my daughter's college. I mean, just stuff you're supposed to do if you have it as a dad. Right. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, I don't know how I became this evil human being, but they want nothing to do with it. Honestly, I'm like, I read somewhere that says, you go to the divorce, when kids are little, they idolize them. And then when divorce happens, they demonize them. And as time goes by, they demonize them. Really,
The FCC is fined a political consultant $6 million for AI robocalls impersonating President Biden ahead of the New Hampshire primary. And the Labor Party's number of people in the U.S. applying for unemployment benefits dropped in the last week. Satellite weather from KFI from sunny high 60s to mid-80s. This report brought to you by Bank of America from the Southern California
I got tickets. I got 4. You guys want to go?
We're going to a crash on the 10 in Baldwin Park.
And then
Every dude knows not every day. I had other plans. I got other rings.
I ain't gonna say what they said, but it wasn't pretty. And then I said, I flew when I was in school, and ran the door, and ran to the door. And then my ex was calling me and was like, my road manager was why you get the phone?
You know that door too?
No. My daughter called.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
So she's like, why is he at the door? And he's like, you're trying to see her. She goes, no, it's not time. I'm not ready. She said, why is that? Put in the mail. I go, this ain't 1985. So that happened. Then I found out she was flying. I found out we were flight sometimes. Bringing her to the airport. And I was like, I kept my distance. I didn't run up on her. And I waved and she waved back. I'm going to shut here. And then she gets in the bathroom. And just 45 minutes I waited. She never came out. I just left. And then when I went to the graduation,
People always ask us why Center has so many different kinds of primers.
I don't know how. At
175
this point, I don't know how to
listen to our customers.
relationship. I just let them know that I love them. I'm proud of them. And whenever they call, I'll go where I'm at. I'm there. I'm not told them. I said, you want to go to Hawaii? Want to go to Dubai? You want to go? Because we can go. We can go somewhere so far away to sit down and have it out. So I really don't know.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you
When you look at a relationship,
millions of live conversations with trusted influencers and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company.
We really have one.
Results are powerful for it.
It's kind of popped in and out. So, like I said, I had an absolute violent and abusive stepmom. So that's not good. I don't want to do that. So, like I said, I don't want to trash my ex because when we first got together, she had a son. And I literally was like, came home and I said, I want to break up. She was, what do you mean? She was like, I just moved in with her. She was like, you just moved in. I said, I'm scared that your son is going to look at me like I look at my face. I can scared that you're in me. She was like, don't worry about it. She was like, follow my lead. I'll tell you what to do if it's wrong. And that's how you got to do it. I think that's what I did for a lot of the relationship. I just kind of did what she said when I was home, and then I tried to walk the boat. But yeah,
It scared me. But yeah, my father was 18.
I saw a lady.
God dang. I'm so mad I came out of the next thing. Yes, nah, bruh. Forgiveness is not for him. It's for you. Look how you're talking. You're emotional for being held hostage. You're not free. Free from that. Right? I mean, this is a relationship with my wife. So, one around the locker room, and then pop up every now and then, you know, there's countless Sundays you're waiting on the show, right? And then, get older, get on TV, get a couple movies, and come around a little bit. It's always said, like, I was people like, you care, man, you know, they're using you. They rather do my dad all the time. Why they want the relationship in the man? So, during the course of the divorce, at one point, nobody was served yet. I was home in Cincinnati. I was a resident. I got something, but I can't say anything. I'm sure it's so I got a rep to work for Reds. He got a switch for me, not my name, I paid for it. I called my buddy. 5, 6 guys came, did a good day at the ballpark. Nobody took pictures. Nobody took posts. It's time. Next morning, 7:17 in the morning, I wake up, I got a voicemail from my dad. He's like, hey, Dad, I respect me. And his sister cussing me out. Tell me I don't respect him. He said, I'm out of your life. And I was intoxicated. No, it's in the morning. It's 7:17 in the morning. I hear him drink like that. So I was like, he never said my bad. So I get a text about an hour later, and it's like, oh, he's like, I heard you came to Reds, you're going to fight me. I don't expect this behavior from you. My other kids keep being alive. You don't. I'm going, this is a Reds game? I'm calling. And when I called him, I immediately was like, Dad, I got your voicemail, I got your text. And he goes, yeah, I meant every word of it. I mean, this ain't gonna go well. So we started talking. It just getting heated, right? And so, like, a week before I came home, I got 2 identical twin sisters. They did like a family photo shoot, and nobody called and invited me. But that's normal with that side, right? So I wasn't in the house with them. My sister's so much younger than me. I wasn't tripping, but I was like, I wasn't tripping with a call. I wasn't tripping. So in the course of him cussing out over Reds game, I said, Dad, we took family pictures and didn't even invite me. And he goes, oh, I knew this was coming. That's the only time I snapped. Wife, family, homie, and hung up on him. And that's the last conversation we had. Then his until he did. He started calling my ex that he wanted nothing to do with it. Then on my side of the divorce, started getting on the dirt on. All the time. And he's posted it on his Facebook page. Posted it on his Facebook. Then he posted a picture of my ex-wife on his Facebook page. And was like, I got you back to this divorce. He's always been like a daughter to me. He don't even like black people. He's a Trump thumper. Not Trump supporter, Trump thumper. I ain't saying he went to the Capitol. He just money. He made a trip. But now he wants to support black women. I'll say this. Access was blocked to aggravated unit. Kirkhoff's Hall and Hall because of the encampment. This is according to classes held in those buildings are shifted online. A public safety alert was issued to the campus. Was I wrong?
The Vice Chancellor for
No, you wasn't
Strategic
wrong.
Communications.
But just because you weren't wrong, that doesn't mean you can't
We're aware of demonstration activity. Our safety personnel on site monitoring the situation.
But here's the thing. I think he has this perception, like you said, because when he became so much, he could extrapolate something from.
I had no idea, but it's not really a surprise.
You don't have this, and rightfully so, him bouncing in and out of your life. Never need there being a father that you want. Little do you know, you became that guy. You know that was your mom.
Can't work out.
Look there because you know social work for kids. Right? They look at you the same way you look at your father. That's how they're looking at you.
But it was so, I think
He was there by, see, like you said, you put him through private school, you pay for college. Those are the sacrifices that you have to make sometimes that you miss out on.
But I did, listen, I never missed a birthday. I never missed a game. I made sure, like, there were times when if they had a game, and I'm not flying private, I'm flying commercial. I'm getting up in the morning, getting to an and sometimes driving to an airport that had a hub. So I'm driving like 2-3 hours to get to the airport. I get a direct flight to get to Cincinnati so I can make the game and then get back to my show that night. I go, because I know what it's like to look in the stands and not see your dad. I know what it's like to have like a recital and not see your dad. So I didn't miss stuff like that. Like, so to say like I did everything in my power not to become or to hear like they taking me like that was my biggest fear. It's to feel how I feel about my dad and my stepdad. We ain't got to that. That is my biggest fear. So to have it play out like that, it was my worst nightmare.
I understand. I want to see this true because I read this. Your former show told your wife about some of the indiscretions that were happening. Really? Yeah. And that's the thing, like, I get why Kevin keeps the plastic couple. I get why Cat keeps people around them. And I'm not talking about the high seas like cheats. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about those dudes you gotta trust because you're with them more than your family half the time. You gotta get along with them. You gotta be able to open up to them. Like I'm having issues at the house. Those are like your therapists on the road. So this dude that I fired in 2018, when my divorce happened, the fact that he called her and they started talking and he started telling her dirt about me, I was like, because we said mediation. It was like a movie. We had mediation. And she goes, yeah, I'm like, Gary, I moved on to girls. And then she goes, she's like, naming off these girls, and some were wrong, but there's one in particular I went, wait a minute. I didn't I know about this, so I'm making up a name. I know about Sally, the one with the white name. You know what I'm true? She said, I know about Sally. She goes, this dude, he told me you fired him, so you found out you slept with her. And I went, so here I am. I'm just making movements at this point. So I'm like, wait a minute. So now it's hitting me, wow. She found out about this girl. That is like, I'm talking this was years ago, right? I'm going to roll that you said the name. Like, I'm like, oh my God, what? And she goes, yeah, you said you fired him because you found out he slept with her too. So now, I'm like, wait a minute. She knows I slept with this girl, and I didn't know my owner slept with her too. So I go, it's Italian. He can kill the Sopranos for that. So I was like, oh, yeah. So I'm not even gonna say his name. And you know it had to be, he had to have told, because at the time she didn't bring it up. She didn't mention anything about it. So she couldn't have known that here's the only one to do it.
There's some information only he and I know.
Right.
I was like, but that's why he's at where he's at in his career right now.
It's
hard being on the road. And one time you travel around and women, like you say, they come up and oh, he's great, people in the movement, yada, yada, yada. And you look like that. Yeah. When you say hard, it doesn't get hard to say no.
Yeah, it's not the easiest, especially when you grow up like I did. I didn't have a sense. I didn't have anybody tell me I'm great. You know, so they get people like, they like me, and then they have a reason. Yeah, you're like, whoa, I never got attention like this. And then, you know, yeah, so I would tell people, it's similar to ball players and stuff. I was like, yo, I would tell women, never get married to anybody in their 20s. Entertainment, athletes, they gotta get out of the system. It's too much access to things. You know what I mean? So I think it's easier the older you get. But man,
Huntington Beach and Fort Worth released details of a Pacific Air Show settlement surrounded by politics.
So,
Homeowner
how do you meet?
to find out if the air show operator deserved so much money to compensate for being shut down by the oil spill in 2021. They have given him $5 million
for a relationship and,
more. Should they
you know,
recoup any more money?
until I ride with my
Perpetrators
traders,
of the oil spill
I ain't
problem,
close
then they
enough.
have
So I feel like it's
A lot of times women want to be close to like, hey, you hide me because you don't want nobody else to see. But you're doing this for another reason, a very good reason.
Following last year's trade derailment in Ohio.
down there, but it's not like she's hard
More than
on
$1 million of hazardous chemicals in the soil water
There's
area
thing
in
that's going on.
Palestine, Ohio.
What's an ideal first date? Is it 50-50, you take care of everything, you gotta go to a restaurant that, you know, even if you get the most minor thing, it's gonna be $250, $300. What's an ideal first date?
Civil penalties. Justice has been joined by 49 states and suing 5 nations.
He said ideal.
Violating antitrust laws.
That's what you want at the end of the day. The ideal first date for a man is either.
And technological failures are anti-competitive.
I mean, you gotta become realize how much you need after. How much your first date cost? If you go out to eat, you take a lady out for a first date, how much should it cost?
you know, it depends on how much you make.
He says Live Nation
If you only make a certain amount of money, you can't take her to 5 on 12 or mass show. It's not the budget, right? You know what I mean? So I think women have expectations, and it is depending on how much that man makes for the status, there's a little expectation and what they're used to dating. You know what I mean? So I think that's a loaded question. So I don't know.
It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
So like whether it's
A woman's got their own guys. I feel first
reporting that partly sunny, highs mid-60s to around 70 for metro LA and mountains, mid-60s to mid-70s, windy again in the high desert, mid-60s for the beaches, mid to upper 60s in Lenosi, upper 60s to low 70s for the IE. Right now, 64 Costa Mesa, 63 in Mount Valley, and 72 in Montana, and 68 in Ice. We're going to a crash on 110 in South
very
LA.
moisturized. Yeah, that.
Oh, geez, that was ambidextrous. So when you first approach, like lady, female, woman, we gotta be careful what we say. We're gonna do like female.
For a stall on the 10 freeway.
What did she say?
Outside right before.
Which one? The first black one or something?
The very first. The very first.
Slow right around 3. And if you're hoping to get through San Bernardino quickly, well, we still have pretty close for emergency.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And
That was in DC.
Highway 18
Station,
shut down until 5 p.m. for some emergency road work. With Southern California's only airport where it's on Google.
Like, you know,
How
did you move so fast? I was very inquisitive. I get asked questions. But it was so cool because when we got done, it was so random the things you remember. When we got done, it was just like, we got some horseshoes. Yeah, horseshoes like this. Oh my God! I felt like the guy in the Harlem Nights. Yeah, come on. I'm definitely coming home. Yeah. That was wild.
And that's from that point on.
But I knew before the rest. I knew like that. It's just, I don't know.
Non-stop issue.
Yeah, better than TJ Friday. And she always reflected. We're still friends to this day.
How you going that off?
She's asked questions. Fridays had happy hour, yes. And she's sitting there. She had a haircut. The white girls like that haircut.
Yeah.
Like an asymmetrical bob. You know, just go to any summer.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You'll see that at the Atlanta Hawks game. You can see what the Utah Jazz did. So we started talking, and then, you know, I do this in my act. I don't want to start doing bits on her show. So long story short, only reason she came back to my place was the food.
The Good Feet store. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit
As long
goodfeet.com.
as I let her come back, I want
Hi,
to prove
I'm Allie
that
Raisman.
it's like this.
I've been living with
And so
migraine
it
for a
was
while.
the
As an athlete
it was
and
cool and a
gymnast,
good
I was taught to just power through
experience, but
pain.
when I say
Now
there
I
was
use
no foreplay,
Ubrelvy or
there was no
ibuprofen
emotions
to
involved.
treat my
It was like
migraine
bing,
attacks.
bing, bing.
As soon as I feel a migraine attack,
And then
I
we
take
like,
Ubrelvy,
we did it.
which
You
provides
never met a white dude, I never met a white girl.
Once I get relief, I go on
And
with
so
my day.
now you
I
got
partner with
enough
Ubrelvy to share my
She
migraine
found me on
story.
Facebook years
Ubrelvy
later.
quickly
Like 2
stops
years.
migraine in its tracks within
I
2
knew someone
hours
was like,
without
"Nigga,
worrying
this is
where
a
you are.
fun, early
Most
running,
people
right?"
have quick pain relief within
We're
2
still friends to
hours.
this day. Like, not friends, I mean, acquaintances. Okay, she got to hold me on Facebook like when Facebook was just friends, it wasn't family. So it's funny because I mean, we type every now
Tell
and
your
then.
healthcare provider about all the medicines you take. Most
When-
common side effects are not
How would your
antidepressants.
family
My
react
hope
when
is
they
that by
found
sharing my
out?
migraine story and the relief I
I
get
ain't
from
cool
Ubrelvy,
like that.
it can help someone else.
Mommy,
Ask your doctor about Ubrelvy, the anytime, anywhere migraine
don't do for
medicine.
your dad, your mom, brother, sister.
I know I sound like a man of seals right now.
Ubrelvy.
You know, but
Sorry. I don't know, man. I don't know. But it's yeah, mom's different though. Like, I feel bad for my mom. She's just been beat down my life. And I've told her numerous times, like, I can help you and get you out of it. You just gotta leave that dude. I hurt my stepdad. So last time I saw my mom was May 20th, 2020. My brother died. My brother died May 22th of 15 And so I didn't know. One, I didn't know.
Okay, well, did you know that the head of the TSA says this is going to be the busiest travel season on record?
I didn't know my brother was there.
More than 18 million people are
This
expected
is
to
not
be
like
screened by the TSA
universe,
from
man.
now
Picks you up and humbles you at the same
May
time.
29.
So I'm coming off things like a man. I'm starting to sell a lot of tickets now, so I'm making more money than I ever had. And careers really starting to take off. And then Right On comes out. So now, in the course of like a year and a half, I'm in 2 number 1 movies in the country. And Right On, they have a big scene, but I just see it stuck out. You know, so life's good. My brother calls me. First, he messaged me on Facebook, but he never had a cell phone. I don't know if it's not good for him. So he calls me. First, he messaged me on Facebook. He's Gary, I'm about to call you from this number. It's my girlfriend's number. Okay. He goes, I need your help. And I said, let me get us money. And I remember he said, I'll punch you. I'll never ask you for that. And I'm like, what's the problem? So I call him. I'm on the phone. I don't know. He's about to He's like, daughter. And I don't know what's going on. She's like, dude, I'm a guy. I got this little girl. I can't stop myself. And he comes with it. I go, I don't know what's going on. I call right now. His girlfriend. She goes, he just shot up. So I can hear my brother moaning about it. I was like, we shot Harold. I was like, what? So everything's been shot. Nothing on my brain. So she goes, I don't know what to do. He's an addict, you know, and I'm like, so I said, okay, I'm going to call my mom, and then I'm going to have her come over and get him, and I'll call you back. So I call my mom, so go get Dallas. He didn't overdose, he just shot up. So she's like, all right, see you later. And I'm on Google now, looking up heroin in rehab facilities. I don't know what to do. This was all in the course like 5 minutes. And shouts out to my ex, because I don't want to act like she's a terrible person. She was right there with, she was right there looking on her computer, I'm looking online, and then we found the place called Quest House in Bowling Green, Kentucky. $4,100 to get him in there for like 2 months or something. And so I called the Quest House. They was like, you know, heroin's a morning drug. We don't do it at night. You do it with up. So this is all going on. So I called up, you know, good information. My ex runs down the bank, just cashier's check, my mom took up Dallas. I met her at her job in the parking lot. I hopped in her car. We driving down the Bowling Green, 3-4 hour drive. Getting checked in. And it's sweet though. He's not waking up. This person ever seen like a drug addict in the midst of literally just out. Like this, you see on skate drop, right? That's him in the back seat, right? So it's really ahead of us. So then we get him down there, I check him in, and we're not a
we're not a touchy-feely family like that. So that, I just remember getting the biggest hug. I think it was
Exactly right. Again, that's something we can send
you checked in, and then he wrote me a couple letters while he was in,
This is
but not a
something
lot.
that the
Yeah, I
artist
filled out.
today
And then,
will also be discussed
he
in
gets out,
they're calling in.
and I called my mom. Why he's in? I said, Mom, this is what I got on sponsors. Since I got on sponsors, I was like, man, you gotta get him out of this. Can't go back to the same places, people can do the same thing. So I called my guy in Phoenix, he worked at the comedy club there, and I'm telling the whole story. We'll get him a gospel for the kitchen. I told my ex, I told my mom, I was like, look, I'm gonna go to Phoenix, I'm gonna stay with them, I get on the stage, I get an outlet, that and comic book owners, usually most of the managers, it's a matter of attrition. They just go to the door, they're a waitress, they show they're responsible, and they become management, and your process. So I'm thinking, okay, they get there, get the kitchen working, they get to the door. I'm thinking lots of grand, right? So my mom, she was like, I said, I'm gonna take the Phoenix when he gets out. And she was like, no. She goes, you cannot take them $2,000 over $1,000. I said, Mom, you want your dad's $2,000 that's the house. And she just wouldn't do it. So I just fell back. So that was January 2014. He ended up overdosing May 2015. And in the course of that, I wasn't really talking to my mom because I did this article on BuzzFeed, and it was this thing called how white comic is one of the top black comics in the country. But in the article, they asked about my family. They said literally, like, I said, so when that article came out, my mom wasn't really messing with me because I talked bad about her. So, when Dallas died, we became kind of come back together and go. And I just remember the funeral, kind of final freeze of funeral. And my stepdad, he never said a good word about it. And I was like, Gary got it. I thought we were going to say that. I thought this was going to first time. We might have a great room. Nah, he went.
People have a lot of influence.
So then what happens is we got a daughter. So his baby mama can't take care of him. She's not doing it. My mom and stepdad, now they want to get custody. And I don't know if this is happening. I get a call from the guardian ad litem, which is somebody that represents the kid in the custody battle. And she goes, hi, so here I'm not the other time. She goes, are you Dallas so-and-so's brother? I said, wow. I've had like 10 visits, and there's no pictures of you in the house. I asked Mom, does she have any kids we don't know about? She just said, yeah, my oldest girl only was 17. She goes, somebody in our office said, you know, that's Gary, my brother. That's his niece. So she goes, look, I'm put in for emergency removal, which means she's not happy with either household. I said, what does that mean? She was a foster kid. I said, that ain't happening. I said, what do I do? And she goes, well, I got to do some home visits, but if you want to take temporary custody, you know, you can do that. I'm going to be pushed over. So she came to my house, and she was like, I feel like this kid hit the lottery with how we were living. And then she applied for emergency removal, and the judge denied it. And the judge was like, look, she's not in any physical danger. It's just a bunch of people, really. So, but now, my name's on the paperwork. I signed, because I can't call mom back to me. So my name's on the paperwork. So when they saw the paperwork about this emergency removal, that's when everything hit the fan. My mom started calling me, what is this? Mom, I couldn't tell you. You know what I mean? So then, that got a little tense. And so mom, let us take it. Let her go take it. So then, he was 17, trying to be a teenager. He was old. And I knew the home life wasn't the best. I got another brother who was just not able to do that. So, what happened is my mom was kind of cut me off because I wanted to get custody. We're going to go to court. And I told my ex, I was like, we gotta fall back. Because I started getting terrible text messages. And I was like, they're literally about to do it. They're gonna make our life hell. And I gotta look out for my kids. And I felt bad for my niece. I couldn't get custody and everything. I feel like they were about to make our life. Both sides, the baby mom and my mom and her stepdad. So they were looking at it like I'm taking her away. And they're like, I know what this child is going to go through with her other. I'm not listening. So I was like, so at that point, everything was cut off. And then I was out. Fast forward, this is all happening in 2016. May 20th, 2021, for some reason I was back in Cincinnati. I knew it was day he passed away, so I went to the cemetery to see pull up, and my mom at the cemetery was at his headquarters. And I saw her in her park kind of far away, and she had a blanket, and I don't know if she was wiping his son off or touching his face, and she kept looking at me, and she looked at me.
What made them notorious? Why did they connect them? What does a person do when they
I walked up real slow, I came behind her, and she saw me standing there, and all I was going to do was ask, can I sit next to her? I didn't think we were going to talk to her. So all I said was hi. And she just started yelling, she goes, I want to talk to you.
Celebrate friendship and beyond at Pixar Fest at the Disneyland
And I was
Resort.
like,
Starts at
ninth grade? Yeah, it's just me and her.
And
she started just yelling. And then I was like, I said, Mom, I'll leave.
From Elemental and Turning
I'll leave, I'll come back later.
Pixar Fest
She
for
goes,
limited time at the Disneyland Resort. Starting
And
April
then she
26th through August 4th.
grabbed her
Ticket
blanket,
and reservations required.
and she goes, and I've been reading everything. And I hope now you know what it feels like, because the divorce is going on right now. Because I'm reading it like, and a bunch of people on the internet say, well, you got to this is true. And then she's like, this is really good for me. And she got the car, sped off. Now I'm sitting there like, head spinning, but now I can't spend any time in the cemetery, because I'm worried she's going back and tell my stepdad and my other brother buried at the graveside. I thought they was about to come to pick up guns blazing. So I was like, and I mean literally guns blazing. So I was like, I had to do it. So that's the last time I talked to her or seen her or anything.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing,
How
non-stop
different is
issue.
dating interracially when you first started
They're
doing it?
Do your segue?
trying other products, and they
That's top tier right there.
Dating black women.
I want to hear, because I don't know if I've ever had a guy like yourself that dated black women. So I want to, like, because I understand what it was like in the 80s for a black guy trying to date white women and compared to now. Yeah. Is it different now than it was then? I don't know. I don't date the ladies. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Nice.
That's all I ever liked.
Really?
I would have been like part of the culture.
Yeah.
You're gonna find me at Magic City. You ain't gonna find me in hey, Dolly. I said Dolly. Dolly. Okay. Dolly. Yeah. You're gonna find me at Tuesday. You know, you're gonna find me at Live on Sunday. Not on Saturday and eat techno night. I'm going where you feel where the black people are.
More savings and
Do
more
you always feel most comfortable around black people?
Yeah, I think I found like quote unquote find your tribe. Yeah. I just always felt comfortable. And you know, the thing is like even when I was in the Navy, you know, my bunkmate, his name is Copera Washington. And he was a black guy from South Carolina. And I remember at that time, we was on the internet, so people had to get letters from home. So I got this big, small brother in South Carolina, my bunkmate. He got a big country accent. And he gets pictures, and he's like on John Deere tractor. He's on a farm. I go, we on vacation here, man? He's like, that's where I live. I don't live on farms. Midwest, I live in the city. I didn't know black people bailed hay. Lived on farms. I go, I live on farm. And he literally, he got black people from Mississippi, black people from Georgia, black people from Arkansas, black people from Alabama. What you just say? I go, black people on farm. They be like, you did right there, and they go, this. Everybody start busting out these pictures in the country. I go, what the fuck? Mind blown. Mind blown. I was like, oh, I am very sheltered as far as this stuff goes. But I can hang out with anybody, but I've always been most comfortable, and black people always been the most welcoming.
mean, honestly,
There's a baby
like,
going viral on
yeah, my whole life, I don't have
TikTok for
issues.
seasons.
The issues I have with, and it could stem from how my stepdad and my dad was. Like, the white men in my life were not the greatest. All the white people were cool. My football coach was black dude. Shout out to God, that was the coolest guy on the planet. You know what I mean? Like, I just always had, all the black dudes I ever met was cool. I never met, like, an asshole, or treated me bad. Even the black guys I went to high school with. It was cool. We didn't have a lot. We had a couple, but it was Is it difficult when you go into this? Is it difficult for you to did you ever have a conversation with them about what life is going to be like being in this area? I didn't have like deep conversations. My daughter is like the activist, she's the pro-black woman. Okay. The boys aren't. The two boys are in the like that. But yeah, my daughter, she's very pro-black. She is like, because man, when the Black Lives Matter movement started, and you had the parades and marches, she was there, yo, oh, what you got going? The niggas would go, yeah, y'all ain't know. It's time to know. People there, like, oh, awkward. I'm your dad. They don't care about us. White devils. I'm like this, whoa. Yeah, white devils. I always said that later. But yeah, she's the activist. So my thing with her is like, I'm here to listen. I just want to, and that's what's most important. Like, I don't have the answer, but I want to listen to your side of things. And I'm always gonna have your back in a situation like that. We didn't have a lot of. Trying to think, we didn't have any big racial issues of them growing up. And granted, it's the environment they grew up in. It was a very safe, I don't want to say sheltered environment, but it was like they didn't have to struggle. So they weren't put in situations where a cop's gonna pull them over. They weren't in those neighborhoods. Everybody knows we knew the cops in our neighborhood. You know, one cop pulled up. I went to high school with him. He knocked on the door. I remember my son like, "Come to the door," and I was what? And then he told me you moved in here. He's in the house. He's in Pepsi and stuff. I think that's a problem, fight. Right. So, do you remember the last meaningful conversation you had with them? Like talking? Yeah, text. Yeah, just a conversation like you and I sitting down now. Like, how was your day at school? You know, how you was dating, whatever the case may be. Do you remember that last conversation? Graduated, she was a freshman. Yeah, she's getting ready to go back to Greensboro. And we just sitting back talking. Just about your son on the day. Yeah. The story's just coming out. Well, I actually didn't like that now. You get a whole I actually didn't like this now. Really? I didn't like that. LAPD officers who were put it on so good. I don't know if this is true, but there's a report that you just recently was tweeted. But for 6 hours, you know everything. Yeah, congratulations. Congratulations. And one's white and one's black. Nah, really? Stop. Swear to God, one's got blue eyes. Can you tell about the nipples and the balls? One's got blue eyes, got these pink balls, pink nipples. The other one, brown eyes, brown balls, brown nipples. Like, dang, I have twins and one's black and one's white. Did you think you were going to be a father again? Or did you want to become a father? That's a layer question. Didn't think I wanted to be a father again, but, and not having a relationship with my kids, I was like, you know, I hate that thing. Like, I'm going to do it right this time. Because I didn't do it wrong. You don't think you did it wrong the first time? I don't think I did it wrong the first time. I was very conscious of how I spoke to them, how we disciplined them, how I never put them down. All the sports and stuff they played, I was always like, I was the fun guy. Right. You know, I was like, it's not a big deal. I was a fun guy. And I was coaching summer teams and stuff, so
don't say they're wrong, but it's twofold. Didn't see myself being a dad, but I think not having a relationship with my kids, the twins now is awesome. They're awesome. They're in that idolizing dance. They're young. They're like 9, 10 months. This just happened. So, that's the same thing. That's what sucks too. Is my kids, they don't know anything. They're not in a relationship with them. I want to meet them in a 4 or 5, So that sucks too.
Let's talk about what's going on now. This rap distance. I mean, it seems like everybody's team coming after Drake. You got K-Dot, J. Cole took his shot. You got Ross. Where you at on the rap? Drake. The lights can't do this.
Don't sleep on that mix, boys.
Yeah, y'all
go hit you in the ghetto and the suburbs. Both sides. Yeah. Don't listen to Drake, bro. I like, I'm not a hip hop head, but I listen to hip hop, right? Yeah, Drake, I don't think Migos ever covered. Remember that 7 years ago, back to back?
Drake bothered you. He's back. Drake's back. That's why everybody teaming up trying to take him.
Everyone wants to work with him. Yeah, he's the guy right now.
Game Time is an authorized ticket marketplace of professional basketball, which makes getting playoff tickets even easier and faster. Prices on Game Time actually go down closer it gets to tip-off. With killer last-minute deals, all their prices viewed from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying basketball tickets. With Game Time guarantee, you'll always get the best price. And if you buy a ticket in the same section, same row for less, Game Time will credit you 110% of the difference. Take the guesswork out of buying professional basketball tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use the code SHAY for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem the code SHAY for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute ticket, lowest prices guaranteed. Let's talk about your movie career. You get started. Did you always want to do movie? Because it seems like it's a natural transition. You go back in Oxford, you had Cosby, you had Flyers, you had Murphy, you had a lot of guys in comedy do real well transition to the movie. Did you always want to be a movie?
Yeah. That was always goal. I never thought it'd be a TV. Right. I thought it'd be movies. Right. Yeah, that was. I mean, you stand up. Those are the dreams, like when you start to stand up, and get movies and stuff like that. So that was always the goal, right? Some movies and stuff.
You almost part of Django. What were you gonna do in Django?
No, I auditioned for Django.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
you do what?
One of the henchmen. I never said the N-word so much in my life, and the casting director was a black lady. So I go in, I'm looking at the sides, and it's N-word. I'm like, God. I'm looking at it, I go, you gotta be kidding me. The casting director was a black lady. I'm like, I apologize afterwards. I go, one of them, I don't know what. Look, I didn't get it, so I don't know what part I auditioned for. But one of the dudes that was trying to kill Jamie.
Make like a franchise. I like you. I think you were cool. See how double A's you are?
What?
Yo, I mean, your role that you played it like a man.
Finish?
Yeah,
that was cool.
But that ain't you.
No, I wasn't. I go back. You want to go back and forth, but it was funny when I got the part. Like I think I was the first one to like sign off. Because Will Packer called. Shout out to Will. Will Packer called, and she was like, "Yo, I got this movie, man. You're a white guy that can hang out with black guys, but not act black." And once you bring a spin to it, and originally, Will was trying to get me to play Jerry Ferrell, and then just things happened, and he was like, "Nah, see Jerry Ferrell." And it all worked out. I thought it all worked out. Because now, that's the one movie, like us guys are still cool. Like, if you call them, they're there, you need something, you make social media posts, or have an event. I never, and like Michael Ealy said, he goes, acting in movies like Summer. You have fun while you're there, but it was over, you probably never see these people again. And obviously people go their separate ways, but that was like some brother type. You gotta realize, 2011 we filmed the first one. 2012 we're doing press together. 2013 we're filming the sequel. 2014, 41 Press hanging out again. That's 4 straight years. We hanging. You know what I mean? So, yeah, those guys, man, I love all those guys. They're great.
Palestinian protesters. Police in Louisville say a detective violated policy by not turning on his body-worn camera when he arrested the number one golfer in the world.
They asked me, did I read it? I was like, yeah. I was like, it was informative.
This interaction, which is why
You mentioned the guy that you work with, Kevin Hart. What's K Hart like?
Police chief Jacqueline Wynn VROL says the corrective action has been noted on a performance observation form. Shelfler was arrested last week for allegedly hurting a police officer who was directing traffic at the scene of a fatal crash. He faces criminal charges.
Cool, man. It's like when you just get him, like we're doing right now, it's the same dude. Because when we leave here, it gets weird. Right? The public starts going nuts. I remember
discriminated against black
folks going nuts. They ain't tripping on stuff. You know? Because like, I noticed on the film, I've seen there's been a thing.
Sentence in this decision will fight now. More states to use race. BC's Devin Dwyer says it was a 6-3 decision breaking the long Iowa
Give me a job.
Satellite weather KFI report drizzle tomorrow morning. The normal sunny highs mid-60s from around 70 for metro LA. Valleys mid-60s to mid-70s and windy again in the high desert. 60s in the beaches, mid-to upper 60s inland MC, upper 60s to low 70s for the IE. Right now 64s, can't see the one count Toronto, but it's 69. And back we go to that crash in Pasadena.
No, but he called real. It gives us solid, man. So that when people, the hate comes towards him, I think it's just because he's like, you know what I mean? But it's funny too, because like here in Canada, like, that's very generous too. That is one of the coolest things anybody ever did for me in my career. Just in the moment, we were in Austin, Texas together, and I told this story on other platforms and stuff, but it was right when he popped out the sticks around there, right? And I just remember we had a show like 6 months prior at a college. It was like in a ballroom, and like 100 kids showed up. I get a contract with Frank Irwin from Austin, Texas. That's the basketball ring. I was like,
You knew what any of those were, spent too much time online. And I do too. What made them choice? Why did the internet choose them? What's the first thing they get more
I remember when this happened. This 6 months. And then the show's over. We go back. There's trouble voting us 2 different limos. My limo's on behind me. I get back to the hotel for a chat, and I'm trying to walk for a little bit. So I'm trying to tell the limo driver, hey, look, I need a limo for a couple hours, and I get it in just $10. Trying to get him cash, it wouldn't take it on your credit card. I said, it's cash, just take it. He goes, public policy, man. Keep in mind, I'm married. I don't want this charge for your credit card. So I'm like, I can't put it on credit card. And then I gotta answer for going out. So Pat pulls up. As I'm having this discussion with my driver, Pat pulls up, just walks over, he goes, hey, what's going on here? I was like,
I could not only walk, but I couldn't really stand up without leaving. It was excruciating. So my husband said, let's go to the police.
Takes my driver around the back of his limo, right? I don't know what they talk about. I don't know how much money Ken gave that dude, but this is the whole conversation with him. He goes, he shows for the evening there, enjoy your night. Oh yes, they do accept cash. And what's going on? I don't know how much Ken gave that driver. I say we put in the club. I got out, I was there. Then he takes me back. I got up next morning, he's still standing there. Wait, I said, how much money can I get this dude? He goes, yeah, this dude will take me today. I was like, to this day, how much money can I get that dude?
I was in the cab. Gabrielle Union, Chris Brown was also in the good Raji. Very good. Outstanding. Cab. What was it like working with all those personalities that everybody pulled up?
And Jerry Ferrer says best. When we went to a table reading, and everybody was there before we knew what it was,
Kroger, fresh for everyone.
they had all the things. And Jerry said the best. It was set up so Kevin to hit a home run. We still didn't know how far he was going to hit it. He still fresh. That's all state. That was some fun playing. But everybody was very like inclusive. Like it's like, yo, I think this would be fun to try. was no egos, there wasn't like someone stealing their shine and everything. It was the most like, I mean, this was everybody was cool. And then of course your boys like,
What in the fuck? Dog, how are they letting you do this? Stop.
I be looking, I'm like, why is my tripping? I mean, she cool, but you looking, I'm like a cousin. You know what I mean? So this everybody was cool. Especially us guys, man, because we know it's very separate. We didn't see the girls.
What the fuck, dog?
You see them every now and then, but it was more of the 6 guys were together all the time. Like, man, this was holy cow, we can pull that one out of.
Yeah, and he's suing CAA. What? I mean, obviously you've been in this business a long time, and you know how agencies work. I'm trying to figure out. I mean, he's suing them for his contract. I guess he's saying that he wants to pay X amount of dollars. I mean, but it's kind of hard to decide the contract. Yeah. Because, you know, T2 said you can't ride yes and leave no. I saw that episode too.
For 30 years, Mr. Rogers looked for
I mean, and that's the thing. So,
I see you.
have you had any bad experiences with management agencies?
Yeah, I mean, they're always thinking a little bit. They always feel like you should be working more.
Yeah.
They always feel like you should have more. But as far as like suing an agency or a studio for like wages, nah, because that's like, you know, you negotiate, and it's like, you want to go now, in the middle of my divorce, I got sued by some dude. I want to really shout the industry. I hate opportunity. Name is Mike Carlini. Is that right? What is that? Joe Carlini. Yeah, I'll make sure I get that name right. This dude, Joe Carlini, I've never met him in my life. I don't know who he is, and really who he is. He said that I stole the movie idea, What Man Want, with a Taraji was in, the Will Packer Productions, that Paramount was behind. He gave the idea to me, I gave it to Will, and then he made the movie, and he didn't get anything from it. I go, keep in mind, I wasn't in that movie. I auditioned for that movie, and didn't get the part. And I go, I got nothing to do with that movie. You figure if I had the idea, I'm not a producer on it, I got nothing to do with it. We come to find out, back in 2015, somehow he got my email. He emailed me something, and we had to get a person to go through our emails and check it. It showed that I opened the email, but I didn't send it to anybody. I don't even remember opening it. That's how he sued me, and I had to fight this. Cost me $110,000. For nothing. Okay, thanks, sis. You know what? I don't know a goddamn thing. You know what? I don't know his name. I probably got the wrong movie. This is what you go through divorce. Right.
Or at least try to.
Yeah. Now this dude, Joe Carlini, they went through my email, and I guess they found out I didn't. They couldn't find the email. But just the fact that I had to pay these lawyers to fight this, because he kept like appealing. Right. And I'm the one that was out. Like, I'm sure Paramount fought with their lawyers.
And I don't think a lot more money to fight with.
But I'm the one like, now we gotta go to Paramount and beg, like, hey, can you guys give me a couple dollars? That's the big part about it. You're just gonna accuse something, and you're like, you gotta fight it in court. And I'm going, this is all new divorce. So I'm getting divorce attorney bills. I'm getting my attorneys fighting this frivolous lawsuit. The thing about it, maybe you could have said something. I wasn't even in it. You know what I mean? I had nothing to do with it. And that movie's a remake. It was a Mel Gibson movie.
Meet the Blacks. Mike Hill, Lil Duval, Michael Blackson, Snoop Dogg, Charlie Murphy, Mike Tyson, Paul Moore. What's it like dealing on set with a lot of comedians?
That's the best. That's the dream set right there. That's so we were in shout out to Dion Taylor, but we were outside of Sacramento on some farm. I'm talking like an hour and a half outside of Sacramento. And we were staying at a Best Western Inn because that was the only hotel near us. It was a great hotel either. But just, I think it was my first time really working with F's like that. And football. And I think it's the best because they just, especially Dion, to direct comedians like that, it's just like, just let them go. We'll get one off the script, but let us go. And then usually we'll come up with something funnier than what's on the script. Yeah. We just let it. At one point, I remember Dion, I was just rambling. Dion goes, hey, we just need one that's on the page. I'm like, Ryan, take 6. I'm like, what about you?
Honestly, you mentioned earlier, Cat was on here, and I guess we still trying to recover.
Recover? What are you talking about? Look at your watch. Look at your teeth, your glasses, your haircut.
Thank you, Cat.
Everybody got a raise. Everybody got a raise.
Well, that's what Cat told me. Cat said, when you win an award, I get a prize.
Get him.
I'm gonna let him tell you. No, I haven't got anything. He doesn't know anything. Did you know that this was like kind of behind the scenes? That comedian, I had no idea. I'm like, people telling me they mad at me. But what Cat said on my platform, I'm like, guys, do you think I know what goes on in the comedic world? I didn't know that there were beefs. Did you know?
There's always beefs. There's always beefs.
Did you know to this extent?
Here's the thing, Pat is so damn smart, and his delivery is so good. It's very engaging.
You know how to tell a story.
Man, he's a great storyteller. Yeah, he's a great narrator. But yeah, we all know those beats. That's green room talk, right? You know, he just aired it publicly, and you know, because we all know who ain't funny, we all know who's a hack. Where there's rumors, people steal jokes. I don't ever go around like somebody just stole a joke, because I'm always like, we think alike, right? We think alike a lot, you know. And then sometimes you don't even realize it. Like, I see people like start to act like people, their mannerisms, their delivery, and stuff like that. So I mean, sometimes people do steal. I ain't gonna say it doesn't happen, but I'm not just gonna out and out accuse you.
Oh, okay, so that's what, because the thing was that I had said on, and I asked him, I said, Cat once accused me of stealing a joke. And he said, well, the timeline doesn't add up. Well, I didn't even have to bring it up, because when Cat came on, Cat brought it up. And he said, how the timeline doesn't add up. He said, the only difference is that you took my car and turned it into a spaceship. So I think he was upset, and he said, well, I gave you a grace, I gave you pass. You said you're sorry, blah, blah, blah. And then to come out here and say that didn't happen. What you're saying that if somebody stole your joke, you ain't gonna front it, you ain't gonna put it out there in front of you.
I don't know what the rest of my dad said. I'm going back. I don't. There's some instances where they just took it. And you know, the only time I know somebody took my was there was a show on Showtime called Chocolate Sunday. And they did this whole bit of how a white guy really said the N-word. And what he does, it was like, shit, you might, and there'd be a black guy next to him, he'll say the N-word for him, right? Yeah. I saw that sketch, and I go, hey, that's my joke. I closed with that on my special in 2011 called True Story. How that joke came about was I was at the Improv on a Monday night. D-Ray Davis was there. He's got it on his little handheld camera. He sent it to me. I'm talking like 2007 this happened when the joke came out. I got a heckler. We were going back and forth. I said, well, why don't you come on stage? Because the heckler was like, well, you got the mic. You're always going to win. I said like this. I said, man, and then the crowd's laughing, right? You know, the crowd, say it. I said, I ain't gonna say it. And I was like, D-Ray, can you say it for me? D-Ray comes on stage. I start wanting to do, and D-Ray starts saying the words for me. That's when the joke came about, right? So now I'm watching this show, Talking Sundays, and I'm seeing they got these two black dudes and a white dude, and they're basically turning my joke into a sketch. Right. And I called the EP, and I was like, yo, I got so Poogie, what a name. I said, Poogie, who wrote the joke? So I can know where to direct my anger at. He said, yeah, I don't know, we got a think tank. And comedians just get in the room, we start throwing ideas around. I said, well, find out who came up with that premise. I said, you know what's my thing? It's on Showtime. It's all I know. And nobody can give me an answer. Somebody got in that think tank and was like, hey, you know what a good idea is? Right. We got everything on video.
You know?
How often do you watch other comedians? Do you watch? You don't watch anybody personally. You don't like, man, that dude.
You watch like clips, but I don't want to watch videos for the reason Kat said. I don't want to ever think my jokes ain't mine. I don't want to watch someone like that is real good. Or I should have thought of that. It's two things. Like I get frustrated. One, I get frustrated because why do they have a special like that? All comedians think we deserve the special, right? And then I don't want to ever think that I don't want to psych myself out. I see comics do that. They'll stop doing a bit because somebody's doing a bit on the same time and better than they are. I was like, I'll obviously watch clips now with TikTok and Instagram. You like catch something. To sit down and watch an hour, I was like, I just can't. I got ADHD, self-diagnosed, and I just can't. Like I said, I do it so much. Last time I did was go to a comedy club or another club. I just
human resources
the weigh-ins. Where are they? Because I don't think they get good with credit. Because what they did was really college. That's still ends up. Now, hey, I mean, and look who was worth out of that. Yeah, Jim Carrey and Jamie Foxx and David Ellis Ray and Tommy Davis. Obviously, the weigh-ins were. I mean, why don't they? Will we ever see another In Living Color game? Could that happen? Leave it alone. Just leave it alone. That's racist. Don't touch it. They're following your shots. Well, you know, anytime you have success doing something, somebody want to reboot it. Man, we see the animation with this time. You saw that? Yeah. Right? I'm like, God. No, leave it alone. Let it ride. Let it ride. So, what is your relationship? Do you have anything that you don't can't like? He has his group that he stays away from. Obviously, Monique has hers that she stays away from. And, you know, there anybody that you like, you don't have to say my name, but do you like, I'm better in my little box, I'm listening to you.
No, I'm cool with everybody. I'm not.
You know what? I thought Monique was really engaged. I like Monique.
Here's the thing about Monique, bro. Like, you don't have to be made fun of. We're comedians. Somebody's going to see this and they're going to make fun of me. You know? And so, it's like, I snapped a little bit years ago because not over the kind of caring and the hopeless stuff. Because she basically compared Will Packer, who's a friend, and a guy that employed me, and a guy that helped take my career to another level. She compared to Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, she goes, just like these girls gotta be quiet and stuff like this. It was like, his name was in the same thing as Harvey Weinstein. And I go, you know, and nobody said anything. I go, I'm gonna stand up on my board real quick. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I literally was in the carpool line when I was in school. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. But think about it. I never called out her name. I never like said she was wrong about other stuff. I just like, in that instance,
In that situation, when
she said, Will Packer, Harvey Weinstein, I was like, that's not cool. You know what I mean? Because honestly, he gave her a part in the movie when people really wasn't messing with. And, you know, whatever happened after that, I don't know. I don't know about that fire and the fact that nobody got hurt. I don't know about that. But when I did on the podcast, I talked about her, like her and her husband, her Instagram live. Man, they're really good at saying they love you and cut your throat the next day. Yeah, we love you, man. We do know you got an abortion in Texas, and that's illegal. The cops are on their way. We love you, brothers. When they get there, we have to get there.
Sunlight weather from KFI, and drizzles back again tomorrow morning, then partly sunny in the afternoon, high 60s and 70s.
Clearly, I'm making fun of them, but I'm just having, but that's what we do. So, you know, I heard the podcast afterwards after I said something like that, and they were like, snapping. I remember first time they were like, they don't want their kids home. You're invited. You're like, yes. And the black community. And I'm like, so, I didn't think of, you know, he said, you know, people got abortions. That's what? What? I go, it was a joke. I was making fun of you, which we're allowed to do. You know, we can't take everything so serious and literal.
I don't feel like shit on this. But you are allowed to get it. Just like medicine self-diagnosis of autism. So of course you don't bring it up. What do we do? I didn't call her out. I didn't say she was wrong.
Because you know I'm gonna get. Now I will get. Yeah, because I am protecting myself. You said what you said, and because I didn't put it back.
Yeah.
Now you don't look me in the store. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
That's all I want to have. That was my code. You didn't have to defend your queen.
Casco's very highly as one of these guys that haven't sold out to me. Right. And if I'm not mistaken, I think you said there was a situation because Cat said there are some plans that, you know, me and you things behind the scenes that don't have anything to do with their acting. And they right. You mentioned that some, you kept like, I think, I'm not sure, I don't want to look.
You know, I knew they got to get me. Here's the thing. There was no one was touched. I wasn't promised a job. I still got the job. Right. But the dude hit on me. You know it was like this, right? But it wasn't like a Terry Crews. Like, touch me. You got to do this and you won't get the job. Dude really inquired, you know, my interest in it. I'm like, we'll read it to this another. You are allowed to get on, right? I'm mad at myself. What kind of vibe was I giving? It was okay, right? So I was like, that's why I was like, you gotta feel like it's all the problem. You know, this guy's a predator. I go, this is doing it not predator. This is behind hell, and it's not my place to out him. You know what I mean? I'm never gonna say who it was. It wasn't Jeff Eaton. Okay? That's all I'm giving you. It wasn't all for time. That's all you get.
What are your thoughts on you wear a dress? That's right.
Go to Zelmans.com and 15% off.
Yeah, but you know, I don't know. It's funny.
Right then, I got the Hoffman did it, William did it, Downfire to it looked at differently like that. Now, nobody said anything, because Wilson was the first guy that I remember doing it. These girls, he had this show on television. But since then, you remember that?
I don't remember, but I know he does the one.
Yeah. But since, and the guy that catches the most criticism obviously is Tyler Perry, because in the deal, control that he does.
What do you think Tyler Perry was putting on the dress?
Hell no.
Right? That's what I'm saying. You know, so he put the titties on? Yeah. The belly? I think at one point he had a camel toe. I think going too far now. Is that camel toe time? Is that camel toe time?
Do you want to be more movie or political versus your show? Because it seems like you're in. So how many things? I work every weekend.
You look at the tours, the theater dates, the comic updates, every time you get a stuff to do. But I mean, I could work every weekend, and I work a lot. Really, now that I'm in a better spot financially every day, so I don't have to do everything. So I am, for the first time probably in my career, taking some weekends off just to enjoy everything. So, yeah. But the role I doesn't matter. We're still in a nice hotel. We go to for a couple hours. The hard part about our job is traffic, which you just starting that way. So, yeah, the goal, obviously the goal is to be more movies. You know what I mean? And I'm not really tripping off TV anymore. Like, this to me is, for my audience, where I'm at, is way bigger than the Tonight Show. Way bigger than the late night talk show or daytime talk show. So when you guys called, said you want to do it, I was like, how much? And you guys were like, we don't pay. I was like, well, I won't borrow water. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you. Yeah.
Changes in the law
Because my wife, my ex, was famous. Because I asked him, I said, yo, I asked Chris Spencer, I said, yo, how come you guys never asked me to do that when it came out? I wasn't like asking, like, how could you not use it? I was literally asking, like, did my name come up? He goes, yeah, but it was real husband to Hollywood, and everybody's wife outside of heaven. I was in. He was like, their wives are in the business or so famous. He goes, yours wasn't. And I go, oh, you know what I mean? I didn't have a solution for it. Yeah,
See, it seems to me like, would you like to be in movies and with other comedians? Because it seems like you have the best time when you like people like, Dog Bounce. Like you said that, what was it called? Black. Yeah. You really, not to say that you get a thing like a man, because a lot of people don't know for a past. But what's your ideal movie situation?
Thanks, everybody.
What's the role?
I know it. Remake the Dirt. Remake the Dirt. That was a dream role. The Steve Martin movie. Raised by Black family. You can rework it and remake it, to update it. That, to me, from my audience and how I live my life, I'm just thinking like the ad that I could bring to that character would be the dream role. And the second would be the only white man with Congo. Like, oh my God! Like, what's the, the FBI agent was there. They took the FBI in there. Like, this is what the light skin was. Where'd he come from? And here I come out. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, it's the white tiger. Why don't you pitch the idea? Was the white tiger? Yeah, we just did it. We just did it.
Thank you.
You didn't even realize we did it, did you?
Thanks,
Watch. This better be a clip. Really? Yeah. I put it in the clips. Oh, Shannon. What? The white guy just got drafted as a quarterback.
But you know it was in between years, because Jason Seagull was before that.
Yeah, 94. Towards ACL, the preseason game, returning kickoff.
Yeah.
I know football.
Yeah, and then Scott Case before him.
Yeah, I remember Scott for the Falcons.
Yeah.
I remember Scott Case.
Y'all got 3 of the last 35.
Okay. How many kickers you got? Yeah, you got no extra points. If this is it, yeah, guys, it's 6-6. It's 12-12.
The Illuminati. I hear a lot of people talk about the Illuminati. What are the Illuminati? I don't know. You in Hollywood. I don't know. You ain't ever gone to no secret meeting?
President Kamala Harris.
Something like that.
What are you doing now? If I get a jerk,
there's a Illuminati.
I don't know.
What about all these Hollywood parties that people be talking about? You in Hollywood, you know about these parties. I said,
when I first got to LA, I saw some wild stuff. I would take to the stage, like parties and stuff.
But you was there.
Active participants. I like active participants. I saw. I'm not talking about gay people. I'm talking about like heterosexuals.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
wow. Yeah.
You want to participate?
I'm not saying I didn't take the girl back to my house.
I'm not saying you were participant.
I didn't do it in front of people. It's at the party.
Are the idiots in the media going to pick up on this? Because what I've noted is
anybody trying to see this glow in the dark,
going up and down. Like, this is a full metal, man. Okay, can I explain that? What a gatekeeper. Or that's what you
yeah, definitely is, but I think we're getting away from it. I think now you can take control of your own career. You don't need the machine to get behind you. Right? Between YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, we're in a great age. I think the gatekeepers are kind of leaving. But there was for a long time.
Really?
I was talking to my manager, and she was telling me, like, when she started, she was working for a big-time producer. I used to have to deliver scripts to his house. And she goes, and he has to read all of them, but he makes a decision. Which ones are we going to do? To me, that's a gatekeeper. I'm like, now, so I got country way on here. Yeah. He did his own movie independently. And you don't know when lightning's going to strike him. There's going to be a movie. There's going to be a movie on TV, there's going to be on YouTube, all that shit, where everybody's going to start talking. It's going to happen eventually, right? They're like, dang, they did it. Right now, in a church. That's big push. Let's put on the jerk
There's multiple changes that have been made, and it's costing thousands and thousands of dollars to do a name change. Why is it necessary to make a name change?
Show out with Wendy Williams.
Because
Jesus,
they changed the language in
crack
order to
team.
confuse the issue.
You're unbelievable, bro. You're not. Let me go. Let me talk about you. Let me go to the car back with you. No. Wendy, get back. Right when the boys happened, I went on her talk show. And she asked me out on a date on the talk show. So afterwards, she called me off the air. And she goes, Gary, just go. She goes, I know it came off like that on the TV show. And she was very kind of like, I am interested. But she was like, look, it's just dinner. It's public. There'll be other people there. Why wouldn't I meet her for dinner in a public place? Because how do you feel about Wendy? She's a mobile, and she rolled the dice on herself. She had, I think, 7 figures on a radio show.
Right.
So I'm gonna bet on myself and got her talk show. To me, I'm like, why wouldn't I sit down and listen and just talk?
Ducky, how you doing, sweetheart?
I Ubered to the restaurant. I got there.
Hey, just a moment, I'll be there.
I went back to my hotel. You know, that was it. Steve dinner was like,
What that was you eat?
It was snuck in the legislature. I guess many people in the legislature didn't
no.
What's good, girl? What's good? You been dreaming about me? Okay, hit me with it. What's new? That's cool.
Palestinian protesters kicked out
What's the
camp at
problem?
UCLA and moved into a building.
What kind of meeting? Sure. Sure, I understand. How many? Not necessarily. Well, you would think that, but what you don't know there are some laws that we have where we can help each other, and so that creates more community, and through community we can put ourselves in influential positions. When it comes to the idea of domination of the world, honestly, I think it is the plan of every single religion and civilization of all time to dominate the globe. Whether it was the Greek Empire or the Romans or Saudi Arabia or China, everybody, every country wants to dominate the world. Just as simple as that. And so what you hear is essentially no different than any other culture where we want to be at the top and we want things the way that we want them. In the same way, this was very popular in the United States for many years, where everyone wanted everybody to be pregnant. In the United States, there was a belief that many Americans had that they wanted everyone on Earth to be American, or at least have some kind of American influence. And so, in a lot of ways, people can say that, well, Americans want to dominate the world, and Americans have a plan to take over the world. In the same way, the USSR, the Soviet Union, had plans to take over the world. Now, what you're hearing, I mean, look, I'm not going to lie. If you read our texts, depending on interpretation, some people can interpret it that way. Other people
television showed highlights of the two-day exercise.
Oh, there you go.
Punishment for separatist forces seeking independence on the self-governed island. Also said to be important to external forces, steer clear of any interference or
No, anyone can
provocation.
join.
Versus China's Eastern
No,
Theater
anybody can
Command
join. We have
is
Congress,
combining land,
Orthodox Congress all the
naval,
time.
and air elements in the large maneuvers. We're going to go to the
Yeah, you
10.
can follow my bloodline to the Bible.
And that terrible eyesight combined. There's no reason to anymore. Dr. Charles Baker at Saddleback Eye Center can fix just about every eye issue you have. Nearsightedness, farsightedness, astigmatism, everyday need for reading glasses. Dr. Baker has the latest technology, the Wave Light LASIK exam. The Wave Light LASIK exam measures your eyes 22,000 times with big breakthrough precision and can correct your vision more accurately than ever before. And the exam and the procedure only takes 20 minutes. And it doesn't hurt. There's no pain. LASIK procedure, I know I went through it. I will give you a Wave Light LASIK exam for free after one of the first 14 calls. And call now and schedule the exam. Call now, schedule the exam, and get it for free. Dr. Baker, Saddleback, call 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
I see it this way. If I had the opportunity, look, this is how I was actually explaining it to someone earlier today. It used to make me somewhat mad or upset that there were powerful people in the world. At the very top, if you want to know the last names of the people who dominate the world in alphabetical order, Astor, Bundy, Carnegie, Collins, DuPont, Lee, the Merovingian bloodline, Reynolds, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Russell, Vanderbilt, Van Dunn, and Werber. Those are the families that dominate. Of those, about 50% are Jewish. The other 50% they're generally Christian, but the Lee family is an Asian family, and so that's confusing. Historically. So if you look at that's what people don't want to do. They don't want to name names. They don't want to say who's at the top. They just call them these shadow groups that call them the powers to be. If you want to do that, that's fine. I want to name names. If I want to say who the most powerful person on earth is right now, was Jacob Rothschild, who died in February. Now it's most likely his son Nathaniel Rothschild. I name names. I'm not afraid to name names. I'm not afraid to say what's going on. And I used to get upset to some extent that there was a small contingent of people who were dominating the world, whether they were Jewish or Christian or Muslim or anything. I didn't like it. So I would learn more about how global politics work, and what really changed my mind on the matter was this. And Betsy, this is what is important for you to know. If you ran the Earth as a simulation, meaning like through a computer simulation, and you ran the Earth 1,000 times, every single time, 1,000 times, you will have a small group of people who end up dominating a large group of people. Whether they're Christians, they're Jews, they're Muslims, anything. It's kind of a roll of the dice as to how it's going to emerge. And on Earth, the way that this has emerged, it's a small contingent of people who dominate. So what do? Well, I realized that where I was in society, while I'm Jewish, I'm very low on the totem pole, so to speak, and I don't want to be. I want to be at the top. I want to ensure that my bloodline continues to thrive. And so what I've done is, I started writing, and particularly something that I read in 2018 by The Economist magazine. And if you don't know what The Economist magazine is, basically the bellwether for the financial world. And if you don't know much about it, so the editor of it is a woman named Linda Forster Rothschild. And her husband was Edmund Rothschild. Basically, this comes straight from the top And what was stated is that in an article that says data is now Earth's #1 resource. And, you know, I remember learning about this, that data is really, really important, but I always thought it was like Facebook data or like, you know, personal information, but really what I didn't know was any kind of data. But basically we're in a 21st century gold rush for data. And okay, certainly. Certainly. So the way that I realize it is, look, I'm not going to be a person who, look, I had a 6-figure job. I was living fine. I mean, there was nothing that I necessarily needed, but I knew that if I wanted to buy a house in California and I want to have my children go to private schools and all that other stuff, that even a 6-figure income, it's not what I want. I want to be able to buy my own plane. I want to be able to travel the world. I don't want my life to ever have to worry about anything with my children and my grandchildren. And in order to get into that kind of territory, you know, there are only so many ways to do it, aside from like winning the lottery. And so the way that I've chosen to do it is through data, obviously, and the domination of data. So what do I think is going to happen in the future? If you really want to know, Deputy, here's the plan. This is the plan, and it's, I don't call it racist. I call it human nature. That whatever group is in power has, exactly. And so it goes back, I mean, if you don't know how it worked, it goes back to the Battle of Waterloo. I mean, it goes back further than this, but a very important event. Have you ever heard of the Battle of Waterloo? That's okay, that's okay. So this happened in the year 1815, and it happened in Belgium. And it was a battle between the Allied force, basically the British and some other houses, and the French. So there was a major battle. And what ended up happening was that the battle was watched by some couriers, and one of the couriers was employed by Nathaniel Rothschild. And when they could see which way the battle was going to go, the courier took off for the English Channel, which is like quite a long way to ride on horseback. So they had to get new horses, etc., etc. They get to the English Channel, they get on a boat, and they travel to London. And they're able to deliver news to Nathaniel Rothschild that the British had won at the Battle of Waterloo. And what Nathaniel Rothschild did, which was genius and really allowed him to take over the world, was he went to the London Stock Exchange and started selling all of his stock. And when people found out that Nathaniel Rothschild was selling all of his stock, it caused the entire London Stock Exchange to crash over a period of a few hours. And what they didn't know is that Nathaniel had his associates buy up all of the stock within one day. So basically within one day, one person was able to take over the bridge stocks. And that's in Waterloo. So then what happened? Well, essentially, the family has been able to use the royal family as a distraction, so to speak. And so when people get mad about powerful people in the world, it's very easy to use the media to be able to say, well, you know, be mad at the royalty, or, you know, be mad at this faceless group of people. And in reality, they have names, they have children, they have grandchildren, these names are known, and what does that mean for us today? Well, that's how really the influence of Jews, or I would say Russia, but Jews within high finance occurred. Because from there, Nathaniel ensured that his family and his friends of his family were involved. And, you know, people don't realize there are, I'm one Rothschild of 5,000 in the United States alone. The Rothschild family that is referenced actually changed their name before. It used to be Bauer. And so Bauer, which means farmer in German, and
Meyer Ansel Rothschild did not like being known as a farmer. And so he chose a symbol that was important to him, and it's basically the seal of Solomon, which is the six-sided star, the hexagon. And that's become the symbol ever since. He put it on the door of his home in what's known as the Judengasse of Frankfurt, Germany. And it was basically a stronghold for the family. So, with that being said, what does that mean for us today? I don't know what the future holds, Ducky, but if you really wanted to know what I think is going to happen for the world for the next 1,000 years, it's something like this. Israel is going to continue to grow. So Gaza and the West Bank will be Israel. What happens is, and what people don't realize, Israel has an unlimited bank account because Israel was started by the Rothschild family. Right, and the reason why is because the United States is essentially forced into it because the most powerful people within the United States, not all of them, but like 50% of all billionaires are Jewish, and that creates a lot of influence within the United States. Then you have intermarriage that occurs. So, for instance, like Donald Trump, a non-Jew, has a daughter who's Jewish, Ivanka, because she converted, and he has all his grandchildren are Jewish. So people don't realize, like, Donald Trump is as integrated within Judaism as anyone. Same thing with Joe Biden. It happens. People don't realize that Donald Trump is the one who moved the embassy to Jerusalem, the American embassy to Jerusalem, which is a huge, huge act. So, and then additionally, people don't realize Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, his grandchildren are Jewish. His son married Jewish women. Now, how is it viewed within Jews? You're not supposed to marry non-Jews. So it happens. No, you can. Absolutely. No. You absolutely can adopt already. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Ivanka Trump did it, and she's married to Jared Kushner. Not necessarily. No, it's just someone who is in the spotlight of the matter. If you want to convert, there are certain ways that we can do it. And the best way I would say to you is to look up your local Orthodox synagogue. I'm going to tell you that you don't go to a Reform or a conservative synagogue because you won't be recognized as a Jew by all Jews. If you do it through an Orthodox conversion, then all Jews in the world essentially recognize you. And you can adopt our ways if you want. And it's difficult, but if that's what you want, you certainly can do that. The initial question that you had is about, hey, the Jews want to rule the world. All people want to rule the world. And there's nothing wrong with that. Americans want to rule the world. The British want to rule the world. Muslims want to rule the world. Christians want to rule the world. And some people may say, like, well, how do Christians want to rule the world? I mean, look at the Roman Catholic Church. Exactly. Look at the missionary system. So, when someone says to you, the Jews want to control the world, or Jews control the world, you can say, just like any religion, Catholics did the same thing. Christians have the same idea. There's an idea of Christendom. Look at the Crusades. I mean, as a perfect example of global domination. So, how do you deal with this? Well, I mean,
I looked into my city king, I've been here for 14. Where have you been? I'm just sad that he spent so many years with so much discomfort. I have
So, and you also have to understand that you're only seeing one side. You're only hearing one side of Jews. There are Jews who. No. I understand. I'm not saying good or bad. I'm saying you're only hearing one voice of Judaism, is what I'm saying. The Zionist voice. The people who embrace the nation state of the country of Israel. But there are Jews who do not. Not too far from you. No, Satmars. It's an Orthodox group that doesn't recognize the state of Israel. And they make a very good point. And I mean, I'm as Zionist as anybody can get, but I recognize the point that they make, and that is this. Within Torah, Israel is never defined as like the borders go from here to here to here to here. It doesn't say that. And so the way that the Satmars, which is a Hasidic dynasty, the way that they view Israel is that the entire world is going to be Israel. So it doesn't make sense for us to recognize one particular place because eventually everything's going to be. And so they're waiting for our Savior, our Messiah, to basically lead. Okay, so know that within Judaism, it's not all standardized either. Now, there's a question that exists: why don't the people who are anti-Zionist within Judaism fight the people who are Zionist? They don't have the same control. Here's the thing. Israel has cheat codes. And what are cheat codes? They got the backing of the Rothschild family. All the money is unlimited. So it's just a matter of time until everyone on the planet is Jewish or something like that. Now, how is that going to happen? What's the plan? No, you shouldn't be because. No, you shouldn't be because. Hold on. Look, I could tell you that perhaps the Christian, let's talk about the Christian plan for global domination first. What is it? Essentially to retake Jerusalem through another set of crusades, and then perhaps to use the missionary system to convert all secular people into some type of Christian denomination. Now, it depends because obviously Christianity is very diverse as well, but that's the point. At least when it comes to Muslims, the plan for global domination essentially is in a similar way to have that domination of the control of the Temple Mount, which they have, and to spread Islam throughout the secular world, and then anyone who doesn't abide by it is essentially seen as an infidel and is seen as someone who is an Judaism isn't too much different than the other two. We have a plan for global domination, and those people who are vocal about it are, it depends how they want to be vocal about it, but what is going on is no different than what any civilization does. So here's what the world's going to look like in 1,000 years. This isn't my plan. This is the writings. These are like internal discussions, but at this point, it's all on the internet. So here's what goes on. Essentially, as I understand, the state of Israel is going to expand in a major way. If you've ever seen it, I'll show you. You may hear this phrase, at least amongst people, that from the river to the sea, a place will be free, something like that. Okay, so you see the Israeli flag with the two blue lines? Do you see that? Okay. Those lines are representative. They're just not regular as lines. The reason why that was chosen, and we could go into why they chose that design for the Israeli flag, because that's not always what it's designed. But they're representative of the Nile River and the Euphrates River. Basically, there's a plan for greater Israel to expand it into Egypt a little and into Iraq a little. And that's traditionally, historically, at its largest point, as big as Israel ever was. So how are you going to do that? How are we going to do that without eviscerating many countries and such? Well,
don't know if you've seen, but there is like a relationship between the Saudi Arabians, the Qataris, the United Arab Emirates, and Kuwait. Like, notice these countries that I'm naming, the people who live there, many of them are very, very wealthy. You know what I mean? And what the plan is to not go to war with these countries eventually. It's to essentially assimilate them. So the argument is this, and it's a valid argument. We could go to the king of Saudi Arabia and say, all right, you're Muslim, right? And he's going to be like, yeah. Right? Okay. So what does that mean? He's going to say, it means that I believe in Allah and Muhammad is his prophet, and I can take my family and their belief in Islam back to about the year 660, something like that. It's like, okay, great. But what were they before that? And no one wants to have that conversation. But it's like, they had, like, Islam wasn't always a thing. Christianity wasn't always a thing. Even Judaism wasn't always a thing. What were these people before that? And there's an argument to be made that perhaps they were Jews. Why? Jews weren't always just like, we're 0.02% of the global population, and 2% are, and not even 1.8% of the US population, right? But we were 20% of the Roman Empire. And people don't realize that 20% of the Roman Empire is a huge, huge swath of people. And that means a lot of people, even today, have some kind of connection. Now, when it comes to it being 20% of the Roman people, those people, eventually many of them became Christians. Many of them, though, also became Muslim. And there's an argument to be made, and that could very easily be made like this. We get the chief rabbis of Israel, the Ashkenazi and Sephardi, and say, look, we can either go to war with Jordan and Syria and Saudi Arabia, and it's going to be another Gaza, and it's just going to be 50 fucking years of the same war. Or we can say, look, we know that you're not that devout as a king, King Abdullah, I believe his name is, and you know that we're not that devout. To be honest with you, we're mostly, I mean, Israel is mostly a secular country, even though it has huge religious ties. Most of the people there are secular. And the argument is made, hey, instead of Israel going to war with Saudi Arabia, and Israel going to war with Qatar, and Israel going to war with Yemen, Israel going to war with Oman, and Israel going to war with Egypt, instead, we will make all of your leadership essentially Israeli citizens, and in exchange, we want your land. So what does that mean? Very quickly, Israel can expand from being this small little nation state to basically the entire Middle East. And it can be done in almost overnight. You just have to have a discussion with the heads of a few countries, and that's it. Okay, so then what happens? Well, there's going to be an expansion of Israel then north, once the Middle East is essentially dominated. And the plan is to go north through Ukraine. Europe is basically pretty much, I mean, like, there's a lot of influence there. The idea is then to take over Russia, and then from Russia, it is to move into China. And people don't know this, but actually there's a part of Russia, the founding of Israel didn't always have to be where it was. In fact, there were many discussions that it should be in different places. Some people thought that Madagascar should be Israel. Some people said that Israel should be in the United States, and there were talks about it being at where South Padre Island is in Texas. So there have been many discussions. Absolutely. Absolutely. These are very real conversations that happened within the last 150 years. So when people think like, oh, Israel always had to be where it is, nah, The initial talks in Zionism were a nation, a home for Jews, basically. But that home didn't necessarily have to be where it is. It was eventually chosen to be there, but it didn't have to be. So there were other places that were discussed, and one of them is known as the Soviet Jewish Oblast. And so what happened in the 20th century, so during the 1900s, Stalin, who was the head of the Soviet Union, knew that Jews eventually, might need a home again. And so he gave a certain segment of very eastern Soviet Union, or Russia, to Jews. It's called the Jewish Oblast, basically. And it borders China. And the plan is to eventually, over 1,000 years maybe, invade China from the north, from Russia. And I've heard different ways that it's going to go down. The one way I think, what did you say? Yeah. So the plan is, and look, I'm going to tell you this stuff. All this could be a lie, could be fake. I could be full of it. I'm just letting you know, here it is, people. The way that we're going to invade China is around the Great Wall. So, like, you have to understand that, like, most of the I don't know how to put it, the warfare in the future is going to be done by robots and drones and things. So this is almost like a ceremonial invasion, meaning we could just nuke China or have like a bunch of weapons. But if we were going to have a land invasion of China, the way that the place that it's going to happen is, so the Great Wall of China has always been a big defensive barrier to protect China from an invasion from the north. And it's been able to do this for thousands of years. But you have to understand that the Great Wall of China, it's very easy to just blow that up and like invade. But there's something, I think, to preserving it. And so what the plan is to keep it preserved. And the way to go to past it is to create, there's a way to create a bridge. It's a floating bridge on water. And it's been done for like hundreds of years. Basically, you put a floating platform on the water, and you put enough of them together, and you're able to cross rivers. You're able to cross like some areas of the sea and things like that. So the plan is to put those around the Great Wall, right off of like right off of like the ocean, basically. And then there's a way to go around the Great Wall of China, and then it's just an invasion into mainland China. And again, this will probably be done with like mech warriors and like all kinds of really advanced technology. Okay, so from there, we're going to have a world basically where Europe, Asia, and if you take over China, China dominates Africa. People don't know that, but the most powerful country in Africa is no African country. It's China. And it's really, really sad. China has basically like re-enslaved many people in Africa. Well, then what happens? So you've got Europe, let's say Australia, Asia, Africa, that are going to be Israel. But remember that group of people that I told you who don't recognize Israel? Jews who don't recognize Israel, remember I said that? And they're not too far from you? They're the Satmars. Remember I said that? They're going to grow as well. So what's that going to mean? That means that we're going to have like two contingents of Jews. We're going to have Jews who are in like Asia, Australia, Africa, and Europe. And then we have Jews who are going to be in North and South America. And there's a lot of the plan is this. There's some places that people don't know that have this really huge Jewish influence that are going to expand. One of these is Panama City in Panama. Do you know where Panama City is?
I guess you'd say we've got a primer for that. So whenever you're facing your next paint job, Sensor has you covered. Next time, wherever you buy paint, look for the can with the bullseye.
Okay, so Panama, that's okay. So Panama is a little, it's called an isthmus, ISTH. What does that mean? It means it's a little strip of land with, I'm going to show you where it's located. It's in Central America, and it is, like when you see it, you're like, oh, I know where that is. Okay, so have you ever heard of the Panama Canal? Okay. So the Panama Canal, and you've heard of the Suez Canal, right? That's okay if you haven't. That's okay. I'll show you where it's located and why is that important. Because you have to understand there's some really important places on Earth, and if you can dominate those places, you can dominate the world. And so, Panama is located north of Colombia, and I'm pulling it up right now so you can see things a bit. Oh, I can see why that's a really important place to dominate. Panama now. Okay, can you see there's like a little strip of land in between the two oceans? Okay, so there's a canal there. It's called the Panama Canal, and it was created at the beginning of the 1900s. And that a lot of international shipping goes through there. And it allows people to be able to go from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean and vice versa without having to go all the way around South America. Does that make sense? Okay. So it's really important to dominate that. The other place is in it's
Your Memorial Day weekend haul can be found with one stop at Meijer. Pick up fresh from Meijer 80% lean ground beef sandwich packs for just $2.99 a
it's very close to Israel. It's located between Israel and Egypt. And when you see us, you're like, oh, I can understand why that's really important to dominate as well. Okay, so the map of the Suez is, I don't know if you can see it in this map. Alright. Can you see, you know where the Sinai Peninsula is? It's really tiny, yes, exactly. But that allows you to go from the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. Alright, so what does this mean? Well, do you see, okay, I don't know if you can see it, but the Red Sea kind of forks, it splits in two, and then there's the Sinai Peninsula in there. Can you see that? Excellent. Well, one of the forks is the Suez Canal, okay? Does that make sense? The other fork isn't anything right now. And the plan is to build another Suez Canal there. And what is that going to be? That'll be a Jewish-dominated canal, where Jews don't need Egypt to be able to dictate what is going on. Now, when I'm going to show you Gaza now, and you're going to say, oh, Rabbi, this all makes so much sense now that I see how the map works. Just for a moment. You know what a canal is? You know, a canal is really an artificial waterway that is usually created to be able to connect two bodies of water. Does that make sense? Okay. So when we have Gaza, I don't know if you can see, it's not perfect, but it's pretty close. The plan for Gaza, as I understand, is for it to be a really big shipping port. But also it's supposed to be a really big part. It's supposed to be like a huge part on the Mediterranean Sea, like a really, really beautiful thing. Yes. And also it's going to be a huge canal. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, didn't you just say that like we already had the Suez Canal, and isn't that good enough? Like, we have one canal literally like a few miles away. Why do you need two? The reason is the Suez Canal at several times during its history has been closed down for years. I believe it was closed down for 7 years at one point, which means an incredible amount of headache on international shipping. So there is an argument to be made, look, let's build another canal so that if for one reason one of the canals is down or it's blocked or something, we can continue. Okay, so I don't know if you can see this is gonna be hard to use. But okay, can you see at the very bottom here, there's like a little bit of water. It's okay, you see that. So what's gonna happen is the digging is gonna start there essentially and move north. It's gonna keep moving north and it's gonna move actually exactly. And it's gonna go right through Gaza. And Gaza, let me see if I can see it on there. Exactly. And it's gonna go let me flip it so I can see the way you see it. Okay, here's how it's gonna go. This is the little start of it, and it's gonna move like this, and then through Gaza just like that. Do you see Gaza strip? Okay, so basically what I'm showing you right now, see where this line is? That's gonna be a new canal. And notice it goes right through Gaza. Exactly. So what does that mean? Those people are gonna have to go. And for as sad as I want to say, where are they gonna want to go, or where do they go? It's unfortunate the way that it's being done, but basically the other Muslim countries are not taking in those people into, they're not like allowing migration for the people living in Gaza to be able to move there. And that's in, people say that. Why isn't that being done? Okay, so what's going to happen? Well, I would say that over the 50 years or so, there are going to be large assimilation. What do I mean by that? Where you have people who either weren't religious or were another religion who rejoin or join Judaism for the first time for one reason or another. And that means the population of Judaism is going to expand. I can tell you this, the Pew Research Council has anticipated, at least within Orthodox Judaism, a tripling of our population over the course of a generation. So how is that going to be? Basically, right now, Orthodox Jews are 10% of all Jews, but that's going to expand to be 30% of all Jews over the course of a generation, just because Orthodox Jews, we have like 8, 10, 12 kids, just huge numbers, as opposed to other people. So there's going to be an expansion there. And now, what does that mean? Definitely. Now, what does that mean when it comes to there are going to be two worlds, basically? And you should know that they're both controlled by the same people. So what's going to happen? You're going to have the people of Europe and Asia and Australia and Africa at war with the people of North America and South America. And there's going to be questions that are raised like, why are we at war, and all the same questions that people ask right now. And it's essentially just going to be maybe 500 years like that. I mean, it's going to be a long time. And then eventually we will have a merger between the groups in Australia and Asia and Africa and Europe and the people of North and South America. And then eventually you have a one people government, or one world people. And that's the plan. And then what's the plan? Oh, so then what happens? Well, we're aware that the Earth is temporary. We basically have to get off this planet and explore the stars, or else we will perish here, because the sun, given enough time, is going. Pardon me? Like what he rounds to? Oh yeah, exactly. I must. Yeah, exactly. So what? Yeah, exactly.
So there's a big push to terraform, TERRAFORM, terraform different planets. And what does that mean? It means make an inhospitable planet habitable. And so the plan is to create a lot of carbon dioxide on the planet Mars, and that's going to heat up the atmosphere, which will eventually allow temperatures to be bearable by humans. And that's how it's going to be done, kid. No, you are. Hold on. You are. So, hold on. Don't say that. Don't say that. You have to understand. I mean, obviously, no, you are. Don't worry. And I know, like, the first thing you want to do is be like, hey, I'm going to run to my local Orthodox rabbi and say I'm going to convert. Which is fine. If you want to do that, you want to welcome to. No, I understand. There are ways to go about this thing. So I'm a futurist, and that means I'm someone who studies the future, and I want to know what's happening. I want to be able to tell people this and be like, look, I don't know if this is for sure, but if you really want to know what I think is going to happen with the world, most people can't give you like what's going to happen in like 1 or 2 years, and here we are talking like 1,000 years out. So what's gonna eventually happen is terraforming of different planets. And I believe Elon Musk and probably some other people will have the ability to essentially terraform Mars as the planet. And it's not just going to be Elon Musk. Other people have that opportunity too. But then there's another planet that is actually closer to Mars than it's closer to the Earth than Mars is. Did you know that there's another planet that's closer to Earth than Mars? You know what planet it is? It's Venus. So Venus is actually much closer to the Earth than Mars. And there's a question, why wouldn't we go to Venus first? Have you heard anyone ever say, let's travel to Venus? No. And why? Because Venus currently is inhabitable for other reasons, and that is, it has a very, very thick atmosphere. In fact, I've read this, that there are places on Venus that are the hottest places in the solar system, aside from the sun. Now, let me check on that right now. Venus, you would think that Mercury would be the hottest, but there's something like, some weird thing that I read where Venus is the hottest planet, and even though it's not as big as like Jupiter, and it's the size of Earth, it's not that big. Yes, Venus is the hottest planet in our solar system. Venus is the second planet from the sun, but still hotter than Mercury. That is because the atmosphere is very thick and made up of greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide. It has traces of nitrogen, and Venus, and the clouds on Venus are made up of sulfuric acid. So what does that mean? That means that we're going to be able to terraform Venus as well, but it's going to take some time, just because we got to get rid of the sulfuric acid and stuff, and the heat and all those other things. But given 100, 200 years, we'll be able to do it, and then we'll have Venus to be able to live on to some extent. Now, from there, I believe the plan actually, I think the first plan is going to Mercury, to Mars, and then perhaps to even some moons, on some moons of like Saturn or Jupiter. And the reason why is because they're easier to terraform than like some other planetoids or planets. What's a planet versus a planetoid? A planet, it's really just about size, ish. But a planet generally is something that is of a certain size, generally bigger than what we consider Pluto. And Pluto's kind of the thing it's a cutoff. Pluto's not a planet, or was redefined as not a planet. It's a planetoid. Okay, fine. What does that mean? Well, we're going to expand in the solar system to the point where we're going to want to expand outside the solar system into the next closest star system, which is several light years away. So if you know anything about a light year, and I mean, I talk about this very seriously. Like, I'm not talking about it in a Star Wars sense. And Ducky, I mean this. That's what's fascinating about it. Like, exactly. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And so you need to understand these people, I mean, I consider myself one of these people, at least in a philosophy. We have a different mindset than your average human. We know that we were born as Homo sapiens, but we're moving towards transhumanism. What's transhumanism? Not transgenderism. Humology? Okay, so I've always known that to be known as cryogenics. Humology, humology, when humans, let's see here, what is humology? How humans, it looks like it's a book. It's a book called How do you spell this? Okay, I have to show you, I created a robot. I want you to see it. I actually created 3 of them, and they're taking over the world as we speak. Okay, humology. Humology, to me, the blending of humanity and technology. But this looks like it's a company. Are you sure this isn't a company? Okay, so you're exactly right. We're talking about the same thing. How I've always known this to be referenced is known as cybernetics. What is cybernetics?
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions. Like carbon capture and clean energy for hydrogen.
Yeah, it doesn't have to do with coding. It's the science of communications and automatic control systems in both machines and living things. And so, I think the term humology certainly can reference something similar as well. But what I'm talking about is a merger between biology and technology, and we're moving towards that. And I really, there's really, I'm going to tell you a story, and this story has kind of really affected me personally. I was in law school 15 years ago, and the first day I meet this professor, and she introduces herself. She says, hi, I'm Professor Jones. I want you to know that I'll be your professor for this semester. I am going to give you a little background on myself, so you just know who I am, and if you have any questions, you can certainly ask me afterwards. And she said, okay, so I've been a lawyer for X amount of time. I'm married to a judge here in Orange County. I'm a mother of 2 children, and now this is 15 years ago. And she said, and you should know that, and especially for the women in the class, that when you're a lawyer, your career takes up a lot of your time. And you may not be able to have children when you want to because of your career. And she said, so what I did was I had my eggs cryogenically frozen. And when it was a time when my husband and I could have a child or children, we chose a convenient time, and we took one of my frozen embryos and fertilized it and cut it in 2. So they took the egg, the fertilized egg, and cut it in 2. So that basically they had twins. Duffy, do you understand the word twins? Okay? It's like of an egg. They took one of the halves and thawed it, and the other half they kept frozen. Okay? Make sense? Okay. The one that was thawed was a male, and the one that was frozen was a female. And I never forget, this teacher said, yeah, so I have a son who is 5 years old, and a daughter who is 3 years old, and they're actually twins, but they were born at separate times. Does this make sense to you? It most certainly is. And I'll never forget when I heard this. I remember thinking, I raised my hand and I said, "Are you from the future?" And everyone laughed. And I was kind of serious. Like, I had never met anyone who had even considered this kind of procedure. And here, this is a woman who had 2 children that were twins. I never known twins to not be born at the exact same time. I mean, how is that not a thing? Anyway, so long story short, it was something that really made me realize that, wow, there are people within society, if you have certain opportunities, you can really dictate your future. And it made me want to really be someone who was of a financial status where I could do some of the same things that this person did. All right, so what does that mean for us today? Well, there are other types of technology, like you had said, "Oh, Rabbi, I'm just going to be here for a certain amount of time," and then, so there's something called life extension technology, which you're currently likely participating in. And if you don't think that that's true, we can certainly have an argument for it. And then there's something called mind uploading technology and digital immortality. So what do I mean by this? Life extension technology. Yeah. Hey, did you know that according to the state of California, I'm transgender? I'm a woman, actually. Good question. All you have to do is go to the DMV and just change it. I was non-binary. Yeah, I not only can you do it, I've done it. Not only, no. I'm going to tell you why I do it. I don't want anybody to be able to bully me. I don't want anybody to be able to bully my children. And I also had the realization that I'm going to talk about life extension technology and mind uploading technology. And so when I explain it this way, I think it's going to make a lot of sense to you. Okay, so what do I mean? Mind uploading technology is the idea where we'd be able to scan your beautiful little brain ducky into a computer for later download into a cybernetic being, into an avatar, into a clone of yourself, into another species, whatever you want. Basically, we're going to take your mental capacity and do what we want. And you'll be able to choose it. So basically, you're going to live your life to be like, I don't know, 100 years old or 150 years old or something like that. And given enough wealth and opportunity, you'll be able to say, all right, this body's been great, but I want something new. Either a cryogenic body, a clone, even an ethereal being. If it's an ethereal being, it doesn't have a body. It's like a spirit that can actually travel. It's like, well, how the hell did that happen? I mean, we can talk about it. There are like scientific ways. What you have to understand is, and this is kind of the beautiful thing about science and humanity. If you give people enough time, anything is possible. In fact, with infinite amount of time, not only is anything possible, but everything must be possible. Everything must happen if infinite time exists. Now, infinite time doesn't exist. We know at least the universe we have a finite lifespan. So basically, as I understand, we're like 12 billion years into a lifespan of like a 60 billion year universe, something like that. But whether that's true or not, it's approximate. We're like a quarter of the way there. Okay, so does that mean that perhaps we may be able to see, like, live for billions of years? Yes. How do you do it? We take your brain, we scan it into a computer, we re-download it into anything you want. Okay, well then what? You live your life any way you want. But basically, if you die, you have like, if you've ever played a video game, do you know what like save points are? Like checkpoints? Okay, exactly. So what you would do is, say like, let's say you want to go base jumping, or you want to go bungee jumping. Okay, well, you make sure to do a save point right before then, a mind upload, and then you go do the bungee jump, and let's say something happens and you die. You're dead. Splat. Well, normally you're just dead. But those who care about you, and you can have provision for yourself that if I ever die, I want you to take my mind, which you uploaded, and I want you to put it into another being. I want to come back. And that'll be completely normal. And so, exactly, you remember everything. Exactly. And that means that you potentially can have a digital immortality. And so when I'm having these discussions, you should. When I'm having these, and I mean this, look, let me say this. I know with enough time that my stream's gonna go viral. Eventually, it's already starting. I gotta tell you why. And then I'm gonna have more influence than any person on earth, more than any Rothschild, more than any Rockefeller, more than any king. And why? Because I will have a platform that is basically uncancelable. If you want to cancel me on YouTube, the whole world will follow me on Twitch. If you want to cancel me on Twitch, the whole world will follow me on something else. And at a certain point, I'll have the finances that I can just start up my own platform if I need it. Basically, all I need is a camera and internet. Okay, so what is that going to mean? I'll be able to take care of every single person on here who has helped me. They should be one of them, and we'll make it so that you're put in a position where you can do it the right way. So, Ryan said, wife of Elon Musk, or not wife, but partner. Right.
Prosecutors, though, used DNA evidence to link the former PhD grad student to the crimes, and they say cell phone data places coworker near the crime scene.
CSK Whitworth says the court entered a not guilty plea on coworker's behalf. He could be facing the death penalty if convicted of stabbing the four students to death. The DOJ has filed an antitrust lawsuit against Ticketmaster and parent company Live Nation, accusing them of
Duck, are you taking a big dump right now?
Live Nation President Joe Rogan.
Yeah, you are. You're taking a really stinky one. That's all right, though. Happens to the best of us. I know, it's like, damn, she's not paid for anything. Good for you.
Rothschild saying the company has no issues with any venue that says they want to have non-exclusive.
You okay?
Rothschild insisted venues prefer using only ticketing service. These filed in Manhattan and brought by 30 state and district attorneys general. The bipartisan border security bill has failed in the Senate for a second time. The vote was 43 to 50. Democrats tried to push rules to limit the number of migrants allowed to claim asylum at the U.S.-Mexico border. The proposal was rejected by
I was gonna say every time I look in the mirror, though. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. People who have their finger on the pulse of society. Right.
First off,
well, I mean, she's a transhumanist, and you have to understand that the reason. Okay, so remember I was telling you that I'm a woman? Yeah, so I'm gonna explain it. Remember when I said you could live perhaps hundreds or thousands of years? Remember when I said that? Okay, well, what does that mean? And I really mean that. If we allow people to live, let's say the lifespan that doesn't have to end it is 1 million years, because we can just keep recreating ourselves, right? What does that mean? Well, it means that a lot of things in life will change. Like what? The lifetime guarantees will go away, and lifetime marriage contracts will go away. Anything that's lifetime basically goes away. Everything has to be temporary now. Exactly. No. You said it perfectly. Marriage becomes a punishment. Do you understand this? If you were with someone for 20 years, no matter how much you love them, exactly, you're going to end up getting sick of it, no matter how much you love them. So, what is my thought? Go ahead. No. Actually, you're 100% right, and that's you're 1,000% right, and that's what's going to happen. So what will happen? You'll have people who are like 600 years old, and they're going to get sick of their spouses, and they're going to end up having sex and begin relationships with hundreds of thousands and tens of thousands of people because of the amount of views that are going by. If I say to someone, you're going to live to be a million, that means that you could have sex with every single woman, let's just say you're a guy, on this earth or whatever. You could have like a marriage with all of them for like a certain amount of time. And you can think, because what if it's not a million years, it's a billion years. What I'm trying to say is eventually you'll get bored of being a man. You'll get bored of having sex with all these chicks. Honestly, that's a certain amount of time. I'm saying you're gonna have sex with every single chick on earth and for like tens of thousands of years, but eventually you'll get sick of it. And then what happens? Well, maybe one day you want to be a woman. That could be too. And we will have technology that won't be so crazy right now like it is to be a woman with like all kinds of surgeries and things. You might be able to just walk in a room or wave a magic wand or whatever. What you have to understand is there's a new kind of technology that is currently hypothetical. But when I say it's hypothetical, I think it exists just in the shadow realm, or like the underground black budget of the world government. But there's something called female sperm and male ovum. Now, what am I saying? I am saying that there is a way to have women make sperm artificially, but there's a way. So basically, we could take your DNA and have you create sperm within yourself and put that into a petri dish, perhaps, and then take my egg, which is of a male, which normally doesn't happen, but take my DNA and make an egg with that, and put them together, and I would actually be the mother, and you would be the father. Now that seems so crazy right now, but that's going to happen. That will be the, I don't want to say the norm, but that will be a regular part of life in decades or hundreds of years, just because there may be significant advantages to having one or whatever it may be. So when I say that I'm a woman, does that mean that I wear a dress and a wig and all that? No, I don't. But I do recognize, really what I want to be is non-binary, and I was non-binary for like 2 years, according to state California. But then I figured, you know what, I'm going to take the plunge, because people were saying to me, I don't want to say I did it for anybody but myself, basically, and I can always go back to being a dude, but the idea was this: if the future plays out the way that it does, maybe I do want to be a woman. Not like, I don't know, not like Tootsie or Mrs. Doubtfire, but like maybe, yes, you know that. Well, but see, here's the thing, no one wants to have, these are the types of discussions that happen, and that have occurred for hundreds of years when people talk about the future and what's going to happen. So, when I tell you that you're going to have a lot of opportunities, you certainly should recognize that. And when I tell you that I'm a woman, at least legally, I guess I am, but that shouldn't catch you off guard, aside from the initial, like, that's kind of weird, because when I talk about it this way, it makes a lot of sense. Like, oh, okay, so you're not like someone who, cross-dresses and wants a vagina. No, I am someone who thinks that if I live a long enough time, I may one day want to be explore the other side, and if I do, I'll do it as a woman. I mean, like, basically, I don't want to. And here's the other thing too. There are a lot of advantages, at least in California, to being transgender. You could get $1,000 from the government, but I know that my kids will be able to get like special $1,000 a month. But you'd be able to, my kids will get like special scholarships and all kinds of things like that. And absolutely, it will be like a racial group, and it actually probably be seen as a higher racial group, because here's why. You have to understand that I'm not the only person who sees it this way. Grimes, exactly, but Grimes feels this way, and so when anyone attacks us as transhumanists, we can always take those really aggressive dudes who dress up as women and go to do library story times, and those motherfuckers will come out like
and they will destroy your business. They will, protest you. There will be all kinds of things that they will do. They're basically the front lines of transhumanism. And the reason why transgenderism is so is pushed so hard is it is the point of the spirit of transhumanism. See, what happens is this: if you were to say to the American public, "Hey, we want to create a society where we have some types of technology that some people are going to be able to live forever." The majority of people in the United States would say, unless all of us can do it, we don't want that to happen. We would then say, we want science to be restricted, and we don't want life extension technology, and we don't scientific advancements. That certainly can happen.
Trigger, if you will, for this particular Congress member's comments by saying, is this the kind of behavior you condone on your campus? And it went to Jeff Block, who's the chancellor of UCLA. He said, as soon as I was made aware of this, I sent out a memo to make sure that this was not happening and that everyone had free passage. But as we know,
Here's what's going to happen. It's you know how we have like Homo erectus and then Homo sapiens? Yeah, like with the Darwinian evolution of man. Well, we're creating a new one. There's a split off. That's what it is. I'm telling you about it. That's what happens. And so there will be your normal Homo sapien who will live a mortal life, and then there's a new kind of species that's emerging that doesn't die. Now, hold on. We got to continue this discussion, because what do you consider that then? A being that doesn't die, or maybe dies but can be brought back, which is different than what we've ever done. Now you're getting... Yeah, well, then how do we view ourselves and what happens? So basically, then we are a new species, and then the next steps are what? The next steps are really sitting at what's called the galactic. Hold on. The Galactic Federation. What is the Galactic Federation? You know what the United Nations is on Earth, where you have all the countries that are around a committee? Well, there's the same kind of thing that goes on in space with different alien species. There's something called the... No, actually, yeah. This is apparently what goes on. So there are over like 120 types of alien species, of which I know. And what... Yeah. Yeah, I know. You're talking to the right guy. Well, here's what I want you to do. I want you to research absolutely everything I tell you. It's not even I know absolutely everything. You'll be able to fill in some of the blanks for yourself, but I'll give you the outline. So the different types of alien species, if you're like, well, like where do you get this information? Okay, so it is. Exactly. You're 100% right. It is out there. People don't want to take it seriously because they don't want to be ridiculed. You have to understand if you, or you're scared of it. No, there's that element too. They just are living their lives. There's so much in debt. They have to go to work, all that other stuff. They don't have time to think about the future and all this other stuff. And that's the way that it's the plan is. That's why there's a working class and a non-working class. Many times people think the working class are like the rich people. No, the working class are slaves. The non-working class isn't the people who are like at home on disability and stuff. No, those are the people who are living off trust funds and off of interest.
Very anti-Semitic. Why are you negotiating these people? And then
That's the goal of
presidents, they are saying, listen, we're not dealing
Not even, no. When you're a trust fund kid, all you do is have a bank account, and every month or quarter, you get a dividend of millions of dollars, and you don't have to invest it, you don't have to do anything. That is a population of society, and that's known as a trust fund. You would think that, but guess what? Those dividends come every month and every quarter, and if they blow all their money comes right back. It's just, and it's nothing that they did. Some people say it's a waste. Other people say this gives those kinds of people the freedom to go buy a yacht and travel the world and buy art. And so some other people may say this is the thing that actually allowed them to live, which I think that's probably a valid argument. Well, okay, so hey, that's what we all want to do, and don't worry, we'll get there. Okay, so about the future, where does that leave us? Okay, so essentially, given enough time, the humankind will be able to accomplish anything it wants. Now, we don't have unlimited time yet. Why? Because as I said, the universe is like has a life of like 60 billion years. So we have the Big Bang, which started everything, and then there is the idea that it will all end in what's known as the Big Crush, which is like a giant black hole at the very end, and everything gets sucked into it. And I know the question is this: what happens after that? What happened before? All that. We can know this question. Now we know. So I'm saying we have like 40 billion years to be able to play with digital immortality. Now we were talking about alien species. I bet you could name a few alien species, even if you just describe it. Describe it in alien looks like to you, Becky. Good. So that is a species. Hold on. That's a species. That's a species. Absolutely. So those are known as the Greys. Greys. This is from Wikipedia. Greys, sometimes green skin. Without a nose, slits for mouth, no ears, and 3 to 4 fingers, including a thumb. Greys have been the predominant extraterrestrial beings of alleged alien contact since the 1960s. Yeah, so wait, remember when I said he was called an ethereal being? That's exactly right. So you're just like a spirit. Okay, so what other kinds of aliens are there? Well, if you want to know their names, there's the Draconians, which are like reptilian humanoids. They're tall, scaly humanoids. They date back at least to ancient Egypt. There's crocodile-headed river god Sobek, the reptilian. It's talking about quite a lot. So those are 2 of them. No, nothing like that. Help me with it.
16th Minute of Fame is the new weekly podcast hosted by me, Jamie Loftus. Every week, we take a closer look at an internet character of the day. Being Dad, The Dress, 30 to 50 Feral Hogs. If you knew what any of those were, you spend too much time online. And I do too. Who are they?
Hyper-referentialism not only allows a dancer to point out such a reference to the audience. What are we talking about here? Does it have something to do with dancing?
So whether you're playing a game at home or it's everyone live, save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile at cox.com/internet. Other restrictions apply.
Yeah. What?
For JD Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Find a store near you. Visit SaveNumber.com. There are more identity threats than you realize. Monitor your credits only if personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password.
Whoa.
LifeLock alerts you to threats you can miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated U.S.
Yeah, no, I've heard that theory.
No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all
So I can tell you,
but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with
just
promo
a
code NEWS.
this is my story with it,
Something
and
big is here.
it's not that great of a story. But
Something
it's
so
anyway.
big it couldn't fit.
Have you ever seen this person?
Introducing Bubbly Burst, a sparkling water beverage bursting with so much fruit flavor we had to put it in a bottle. With 6 sensational flavors and no added sugar, the newest member of the Bubbly family
Okay,
is worth smiling about. So
let me
look for the
see.
colorful Bubbly Burst bottles
Let me
and
get
add
a
a
better
burst of
picture
fruit
of them.
flavor to your day. Oh, Bubbly Burst, coming to a fridge near you. Snag a job
That's
is
okay.
where
I'm just how it's spelled, because every time I look up that word, it has something to do with dancing.
access to over 6 million active hourly workers.
Excellent.
Snag a job is the
Okay.
all-in-one solution.
You may not have seen this person, and that's fine. If you're into sports,
On demand.
he's super
Tends to
big.
hire part-time
He's
or
arguably ESPN
name
for this
warehouse
celebrity.
worker,
His name's Stephen
retail
A. Smith.
associate, grocery
And
store dealer, fitness
he-
trainer, baker, stylist, bellhop,
I one time
podcast
saw a
producer.
video of him
Yeah. Snag a
in
job's got a
one of
worker
these
for that. With our easy-to-use
documentaries that was like celebrities that are reptilians. Okay, that's like the name of the video. And I remember they had a picture of him or like a video where he was blinking and it showed like his eye and it looked like one of those reptilian eyes, like a snake. Know what I mean? Okay. So I remember seeing this. This was like 10 years ago. All right. So be me. I am the managing director, which means like I'm the top employee of a startup that in Los Angeles that became very, very popular. It was I'm the first person to develop an app. I did it with a team, and I led the team that was the Uber of car washing. So what does that mean? You press a button on your phone and somebody comes to you and washes your car. Does that make sense? Excellent. And it's a very, very popular service in Los Angeles and other places too. Okay, so I took this company from nothing. We didn't have an app. I didn't even know it was a technology company when I joined it. I thought it was like a car wash company, but it wasn't. We never washed any cars at the company. We were an app company, technology company. And what we were able to do was dominate the market. And we were able to market our app. And so what I was able to do, I was in some commercials in Southern California. And I would also write copy, which is in media. It's the text that people use on television and on radio. And I write jingles. And I signed this person to an exclusive contract with our company. And I found it was really good. Okay. So what did that mean? I would write the words that he would say in our ads and things like that. And I got the opportunity. It was during NBA All-Star Weekend. I'm going to say it was like 2018 or something like that. And he was going to be in town, and we had lunch together. And I can tell you that at least this individual, I don't know celebrities. I know people who know celebrities. I'm not far removed from people, but I don't get into those. Yeah, it happened. So, I can tell you that at least in my discussions with him, it was as normal as any discussion that I could have. So when I went back and thought about that video that I was seeing, I mean, if he's an alien, or a reptilian, he had me. So when we talk about the reptilian theory, though, what does that mean? There are a lot of people out there who think that aliens who come to Earth regularly abduct people and do experiments on them. And I'm one of these people who thinks that I'm not one of the people that do whom they do experiments, but
but I'm one of the people who associate with this theory that the Earth is basically seeded. Some other civilization came here and created the Earth like a zoo. And they watch over us, and I'm not just saying this because I want to feel good. I mean, I see video of these things every single day, and it's real video, and I've seen video my whole life of these things, and I've seen video from before I was born of these saucers that are flying around that are obviously not from this Earth. So it doesn't make, no, it's not at all CGI, meaning, but here's the thing, I was watching this stuff in the 90s, and it was realistic. And, you know, yeah, CGI, computer graphics were a thing, but they weren't a thing for your average individual. And also, you have to understand that we have pictures, like the oldest picture of a UFO is like almost 200 years old. And then we have UFOs that are in art. Have you ever seen UFOs in Renaissance art? Okay, so do you see, this is a picture of, I think this is a Rothschild art. I could be wrong, who painted this. Just a minute. I want to make sure I get the person correct. All right, so here's one I mean, we have them in a bunch of art. Here's one of them though. So I don't know if you can see over, do you see that? Now, if you're like, well, what if that's just like somebody just painted that on there later? You can, exactly, but you can see over here in the background, there are two people who are staring up at this thing. Like, there's something going on there. And this isn't the only one, there are tons of these. But I'm saying, we have this in art, we have it in wood carvings, we have it in photographs. Like before Photoshop was even dreamt of, we had this in like 1800s photos. So I'll show you this right now. And now I can also tell you how these photos can be faked. How can they be faked? A lot of times what people would do is, do you know what a hubcap is? Like on a car? Yeah. They take a hubcap and throw it in the air like a frisbee and take a picture of it. And it looks a lot like a UFO. Does that make sense? Like if you just throw a hubcap, it's like a circle in the air. To get it right, exactly. Okay, so we have pictures. So this is the oldest, perhaps the oldest UFO, picture of a UFO. It's nothing great. But what I'm trying to say is this was long before Photoshop was a thing. And we also have mass sightings of these things. Look, here, I'll show you. On the front page of the Los Angeles Times during World War II, there was something called the Battle of Los Angeles. And this wasn't the Japanese or the Nazis who were attacking. These were saucers that were flying over. I don't know if you can see all these searchlights. Okay. Excellent. So what I'm saying is that there's a lot of evidence for this stuff. Okay, so where does that get us when it comes to hybrids? There's a theory that we can see it here, and that there are other and create hybrids of humanity. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. There are some people out there who say that this is true. Okay, fine. Exactly. these beings are traveling light years to get here, like a huge amount of distance, it's very realistic that this stuff, that they could do that. Okay, so what does that mean for us as humans? Well, as I was talking about with the future, we have to recognize that there are some types of technology that can really affect us. And the biggest one I would say, I don't want to say the biggest, but when I talk about future technology, what do I mean? I mean faster than the speed of light travel. I mean the utilization of wormholes. I mean force fields. I mean invisibility cloaks. All of this stuff sounds like it's from the movies, but you have to understand that the movies got these ideas from science writers. And science fiction writers got a lot of their information, a lot of it from people who would say that they were abducted by aliens, and these were the stories that they had. We had certain individuals, certain beings that looked like little gray aliens, and all kinds of different ones. Okay, so what does that mean for us? What technology changed things? The time machine. Do you believe in time machines? Yeah, I do. So there are different kinds of time machines. There's like the traditional, like so basically like a machine in which you walk into it and it takes you to another time. There's that idea, but you have to understand, we can get into time machine discussions at another time, but there are all kinds of paradoxes that occur when you get into this. And the big one is this. If, let's say you and I took a time machine and we went back to the 1800s and we killed your grandmother, okay, in the 1800s, what would happen to you? You would have never been created. So would you just disappear in the time machine? Right, exactly. No one knows. It's known as the grandfather hypothesis of time travel. So usually the idea is this. If time travel exists, what would happen if you took a time machine back and killed your grandfather? That would mean that you would never have the opportunity to. So what happens? What's the answer to that? Well, you took a time machine back in time. So he'd be a young man or younger, and you would kill him, and that means he would have never met your grandmother to make you or your parents mother's life. Does that make sense? It's a paradox. Exactly. No, you have to understand. When you get a paradox in life, you have to understand, at least the way that I describe it is, our brains cannot comprehend any further. So maybe there is an alien species out there that has a bigger brain than we do, and it can understand some way that you could go back in time and kill your grandfather, but we don't understand how that would work. Another one of these paradoxes is this. What happened before the Big Bang? Well, maybe there was something. Well, then that wasn't the start of everything. The same thing happens with the big crunch. Another one happens, it's called the omnipotent paradox. It's one of my favorites. Okay, so it's this phrase, basically. If God exists, can God create a rock so large that not even God can lift it? Now, hold on, let's dissect this. If God exists, and that means like the way that most people see God is omnipotent, meaning has all the power to do whatever God wants, right? Okay, so God exists. That means God can create a rock, right? And God could create a rock as big as God would want it to be. It could be really big, it could be the size of the earth, right? But could God make a rock so big that not even God could lift it? It's a paradox. It can't be both things at once. And so when you say, well, God can do anything. God can create a rock as big as you wanted it to be. Oh, okay. I want God to make it so big that not even God could lift it. It's like, wait, well, that can't happen. And then your brain starts to be like, it's confusing. I love paradoxes. In fact, there's something really sexy to me about paradoxes because it's like my brain has hit not a dead end, but just like you can't go any further. Your brain as a human is not going to ever be able to solve this. So you just have to be okay with that and move on. And I am. So basically, and there are all kinds of these paradoxes that fascinate me, and they're fun to discuss. Here's one. All right, this is known as the ship of Perseus. So, all right, so imagine you and I are on a rowboat, okay? And we park the rowboat at a dock. Okay? And as we get off the rowboat, we take one piece of the rowboat off at a time, and we rebuild the rowboat at another dock. Okay, so what we did was we took a rowboat, we parked it in a dock, and then once we were able to, we took every piece of the rowboat that we got to in the dock and we rebuilt it at another dock. Okay. The question exists, is the rowboat that we rebuilt, the second rowboat, is that the same exact rowboat as the first one, or is it a new boat? It does. It depends how you look at it. And exactly. But technically you can say yes as well. Because you can say all the stuff is the same, and had we just rowed the rowboat, instead of taking it apart and moving it, we could have just had, it's all the same parts, so how isn't it the same rowboat? It's a paradox. It depends how you look at it. Okay, so these are things that fascinate me, and they keep me up at night, but not really, because I've been able to. Okay, so then we can talk about now the alien races and the Galactic Federation. And I mean, I mean this stuff even more than Judaism, and I would say this to all Jews. My fascination is. I love Judaism, I love my religion, I love my people, but I'm someone who's more fascinated by the future and aliens and advanced technology. That's what really fascinates me. I can spend all my days in a yeshiva, in a school, and just learn Hebrew better to the point where I'm the absolute world's best chazan, the world's best cantor, the world's best singer of Hebrew. And guess what? No one's going to understand. There are already people who do that, and they already are very good at it. I'm not going to be able to overtake them. But what I am better at than they are is to be able to discuss the future and these types of discussions. And guess what? That's a whole hell of a lot more interesting than what are the best ways to keep kosher, Rabbi? Because I can tell you the best ways to keep kosher. That's fine. It's not like an obsession of mine. I keep kosher the best of my ability, and I can teach you how to keep kosher the best of your ability. But when it comes to what fascinates me, I can only learn about food for so long. What really my passion is the future, advancement. Okay, so what does that mean? I spend, particularly at night, hours studying age. And I mean, I dedicate myself to this. And I can tell you this, I wasn't someone who believed in aliens as a kid. That was all crazy to me. And every person I would have asked as a kid, whether my family or friends, everybody would have said aliens are a joke. Don't even consider that to be a real thing. You have to understand, we grew up, right now, today, yes, because we have the internet now. You have to understand, when I was born at a very important time of the world, and I think people will be like obsessed with people who were born like when I was born, because I still remember a world without computers and without the internet when it was just books. And so 1985. Yep. And so I can tell you that life was life without computers and without the internet. And we didn't have the ability to just be like, oh, I want to look at a UFO picture. There was nothing like that. That wasn't available in an encyclopedia. The only way that you could really get with something like that was through a whistleblower or something like that. And that wasn't going to happen to me as a young person or anyone who I knew as a young person. So I can tell you, as someone who is the biggest UFO skeptic, to now become its biggest fan or biggest advocate, I've seen both sides.
And I think I'm an excellent person to be able to say, hey, what's going on, DC? Where's me, baby? Wow, you really put it out there. You will never PM first and you will never ask for money. What if I was just giving away money, dog? No, I understand that. Absolutely. How did you learn about the community, baby? No, I know. That's where you're at. How did you learn about it? Yeah. All right, Kite, do you own Harry Potter Bound Sonic 10 New? Did you buy the coin? Oh, dude. Excellent. Well, you should know that I'm always live in here 24/7, 365. I'm celebrating 1 year in this Telegram this month. And you're always welcome to come in here. Whenever you want anything. Or if you have a question, or you just want to talk to someone about your day, or you... I'm like a real version of Siri, because if I don't know the answer, I'm going to look it up for you. That's what I do. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast, baby. Well, no need to touch you, dog. I'll talk to you whenever you want. You should have just said something to me. I would have talked to you all night. Okay, all right. So under normal circumstances, generally I'm not, and I'll be able to talk to you all night long. But maybe just in that case, as an exceptional case, I wasn't able to. Well, you should know. Keep coming back, and eventually you'll be able to talk to me. I assure you of that. So, DC, do you own a Scroto? Do you own a Scroto? Do you know what a Scroto is? It's this. All right, do you own one? Exactly. Do you... I'm the same dude, dog. I have two. I'm the same guy. All right, well, hey, you know, give me a heads up you're going to be coming next time. I'll turn on a bunch of cameras for you, dog. Let me know you're coming next time. I'll turn on a bunch of cameras for you. To be honest with you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 cameras right now. Oh, I'm not even counting the one in my hand. 15 cameras. Yeah, dog. Well, you got me here. I'm live 24/7. Dog, I have more data on the internet than any person ever. I have been live 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years now. Yeah, and it's all archived on YouTube. It's the biggest deal in global history. I can tell you right now with absolute certainty. Dude, you're live on YouTube right now. You're everywhere. You got it, baby. Just for a moment, I'll send it to you.
Street. We felt like O'Brien looking at East
Ducky, you've been in this for 4 years? Oh, you've been in this for 4 years, Ducky? Yeah. Hey, so DC, click that right now, and you'll be able to hear yourself on like 5 different streams. Word, dog.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
You're good, though. Oh, who's to say that I haven't? I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts alone. I have over 2,100 Twitter accounts. So if you're saying, why don't you have a TikTok? I have more TikToks than any person on earth. How many people do I have on Twitter? The account that I have several accounts. Oh, let's see here. I'm using my TikTok. I have one account that has 10,000 followers, another account with 3,000 followers, and I have about 25 accounts with over 1,000 followers. 25 accounts. So, yeah. Yeah, so I'm live on Twitch right now, and I'm actually going to show something that I made that. Do you know what Kick is? Yeah. Dog, I fucking dominate Kick. And if you're like, how? I'll show you. Do you have 5? Hey, DC, do you have 5 minutes? Okay. So I'm going to show you something that I created that's taking over the world. And I say that, and I'm like, I'm really fucking serious about it. Ask anyone on Kick right now who Rabbi Rothschild is. If you ask the top 100 people on Kick right now if they know who Rabbi Rothschild is, they'll say, yeah, I fucking hate that guy. All he does is spam my chats. All 100 of them will say that. And if you're like, Rabbi, wait a second, so you're really well known on TikTok, or not TikTok, on Kick, why aren't you famous like that? I've only been spamming on it for like 2 weeks, but okay, watch what I'm going to show you. I have created several robots that it's just software that I program that automatically creates an account for me on Kick and automatically spams all over Kick. And it's so fucking funny because a lot of times I'll get into these people's chats and I'll spam them, and it will have this feature called TTS, text to speech. And so it will read within their chat. Oh, it's so fucking funny. This is what it reads in their chat. Oh my God, just one moment. I'm going to type it in a second. Oh, I appreciate that, dog. Well, I'm going to make you all very, very wealthy. Okay, here we go. World famous pussy eater, Rabbi Rothschild takes karaoke requests live on YouTube 24/7, 365 for one piece. Type Rabbi Rothschild /viral rabbi in any search engine. Please share via trillionaire. So I spam that in motherfuckers' chats. And it's like, who else is so fucking cocky and confident that they're like, I'm a world famous pussy eater, baby. I'm live on TikTok or on YouTube, and I'll take every karaoke request that you want. And it's true, and it gets people's attention. Okay, so here, I'm going to show you right now. Can you see my computer screen? Okay, I'm going to start up this robot, and you'll see, like, my hands are here. You can see me on the other screen. Like, I'm not touching my computer. The only reason why I have it on my lap is so that I can hold it a little easier. Do you see the pink pointer of the mouse? All right, so again, I'm not touching my computer. This is all programmed. But what did it do? It just closed the browser. It's going to open a new browser. Well, absolutely. So what it's going to do is create a, I use temporary email services, because I mean, this is not, it's not easy. It's not like you can just create an account and it doesn't have any human verification. There's a bunch of human verification I have to get through, and the most difficult one are 2 OTPs, one-time passwords, where it has to, I know, and this thing is programmed so that it gets them beautifully. So here it is, it's going to put in a temporary email address, and I always choose the same date, which is the founding of the state of Israel, which is May 14th, 1948. It's going to choose May 14th. It's going to come over here. It's going to choose 1948. And Ducky, this is what I want to do, see all this, because this is how I'm going to really take over the world, bro. It is fucking insane. It is, you watch what's going to happen, and you're going to be like, Rabbi, you're going to be really fucking famous soon. Okay, so now what is it doing? It's going to put the username in. Now, I'm very good at how I make these usernames, and they're all like Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or something like that. So when somebody gets followed by me, it shows up as Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, and they know where to find me. It's not just like some random ass name. They know, motherfucker, search Rabbi Rothschild and YouTube Live. That's what it says right there. So then it's putting in my password, and now it's doing the email verification. Now it's going to go back to that email, and it's going to refresh, and it's going to scroll down and get the 6-digit OTP thing. And as I do this, please understand that I have multiple computers doing this simultaneously. So there's the OTP, and it's going to double click on it in a moment. And it actually has to open up the email, which is another page. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, why isn't it working like immediately? You have to understand that it's all timed, and if any of the timing is off, it fucks up the whole thing. So everything's got to be like really, really perfectly timed. So basically, then there's the little password, and it's gonna copy it, and it's gonna, takes a little bit of time, but it copies it, and then it's gonna put it into it's gonna, do I do this while I'm sleeping? Yes. And when do I start it? Well, I made 2,100 Twitter accounts using a similar strategy. Now, okay, so do you see how it says 404, something went wrong? That's totally fine. I even have that anticipated. Sometimes when you create an account with Tick, it logs you in, and sometimes it gives you an error. But that's not a big deal to me because I have it programmed to re-log me in. The only issue is that it has to get a second OTP, but again, it's all manual. I'm sorry, it's all well, you're going to see it log in a moment, and it would be really good if this just created accounts for me, which was fine. That's what I had it do originally, but then I programmed it to not just create an account for me, but then spam the shit out of the entire front page of Kik, over 300 people, and they all fucking know about me. I mean it. Name a creator on Kik. Aiden Ross, I'm in that motherfucker's Discord right now. Amaranth, that bitch was talking about me earlier today. Vitali, I'm in his fucking Discord. Anybody on there? I dominate them. And they know about me, and then they start to talk about me amongst each other. You need what? SPX? Oh, okay, I can. Just one moment. Stay. On this dude? And you go into a Twitter space to discuss a guy? Yes, done. Watch this. It's going to automatically follow this person. I am, but we're on this topic first. I understand what you're saying. Okay, I understand. I know you're right there. Okay, you go abandon me. Thank you, baby. You enjoy yourself, but I want you to know I was listening to you. I just wanted you to see that. It's fucking amazing. Girl, if we lived next door, I would never be at my house. I would be with you all day, every day. Girl, I'm the one who talked to you for the last 3 hours about how we're never gonna die and we're gonna live forever. You don't think we're gonna bone a whole bunch in there? Bye, sweetheart. I'm a busy boy. What do you want me to do? How do you like that? It's wild shit, Rob. Hell yeah, I know WeChat. Yeah, I got it on my phone. Yeah, actually, I was having a discussion with somebody about that earlier today. Yeah. Right. So, where you run into issues is if they force you to do a CAPTCHA. Does that make sense? So basically, you might have to manually do the CAPTCHA. That can happen. Yeah, all that can be done. Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard. I'm sure somebody's already found that for WeChat. So let me see if it's code that's publicly available. Just a moment. I would call that just a WeChat auto reply, right? Isn't that what you're saying? Just one moment. Yeah, so they actually have this available in their settings, dog. You go to the WeChat official accounts homepage, and there's an auto reply on the left panel, and click keyword auto reply. Turn on and toggle to acknowledge to enable your auto reply. I just typed in WeChat auto reply into Google, and it says on your WeChat official account homepage, click auto reply on the left panel.
department responded to a call yesterday of a child not breathing. Neighbors say the boy's father was getting the boy CPR in a car until an arriving deputy took over and continued to treat the boy. The boy was taken to a hospital where he died. The exact cause of the boy's death has not been announced. Investigators had initially said they did not suspect foul play. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
This report brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys and off-duty LAPD officers been arrested on suspicion of assault with a deadly weapon. Police were called Tuesday about an altercation in Westchester. Officer Richard Monkowski was arrested and placed on administrative leave. He's been with the department since 2018 and is assigned to the Western Bureau. The judge says a public settlement paid to the Pacific Air Show in Huntington Beach must actually be made public.
Residents have the right to know what our government is hiding from us.
Homeowner Gina Clayton Tarver says she sued because the city gave the Pacific Air Show operator $5 million because the event was canceled by the 2021 oil spill.
A public settlement secret. Why public tax dollars were used to basically pay off their campaign donator.
The Huntington Beach City Attorney says the settlement was only withheld to prevent compromising further oil spill litigation, but the city will comply with yesterday's ruling. Corbin Carson, KFI News. The Labor Department says the number of people in the U.S. applying for unemployment benefits dropped in the last week.
Fallen to 215,000, down from 223,000 the week before. In all, nearly 1.8 million Americans were collecting jobless benefits during the week that ended May 11th.
ABC's Derek Dennis says that's again 4,000 more than the same time a year ago. Dennis says company layoffs still remain historically low. North Carolina's Public University System Board has voted to repeal a nearly 5-year-old diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. The vote means that 17 schools will likely join other major universities in cutting diversity programs and jobs. The policy change is effective immediately. It will focus on removing a 2019 regulation outlining various DEI roles, duties, and training across the system. President Biden's welcomed Kenya's president to the White House with an official arrival ceremony on the South Lawn.
60 years of ties between our countries. It's clear that our people are the true strength of this partnership.
Biden says it's clear that partnership is working well. He says we've invested in new industries that have generated billions of dollars economically and created new opportunities that have lifted up our countries across both continents. And a ticket matching 5 of 6 Mega Millions numbers from Tuesday night's drawing was sold at a gift shop in Monterey Park. The tickets worth almost $1 billion. No one matched all 6 numbers, so that jackpot for tomorrow night's Mega Millions drawing is $453 billion. Whatever it is, don't take the cash. Satellite weather from KFI, patchy clouds, fog, a slight chance of drizzle through the night, lows around 50 degrees. The sun clearing tomorrow, maybe a peak of sun and a couple degrees cooler though. Highs around 60 at the beaches, close to 70 Metro LA, Orange County, around 90 still. Further in the Inland Empire, Palm Springs area, and below 70 back here in the valleys. Above 70 in the high desert, a bit more sun, a bit more warmth on Saturday, not too much, a little bit more warmth on Sunday. Right now in Lake Forest, 67, Anaheim 69, Santa Clarita 68, Claremont 67 degrees. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by Provide Real Estate. The Dow was down 606, NASDAQ was down 66, S&P was down 39.
Provide Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Let's hit the freeways.
The store with 14 rather into Santa Clarita, northbound delays leaving the 5, and you're on the brakes ahead, looking a lot better at past Placerita Canyon Road. You've got some more slowing ahead into Acton, and this delay starts around Escondido Canyon Road and opening back up by Crown Valley Road. Santa Monica with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, looking at a whole can of sardines here up his head. Eddie's found that can from here just by Cloverfield, and that's just a grind all the way into downtown Los Angeles from there. Northbound 405 moving up on the west side out of Calgary City. That's going to remain slow almost all the way with the 5 extending from Hemphill. Now, if you're heading south on the 405 towards Iliad, we're on the brakes now from Wilshire Boulevard down towards the airport. It moves up a couple of miles around Montana, and then back on the brakes pretty much from the 105 all the way to Long Beach. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
This earlier Surface Street issue in Sylmar, we've been mentioning it throughout the afternoon. Hubbard at Laurel Canyon Boulevard, terrible crash. And Laurel Canyon remains off limits at this time between Hubbard and pretty much Rinaldi. So stay clear of that. Alternates for you, Rinaldi Street and San Fernando Road. Southern California's only airborne traffic reports. I'm Rachel Martinez.
So did you find it?
60th Minute of Fame is the new weekly podcast podcast hosted by me, Jamie Loftus. Every week, we take a closer look at an internet character of the day. Being Dad, The Dress, 30 to 50 Feral Hogs. If you knew what any of those were, you spend too much time online. And I do too. Who are they? What made them notorious? Why did the internet choose them? What does a person do when they get more attention than the psyche can handle? Listen to 16 Minute of Fame on America's #1 podcast network.
I'm a rabbi and certified project management professional. Pardon me?
You found a portable ice maker on Amazon.
It's a teacher in Judaism.
Thanks.
How you gonna celebrate?
Well, probably fired up at the campsite.
Stone cold, yes.
And when it makes the ice, I'll fill a glass and make it toast.
To Lily.
No, to ice.
My name. I am mine. I think we kick ass and take names.
They celebrate every day. Why choose?
Yeah, can you see what my name is? I don't like the last one.
My site for whenever I want. Sleep Number does that.
My IDs are all over the internet.
Let you choose your audio coverage on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart speakers report better sleep.
We're all related. There are over 5,000 of us in the United States alone.
Purchased in store and now save 30% of the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For June Valley 2023 award information visit
We share DNA.
sleepnumber.com. The NBA playoffs are here. And we all know playoff mode is the thing. With everything on the line, the players are taking it to the next level. And fans need a match.
No, I'm 100% for it.
It's on the NBA playoff home playlist. Don't miss the NBA playoffs presented by Google Pixel on ABC, ESPN, TNT, and NBA. Elevate your game by listening to the NBA playoff home playlist now at iHeart.com/playlist.
What was your question?
Something so big.
It's been better, but it's overall a pretty okay place.
With 6 sensational flavors and no added sugar, the newest cover of the bubbly pen is worth smiling about. So look for the colorful bubbly burst bottles and add a burst of this flavor to your day.
What'd you say?
Bubbly burst, time to a flavor. Snag a Job is where America goes to hire. The deepest talent pool in hourly hiring.
Am I what in Harry Potter around the Sun Opinion?
And active hourly workers. Snag a Job is the all-in-one solution for hiring
Offer invested?
employees who can cover all your needs. On demand.
What's over-invested? Apologies. I don't think I could be over-invested in anything. Honestly, I've never bought Harry Potter around the Sun Opinion. People give it to me. Do you see all my swag here? All this Harry Potter stuff? It's all been given to me by the community. I owe the community everything when it comes to my cryptocurrency knowledge, basically.
So visit snagajob.com or text
I mean, I've been in here for like a year, and I've learned a lot more about cryptocurrency, having my course on a cryptocurrency and living in their Telegram. Not from Harry Potter around the Sun Opinion. I do it because I like the people. Exactly. Oh, I have crypto. I'm saying that people give it to me, though. Why buy it if I'm given it? Exactly. Exactly. It's 100% profit. Exactly. If it's free, it's free. You have to do some graphics?
Because you have fewer and fewer options. So that's what antitrust is all about, right? Because a company gets too big and it has to be broken up. And the only regulatory instrument there is, the only protection that consumers have is the government and the Justice Department.
very
So
cool.
the latest is something that you're going to relate to.
What kind of laptop did you get?
It's Live Nation and Ticketmaster. To the Justice
That's a good
Department is seeking to break
laptop.
up
Unfortunately,
Live
gaming
Nation and
laptops
Ticketmaster.
generally don't make good
You
batteries.
think, well, Live Nation,
Well, they
Ticketmaster,
should, but
those are two
not
different
no. They should more than
companies.
most
So that's
things.
kind of the whole
But if
point.
you're using a gaming
Live Nation
laptop
controls the
heavily,
venues.
it's not going to have too long of a
You can go
battery.
to see any number of things, concerts and the like, and they own Ticketmaster. So when you go to get tickets to whatever it is at the
Oh,
Live
well,
Nation
then
venue,
definitely. So buy another battery.
also doing business with Live Nation. Now, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter
dude, absolutely. So if you rely on your battery a lot, what you need to do is buy a battery and a battery charger. And then you use your laptop, and whenever your battery is dying, you switch it out and you put the new battery in your laptop and you put the old battery in the charger.
now making a deal with the artist.
Then
They can make a number of deals that they wouldn't be able to
the
make
battery's what?
because it's not a competitive environment. So you can see right in the space does
Oh, the battery's inside your laptop. So
Live
it's
Nation
unremovable, right?
is a company that is ripe for antitrust.
Well, you got to find that out.
Antitrust action, which would be a major antitrust lawsuit, and that's what's happening. So the Justice Department steps in and says, "I'm giving you these other
All right, so
cases that
it is impossible to remove
Apple,
it.
Amazon, etc." But this lawsuit filed by the DOJ and 30
That's what I
state and
meant to say.
district attorneys general
Okay, well, I mean, there's a few ways to go about it. You could just continue to use it with a shitty battery. You could buy another computer if you need at a certain point. You could get an extension cord, which is probably what I advise, and then just walk around with it with an extension cord. An extension cord is a long cord that plugs into the wall and allows you to take your device any, like, 20 feet away.
Attorney General Merrick Garland saying in a statement, it is time to break up Live Nation. Fans pay more in fees. Artists have fewer opportunities to play concerts. Smaller promoters get squeezed out. And venues have fewer real choices for ticketing services. For too long, Live Nation and Ticketmaster have unfairly and illegally run the world of live
What do you
events.
think?
Abusing their dominance to overcharge fans, bully venues, and limit artists.
I can tell you I have an HP right here,
They go on non-essentially
and
articulate
it has
levels
been
switching to
running
which has
24/7
control every aspect of an event.
4 years.
Concert goers, sports fans, etc.
Right there. Yep. And it's the best computer I've ever had.
Fees that we pay, the ticket prices that we pay, we've sort of gotten used to it. But think about what we've gotten used to. It's out of control. And one of the great things about this country is that there can be competition and a free market that will
Feel free to, dog.
A,